At the proper time, Jiang Yu went to see an ophthalmologist at the First Central Hospital of Yuanhai City. The man in the white coat motioned for the young man to sit down. Dr. Zhao asked the patient what his name was. The doctor adjusted his glasses incredulously, scrutinizing the patient's medical records. It looked like someone had mixed up the date. Jiang Yu was wearing a sports jacket. He sat patiently across from the doctor. Finally, the man asked him to describe the symptoms again. The young man's eyes were blurred. He pressed his fingers to his forehead, shading his eyes, and admitted that he couldn't see very clearly. Suddenly the boy was blinded by a bright light. Microscopic blood vessels began to burst from the tension in his eyes. Jiang Yu now saw the doctor on a red background. The young man admitted to seeing a red streak when looking at the object. The ophthalmologist's silhouette looked menacing. His glasses glinted ominously when the blinding light hit them. Dr. Zhao raised his head, but he didn't see any stripe. He asked the patient what it depicted. The guy tried to concentrate on the blurry image and put it together into a coherent picture. He saw the red bar as some kind of indicator showing an incomprehensible 18%. Jiang Yu sat with his eyes closed. He softly said that he could clearly see the number on this object, 18. The young man opened his eyes and smiled. He assumed that this figure corresponded to the age of the ophthalmologist. Dr. Zhao didn't say a word out loud, but you could tell from his eyes that the doctor was mistaking the patient for a madman. Jiang Yu realized that he had made a mistake. He thought that the ophthalmologist had 18% of the heavenly time left to live. The doctor looked at the young man carefully and asked if he had taken alcohol. The boy looked at the doctor perplexed. The men stared at each other. The eye doctor was shaking with anger. The guy was just wasting his time. Jiang Yu couldn't understand what was being asked of him. He bowed his head and closed his eyes for a few seconds, trying to focus on his problem. Opening his eyes, the young man apologized to the doctor. He was just a little distracted. Dr. Zhao lowered his gaze tiredly. It cost him an incredible effort to raise his head. The doctor stated that the patient should have concentrated better on the dialogue. Trying to hide his fatigue, Dr. Zhao said that it was all unimportant. He would examine his eyes now. The oculist reached into the right pocket of his robe. Holding the patient's eyelids with his fingers, he shined the flashlight on the eye. For a few seconds, the doctor observed the behavior of the pupils. The young man's pupil went to the left, and the whites themselves took on a pinkish hue due to the many burst vessels. As if in semi-darkness, Jiang Yu looked at the ophthalmologist who shined a flashlight on his eye and asked him to look to the right. The oculist kept his eye closed. The boy obediently moved the pupil to the right. Dr. Zhao took a closer look at the pupil. He was unable to find any suspicious abnormalities. The man informed the patient that everything was within normal limits. The young man closed his eyes for a few seconds, getting used to the lighting after the blinding light from the flashlight. When he opened his eyes, everything was still the same. Dr. Zhao's silhouette was bright red, and he continued to shine the flashlight. Even when Jiang Yu walked out of the eye doctor's office into the hallway, everything around him was in light pink colors. The boy looked at the people around him in surprise. There had been some changes in him since his visit to the doctor. Above each person he encountered in the hospital corridor hung a sign with percentages visible only to the young man. The best news was that somehow the conjunctivitis had stopped bothering him. Jiang Yu felt better now. Walking down the corridor, the young man thought about the red stripes. He hoped he could find a worthy use for them. On the central plasma panel in the hospital lobby, the chronicles indicated the appearance of a deep crater from which the Inyis, green acid-colored creatures, crawled out. The guy stuffed a sweet straw-shaped tube into his mouth. Jiang Yu leisurely walked away from the central clinic. A huge scoreboard on the street beckoned for anyone interested in taking part in the selection process to become a hunter to patrol the streets in the night watch. A quadrocopter was hovering high in the sky. Noticing something suspicious in the crowd, the patrol drone began to slowly descend over the street. Jiang Yu was pensive at this time and swirled the tube up and down. He was thinking about taking a good look around. There were happy people scurrying back and forth around the boy. No one cared about him. Suddenly, the young man realized what was embarrassing him. His shoelaces were untied on his right foot. He had been walking like that for a long time and could have gotten into trouble for it. The young man stopped and sat down to adjust his shoes. He had tied the laces so tightly this time that the shoe seemed too loose on the other foot. By this point, Jiang Yu had chewed the sweet pipe almost to the end and sucked the rest of it into his mouth, starting to rise. Suddenly, the lad heard foreign voices. It was as if they sounded in his own head, and this surprised the young man very much. The world around was in light green. Some green acid-colored creatures were discussing their diet. It was all very strange. The red bloody streaks were gone, but now everything around me, including the sky, was green. Jiang Yu tried to straighten up. It was difficult for him to do so, and his legs began to shake because of the new sensation. The boy's pupil caught sight of some humanoid creature seemingly flying towards him from the ground. The creature was getting closer and closer. It had a black silhouette, its eyes and mouth glowing menacingly with 3 bright dots. Jiang Yu himself was now standing, shrouded in a greenish mist. With every passing minute, the bad feeling of foreboding only grew stronger. As if out of thin air, a girl in dark shorts and a tank top appeared above the boy. Her eyes glowed gloatingly, like bright bulbs. Behind it, a strange blue monster with large claws appeared. A current ran through its body and gave its body a bright glow. The monsters kept coming. There were skeletons, huge scorpions, and huge bugs. There was a red indicator with percentages above them all. A night watch patrolman quickly appeared, and with a single volley of his weapon blew away a third of the blue skeleton's health with 4 arms. The young man looked worriedly at the hordes of unearthly creatures. Judging by the number of creatures, the problem was a big one. Jiang Yu looked at the portal itself. The indicator showed that it was completely intact and undamaged, which made him feel uneasy. Strange greenish bubbles were descending on the city. Many of the buildings were cracked. It felt like they were about to collapse. The young man raised his head. Instead of the usual sky, a transparent liquid film hung over the houses. The drops from it were turning into bubbles. One of them flew toward the ground, changing its shape. Because of the rapid descent, branches began to appear on the drop-shaped bubble. While still in flight, they began to separate from the main greenish bubble, forming independent objects. All 3 drops fell on Jiang Yu's forehead almost simultaneously and splattered. A very bright light appeared, and the young man had to close his eyes. When the boy opened his eyes, everything was completely different. He was standing at a crosswalk, and ordinary people were walking around him. Behind the young man on the crosswalk was a young man accompanying the old man, and carefully carried him across the road by the hand. No one cared about him. Only one little girl asked her mom why that strange uncle was standing still. At that moment, an underground peddler approached the pedestrian and ingratiatingly offered to buy 50,000 vials from him for 5,000. Jiang Yu walked over to the sidewalk. Remembering the visions, he doubted that it was safe to be in Yuanhan. The sun was beginning to set. The same percentage indicator that the young man had seen above the green portal, 6 nines, hung over the city. Some man tore the guy away from his musings by catching up to him and forcefully placing a hand on his shoulder. Jiang Yu turned around in surprise. A clandestine merchant in a white turban offered to buy medicine cheaply. The boy did not understand what he was talking about. The man was hot, sweat streaming down his face. He fixed his long, thin mustache with his tongue and said that the medicines were the same as the official ones. Jiang Yu exclaimed indignantly that their city was just overflowing with monsters, and the vendor was selling medicine at this time. The man opened his drawer and proudly displayed the assortment. There weren't many goods, but all the medicines were in colorful boxes. He had everything he needed. The young man laughed and asked if he would give it away for free. The annoyed merchant hurriedly went on, shouting that no one was forcing him to buy. The guy caught up with the salesman and stopped him. He admitted he was just kidding. He wondered if the divine oil was available. On a dark evening, Jiang Yu was riding in a crowded bus on route number 11. Passing a coffee shop, he decided to stop by here sometime. The young man was standing up and holding onto the handrail. He was carefully clutching in his hand a bottle of oil purchased for 3,000. The boy looked suspiciously at the street outside the window. Everything looked perfectly normal. He thought that it wasn't as bad as he thought. Meanwhile, the driver slowed down. There was a stop with a sign ahead. There were 3 other buses in addition to this one. The bus pulled up to the stop on Yuzhnaya Street. There was no one at the bus stop in the evening. The wooden bench was empty. The driver announced the name of the stop and asked to leave the cabin. All citizens got up from their seats and started to get out. Jiang Yu turned toward the exit, watching the passengers. Suddenly he realized that the unpleasant feeling had returned. The entire interior of the cabin was completely in a green mist. The young man stared in amazement at his image, which was reflected from the window. The bus was almost empty. The boy looked at the remaining people. They didn't look like dangerous monsters. Suddenly, Jiang Yu realized that everything had changed again. The green mist dissipated as quickly as it had appeared. The young man looked around the interior perplexed. He looked around at the passengers incredulously, but now the interior of the bus looked normal. The boy's face became vaporized. The young man realized that this was the second time he had had such visions. The bus slowly pulled away from the quickly emptied bus stop. Jiang Yu decided that he would take a better look around on the way home. Nothing happened the rest of the way. After half an hour, the young man entered a gray apartment building not far from the bus stop. The first thing he did was go into the bathroom and take a shower. Wrapped in a towel around his waist, he stood with his back to the mirror. When Jiang Yu turned to the mirror, he was horrified to find that some symbol of 3 mutually intertwined 3 rings was painted on his chest. The young man scrutinized the pattern. It was a pattern he had seen recently, and quite recently at that. He remembered going to the bookcase. The guy remembered roughly where he'd left the comic book and shown the flashlight from his phone. Unfortunately, his hunch was confirmed. The cover of the book had the exact same pattern, with a green light emanating from within. Jiang Yu shrieked in fear. In surprise, he let the stack of books out of his hands. Some of the books remained on the shelf and looked perfectly ordinary, but the few copies that were in his hands scattered in different directions. They all gave off a greenish glow. Bright green curved lines spread out from the drawing on his chest in different directions. In a second, they were all over her body. Because of this, Jiang Yu felt a hellish pain. He couldn't stand on his feet and sank to all fours exhaustedly. The guy continued to be filled with green energy. Only after a few minutes did he manage to rise from the floor to his knees. His whole body felt like it was burning from the inside out. The young man went into the shower again and mercilessly poured a stream of ice water over himself, hoping it would help. Watering the drawing brought the desired result. The green curves were gone. The boy felt much better. Looking at himself in the mirror, Jiang Yu discovered that there was also a red streak hovering above him. His scale was showing 100%. At that moment, another unpleasant event occurred. The boy's shadow disappeared and flowed with a black curve from under his heel. Jiang Yu turned around in surprise. At first he thought that he had just imagined it, and the shadow in the mirror was being displayed incorrectly. To his surprise, there really was no shadow. There wasn't even a black spot on any of the 4 walls of the shower room. The young man shrieked in terror. He couldn't believe that he had stopped casting a shadow. That would mean he was no longer human. The guy was scurrying around the shower room, assuming different poses and climbing on the tub and lockers in search of his shadow. After a few minutes, the shadow reappeared. Jiang Yu sighed happily. He was already ready to accept her disappearance. When he had finished with the shower, he went to the door of his room. The events of the last few days had made him very tired. The boy relaxedly took hold of the doorknob, not even realizing that the main surprise was waiting for him outside the door. A black silhouette as tall as himself stood in the open doorway. He realized at once that it was his shadow. Their figures were completely identical. The black silhouette had only eyes and a mouth, but it was his shadow in outline. The silhouette copied even his shaggy hair and the way he turned his head. His shadow began to live on its own. For a while, the master and the shadow frowned at each other, on opposite sides of the door. The shadow was like a reflection in a mirror. Realizing the situation made Jiang Yu feel a little uneasy, and he began to stagger backwards, trying to defend himself against the unknown. After a few seconds, the young man gathered his wits and resolutely took a step towards his shadow. There was no other option. The closer the guy got to his doppelganger, the more his body burned from the inside out. His heart was like a red-hot piece of iron. Calming himself down, Jiang Yu told himself that there was a good side to this. His shadow hadn't disappeared anywhere. It had just come to life. The young man stepped over and moved closer to the shadows. They continued to stare at each other. Above the boy hung an indicator with percentages. It was pretty late. The entire city was asleep. Only a few windows in Jiang Yu's house were lit up, including the windows of his apartment. Through the large double doors with rounded panes of glass, the bluish glow in the room was clearly visible. As it turned out, the shadow perfectly understands human speech and voice commands. The young man decided to take advantage of it. Sitting in the bright light, he looked thoughtfully at the shadow and asked the silhouette to raise its left arm for a start. Shadow made some strange thudding sound and tried to follow the command, bending his arm clumsily at the elbow. The young man rejoiced. The beginning of cooperation was very much to his liking. He smiled and asked to lift his right leg. As he continued to lift his left shoulder, the black silhouette lifted his right leg slightly and bent it at the knee. Jiang Yu rejoiced like a small child and smiled smugly. The shadow could be used for selfish purposes. The young man gloated at his shadow. The dark silhouette was framed by a blue glow. It waited patiently for its master's orders. Guy demanded that the shadow shake his whole body. The silhouette obediently began to twist in different directions, bending all its joints in turn. This procedure made Jiang Yu very tired. His head was simply buzzing after the whole thing. The young man couldn't explain to himself how such a transformation was even possible. Suddenly a blue glow in the shape of a small circle appeared from his chest. This puzzled the young man even more. As soon as Jiang Yu touched it, the circle flew out of his hand and flew upwards, ending up at the ceiling. From afar, the symbol for radioactive danger, depicted in acid color, was guessed on the red circle. The young man perplexedly tried to make out the hieroglyphics inscribed in the free sectors of this circle, but the light was too bright. The bright green writing blended together, so it was impossible to make out what was written in the circle. In addition, the system window was activated. It turned out that shadow attributes can be improved in the system store. Jiang Yu was surprised as he reread the summary of characteristics. He hadn't realized that Shadow's parameters could be changed. The young man jabbed his finger at the button to learn more about the Shadow. It appeared to have the same power as the young man. But there were disadvantages. The Shadow possessed only a copy of consciousness. It could not think for itself. Zhang Yu carefully guided his hand towards his shadow. His hand calmly passed through the dark silhouette as if through the air. Shadow looked calmly at her master, not expressing any emotion. Her eyes glowed the same way all the time. The young man wondered worriedly if the shadow had access to all his personal memories. The black doppelganger nodded. The shadow had a complete copy of the lad's mind up to that point and could remember everything he needed to. Zhang Yu rejoiced. This was exactly what he needed right now. The young man rushed to the desk and began frantically going through the notes. Underneath the pile of papers were math assignments. He'd never gotten around to it, but now he had the chance. The boy showed Shadow some math examples and told her that they needed to be done over the summer. He held out a pen and asked if she could write. The dark silhouette slowly reached out his hand and gently clasped the pen that was held out to him between his thumb and forefinger. Zhang Yu was surprised. He poked his index finger at the shadow's head and the finger passed through it calmly, but at the same time, the shadow itself had essence and could hold objects. Not a moment later, the shadow put down his pencil victoriously on the example sheet and turned toward his host. The young man looked at his assistant incredulously. He was sure that the shadow would write out the solutions to the examples as they should be, and he asked what was the matter. Shadow silently pointed with his pen to a sheet of paper. Under the examples, the dark doppelganger wrote that he had solved them. The guy got angry and snatched the tasks out of Shadow's hands. He yelled that she had all the memories she needed. It was a matter of 2 minutes. Zhang Yu remembered that Shadow didn't have self-awareness, but that could be fixed in the future. He asked to draw a horse. The black silhouette froze for a few seconds, as if it couldn't understand what was required of it. He stared tensely in front of him. The shadow's hand dropped to a sheet of paper. She began to draw the animal quickly, as if she had been doing it all her life. The young man looked over his shoulder at the sketchbook. The drawings impressed the boy. With such an assistant, he could make a good living. Now Zhang Yu even had the yen symbol reflected in his eyes. He already thought he was a millionaire. The artist was promising. Since the shadow had plenty to do, the young man decided to waste no time. He called up the system menu to look at other possibilities. One of the assistant's abilities was Shadow Bite. He could use it to take shadow points away from other people and absorb shadows. Zhang Yu looked around. He assumed that absorbing a shadow meant coming into contact with an object that had a shadow. It was logical to assume that the shadow would be easiest to find in a dark corner of the room. So the young man headed for the door and crouched near the opening. The corner was completely dark. As soon as a hand was brought nearer there, a shadow covered it. The boy found the result satisfactory. His eyes lit up greedily. Zhang Yu impatiently stretched his hand out even further. He wondered if the plan would work. As his hand sank into the shadow cast by the door, the young man's confidence faded more and more. His hands began to tremble. Half of the guy's face was already in shadow. It occurred to him that the idea wasn't such a good one, because it was unknown how to properly apply the skill. At this moment, the system window activated. With the successful application of the skill, Zhang Yu could now see the dark side of this world. The young man wasn't quite sure what that meant. He assumed that all those monsters from yesterday belonged to the dark side. The young man scrutinized the system screen but could not understand what it meant. He decided to look at the drawings again. For a few seconds, the interior of the room changed. The guy was surrounded by a blue space created by chaotic waves. Zhang Yu turned to Shadow and asked him to temporarily pause. While he went over the sketches, the assistant could do some push-ups. Shadow raised his head and looked toward his master. His instructions were clear. If interested, let him see the sketches. Standing up from the table, the dark doppelganger froze in place. His hands began to melt into the air in front of the surprised boy. The shadow fell to its knees and began to rapidly turn into a single black blur. A little more, and it would disappear altogether. The young man missed the moment and saw only a black substance on the floor. He exclaimed indignantly that he meant push-ups from the floor. Zhang Yu almost cried with resentment. Just a moment ago, he had seen himself as a rich man, but now he had lost even his own shadow. All of Yuanhai slept that night. The moon hung over the city. In the big house where the young man lived, only Zhang Yu was awake. He couldn't accept the loss of his own shadow and looked around worriedly, demanding to be seen. An ink blur began to form in the air in front of the surprised boy right before his eyes. It grew, turning into a portal. Shadow stepped out of the portal. A gloating smile appeared on her lips. Zhang Yu didn't know what this could be related to. He wondered what it all meant and assumed that the shadow was trying to escape from his master for good. The black doppelganger took a notepad and wrote that he was on the dark side. The young man wondered what he wanted there. Ruthlessly tearing out the one-word sheet, the shadow wrote on the blank sheet that she was performing push-ups. The boy thought about the fact that the doppelganger didn't run away to the dark world for nothing. Perhaps the training goes faster there. He nonchalantly let the shadow continue the training. The assistant raised his head and looked up perplexed. as if trying to understand what his master wanted from him. This time, the process of returning to the dark world was much faster. Before Zhang Yu could even blink, the shadow had turned into a stain on the floor. After a second, the remnants of the assistant finally dissipated. He disappeared into the dark world, without a trace. The young man breathed a sigh of relief. It was still unfamiliar to him, but at least Shadow could be summoned at any time. He took a seat at his desk, trying to get his thoughts in order. The boy made some notes and left them in a prominent place. It was now possible to continue the drawings started by Shadow. Everything the dark doppelganger did became Jiang Yu's property. It was a new summer day. The sun shone brightly over the city. Snow-white doves soared between the roofs of the buildings. Warm rays penetrated through the window of the young man's room, illuminating his workstation at his desk. The computer was turned off. The guy had gotten so tired overnight that he now slept with his head resting on the desk. His hand with the pen was frozen on the keyboard. Through his sleep, Zhang Yu mumbled about his mom's friends and classmate. He wanted to not miss anything, and draw them too. Suddenly, the annoying doorbell rang. The young man immediately jumped up and opened his eyes. He began to realize where he was. The uncomfortable position made his whole body ache, and he stretched. The girl at the door demanded to be let in immediately. The half-asleep Zhang Yu reluctantly went to the door and muttered that he could hear perfectly well. There was no need to shout so loudly. The guest was his beloved Lu Yao Yao. The young man muttered that it was still morning and saw the health indicator above the girl. The boy raised his head in surprise, looking closely at the scale. It didn't seem to him. It was only 93% blood. Zhang Yu worriedly wondered why this could have happened. After all, Yao Yao was still a young girl, and there was nothing wrong with her. His gaze happened to fall on the wall calendar. It dawned on the young man. It could be because of the critical days. He grumbled grudgingly that he didn't have to come so early. The girl didn't seem to hear him. She stared at her phone and walked into the apartment. Yao Yao demanded a quicker explanation. Yesterday he talked incoherently about business, but she didn't understand anything. The girl's eyes lit up with excitement. She couldn't wait to find out more about what Zhang Yu had come up with. Suddenly there was such a rumble from behind that the guest dropped the phone from her hands, her hair blown back over her eyes by the wind. Barely crying from annoyance, Yao Yao shouted resentfully that the door didn't have to be slammed. You could just not show it. The young man looked at the door in surprise. He'd only closed it, but he'd nearly ripped it off, along with the door frame, and the wall had cracked. The girl called excitedly to her host, but he was not concerned with his guest. His hand looked much stronger now. Yao Yao only now noticed the change in the guy and smiled admiringly. His body was much more attractive now. While Zhang Yu perplexedly examined his hand, the girl noticed that his back and shoulders had become much wider. His chest and abdomen became embossed. With such a strong body, the young man became even more handsome. Yao Yao couldn't believe it, her body trembling with surprise. The guest embarrassedly suggested that Zhang Yu was pumped up. She immediately contradicted herself and shook her head. It wasn't like him at all. Besides, you don't grow muscles like that overnight. To make sure she wasn't imagining it, Yao Yao firmly poked the landlord's shoulder with her finger. It was as hard as stone. The girl angrily asked what he had done to himself. Zhang Yu said nothing and only smiled. He was beginning to realize what the matter was. The young man declared that it was no big deal, just a couple of exercises. The boy guessed that the shadow's exercises were strengthening his body. Yao Yao indignantly lifted up his t-shirt and meticulously inspected the embossed abs on the apartment master's stomach. She exclaimed that a few exercises wouldn't have that effect. The boy and girl blushed deeply, both of them embarrassed. The guest embarrassedly admitted that she had seen some of her father's business, and assured the young man that it was always possible to stop. Zhang Yu asked to stop talking nonsense. He understands what the lovely guest is implying, but he doesn't do anything like that. Yao Yao didn't take her master's word for it. She lightning fast reached out with her long nails and grabbed the young man's wrist. The guy felt his arms being twisted and excitedly exclaimed that the girl was going to kill him. The guest pulled out a small bracelet with her free hand. In the center of the device was a glowing blue screen. A bracelet clicked onto Zhang Yu's wrist. The young man frightenedly asked what it was. It turned out to be a pollution index device. The boy asked for more details. Frowning, the guest told him that the index included murders, grudges, and other bad things. If this is not dealt with in time, because of the accumulation of the index, a nation of people may simply degenerate and cease to exist. The young man smiled furtively, remembering that his ability originated from a drawing on his chest. He hoped it would help. A blue blur emerged from his ribcage. Curved lines entangled his entire body. Zhang Yu was frightened. He didn't know if it was good or bad. Moreover, out of the corner of his eye, he saw that the guest pulled out a gun and smiled gloatingly. The young man thought that Yao Yao wanted to kill him. He realized he had to stop the girl from finding out everything. He clenched his teeth with tension and turned the blue stain on his chest into a black blot. In the meantime, the time of the procedure was over. No new notifications appeared on the blue screen of the device. Yao Yao carelessly twirled the gun and said it was fine. The guy asked if she really wanted to kill him. His ability had saved his life this time. Jiang Yu sighed relaxedly. This girl had scared him a lot. Lowering her hand with the gun, the guest told me that her father had taught her from childhood not to trust anyone and to be careful about everything. The young man exclaimed that he had recently made some drawings. He asked if Yao Yao wanted to see them. The girl's face changed immediately. She almost jumped with joy and demanded to see the sketches as soon as possible. After asking her master to wait for a while, Yao Yao went to the restroom. She thought that Jiang Yu was acting rather strange. When the guest returned to the room, she almost begged to see the drawings as soon as possible. Her curiosity was tearing her up inside. After escorting the annoying girl out, the young man collapsed exhaustedly on the bed. Today he was lucky. Yao Yao believed that he was clean. It was time to see what the shadow was doing on the dark side. The boy called up the system menu. The blue screen obediently turned on. The system reported that Shadow was still practicing and earning shadow points. Jiang Yu looked at the assistant's updated performance with surprise. Apparently, the shadow now had a body as textured as his. The young man assumed that the doppelganger had been exercising all night. Jiang Yu summoned Shadow. He was eager to become even stronger at the expense of his secret doppelganger. His body was enveloped by ghostly curves of black color. A black spot appeared on the floor. It grew larger with each passing second, forming a loyal servant. The young man slowly began to raise his palm upward. At the same time, the shadow seemed to grow out of the spot formed on the floor. The guy smiled and said he was satisfied with the results of yesterday's training. But it's not enough. We need to increase the difficulty. Shadow nodded her head obediently. She was ready to follow any orders of her master if possible. Jiang Yu demanded to immediately perform a lying-down position and start the exercise called plank. Almost every minute, the young man was demanding more and more exercises. He couldn't get enough. This time, he had Shadow do push-ups from the floor, resting on only 2 fingers of his hand, and then also do a handstand. The guy decided that was far from the limit, and demanded to train his legs by adopting a stance called pistol. To increase the difficulty, Jiang Yu made Shadow crawl between exercises. In this way, there were no breaks at all. Yao Yao had been standing outside the door the whole time, eavesdropping on the young man giving commands to Shadow to do abs exercises. Now she could breathe a sigh of relief. This was a clear indication that her friend was indeed practicing. She was beginning to think the worst. The girl stepped away from the door, intending to go home to read comics. She was sure the boy was okay now. Leaving Shadow to train further, Jiang Yu climbed out onto the roof of the house. Here, only the neighbors hanging out laundry could witness his training. He liked the fact that Shadow was strengthening his body effortlessly. After all, now the young man didn't have to worry about his body becoming ungainly. The next day, the guy made his assistant train even more. The result didn't take long. Now he looked like an athlete himself. Looking proudly at his powerful torso, Jiang Yu enthusiastically told himself that his Lu Yao would definitely not be able to resist now. At the same time, something told him that it might not be enough. He needed to train even more. Uncle Lee paid a visit that day. The young man tried his best not to give himself away. The man worked for the night watch and might suspect something foul. On the 3rd day of Shadow's training, the boy realized that he couldn't go on like this. To increase his performance, he must train himself. However, Jiang Yu's confidence was not enough for long. The very next day, he was already lying quietly on the couch, forcing Shadow to train. 2 days later, the dark doppelganger was exercising with dumbbells, while the guy was sitting at his computer. The next day, the young man decided to do sports and to start by doing at least 10 push-ups. He was sweating and panting, but he couldn't get any results. Opening the system menu, Jiang Yu puzzledly pondered. He and Shadow had been practicing hard for several days, but Shadow points accumulated slowly. In all that time, only 8 points out of 10 could be accumulated to advance to the next level of Shadow development. An unbidden idea dawned on him. Perhaps Shadow points would accumulate faster in the dark world. As Jiang Yu stopped at the black spot, a blue haze enveloped him. The dark side began to suck the boy into itself. In a second, the young man was already submerged up to his waist. The only things left in this world were his torso and head and arms. After another second, the guy disappeared completely. The only thing left on the floor was a dark blotch, used as a portal between worlds. Jiang Yu found himself in a dark green space. An unknown force was moving his body, which was surrounded by a blue aura. Feeling a solid surface beneath him, the young man finally dared to open his eyes and looked around apprehensively. To his surprise, the dark world looked exactly the same. The boy found himself in his own room, but everything here was dark gray. Jiang Yu quickly got dressed and ran outside. He couldn't wait to see what the dark world was like. Outside, everything was the same as it was. The same high-rise buildings. but the landscape itself became grayer and more dull. Covering his eyes from the bright light source, the young man sprinted off to explore the new world, happy that everything had worked out. The entire metropolis was shrouded in a gray fog. Only a small area in front of the boy was illuminated with bright light. Zhang Yu remembered his adventures. He barely managed to get out of his room outside. It was worth a huge effort. Turns out it's not so easy to get to the dark side. You have to leave the real world to get there. Looking through the streets, the young man was surprised to find that everything looked exactly the same in the dark world. Thinking about the fact that things were a little darker here, the guy didn't notice someone's cloak fluttering to his right. This stranger seemed like the perfect target. The cloakmaster soared into the air to follow the distracted man. Jiang Yu paused just then, looking at the buildings he knew so well from the real world. The creature began to approach. The young man saw a shadow looming over him, but he didn't pay much attention. He was sure it was his own shadow. The boy even smiled, turning back around. He was pleased that Shadow had learned of his arrival in the dark world and had decided to meet him. To his horror, Jiang Yu realized that it was something else. The huge mouth with many sharp teeth like stakes told him that it was a monster. The monster's hands ended not in fingers, but in sharp blades. The creature was slowly closing in on the boy. He immediately realized that there was no time to think. Now he had to flee as soon as possible. As soon as Zhang Yu leaped forward, both blades slammed into the asphalt, shooting sparks at the very spot where he was standing. The monster's eyes burned with a bright white light. Its long hair fluttered in flight. It clearly didn't like the fact that its victim was fleeing. The beast attacked faster and faster. The young man barely had time to dodge the deadly blades, and he didn't like it. The monster was not going to give up and continued to attack the stranger. The boy sagged backward at the last moment, the blade nearly severing his head. Zhang Yu remembered that he had a new ability. He hurriedly activated the shadow sight. A circle with inscribed symbols appeared in the air. The young man managed to dive into the portal he had summoned at the last second, and successfully avoided an unpleasant fate. Green space picked him up and carried him away from the dark world. The speed made his ears pop. The next moment, Zhang Yu fell headfirst onto the floor of his room. Right now, the young man was even glad for the pain. He had managed to avoid death. Even though the guy was covered in scratches and abrasions, he escaped the worst of it. He was lucky. The monster only managed to tear his pants on his buttocks. There was also a cut on his left knee. Zhang Yu couldn't understand what kind of creature it was or why it had attacked. He scrutinized the wound, turning away the edges of the cloth. The exercises were having an effect, and the boy was much more mobile. The young man smiled. Fortunately, the monster was unable to inflict any significant wounds. It managed to leave the dark world. But there was a personal interest involved. The guy got angry and grabbed the folding stool. He couldn't let it go. Jiang Yu was confident that he could easily defeat his rival with improvised means and return to the dark world to carry out his revenge. Unfortunately, he had to flee again that day. The monster was too strong an opponent. The young man didn't want to give up so easily and returned the next day. The monster dodged his blow and almost broke the boy's chest. Another day later, the young man discovered blood loss on his buttocks. He barely managed to recover 6% of his blood. In order for the wounds to heal faster, Lu Yao Yao had to be called in to help. She skillfully tended to the boy's wounds below his back. The girl said in surprise that he had been fighting a lot lately. Zhang Yu smiled and proudly replied that scars adorn a man. The guest laughed and asked when it was scars on the buttock that adorned warriors. The young man howled in pain, his eyes nearly popping out from the strain. Yao Yao embarrassedly said that everything should be fine soon. If wounds hurt, it means they are healing. The guy turned his head and wondered what she intended to do next, since there was only 1 month left. The girl raised her eyebrows in surprise, not understanding her interlocutor. She asked what was 1 month away. Zhang Yu rolled over and sat on the couch. He reminded him that they had an exam in a month if Yao Yao forgot about it. Over the last 100 years, the arts and culture industry began to suffer losses due to the disaster. No one was interested in entertainment anymore. Modern audiences were more interested in bloody battles. Such events attracted entire stadiums. Becoming a Night's Watch fighter isn't easy. Candidates spar during a nationally mandated exam. A guy and a girl sat together on the couch and discussed the future exam. Service for this organization promised many benefits. Lu Yao Yao was silent for a while, treating the abrasion on Zhang Yu's arm. Suddenly, she said that she didn't want to get involved. Her lips were tightly pressed, her face full of determination. The young man turned to her and realized that she was not joking. The guest confusedly exclaimed that instead of serving in the Night's Watch, she would prefer to take up music. The guy turned to her again in surprise and replied that it was really her own business, except that her father might be against it. In fact, the girl's logic wasn't entirely clear to him, considering her uncle Lu was one of the highest officials in the Night Watch. Lu Yao Yao took a pair of healing cream over the bruised area. Her hands trembled because of her emotions, and the medicine almost fell to the floor. Remembering her father, the girl almost cried from helplessness. She knew that the man would resist her decision. Yao Yao gently applied the cream and asked her to keep her words to herself. The thing is, the Night Watch's policy has changed recently. She added that anyone can now apply to take the martial arts exam. Jiang Yu couldn't understand what this was all about. He knew that the girl would pass the exam anyway, thanks to her knowledge. The girl embarrassedly admitted that the Night Watch had started to take almost everyone lately. She was sure she could get in. The young man now realized what was on his interlocutor's mind. He recognized that Yao Yao was indeed a very capable beauty. The boy remembered that to serve in the watch, one must be proficient in many weapons. For example, he would definitely fail at pistol shooting. The thought crossed his mind that failing the exam didn't mean anything bad. He wouldn't be sent to a reform camp. At that moment, the boy had an epiphany. He could use this girl for his own purposes. She would help him in the fight against the others. Jiang Yu asked if he could use the detector. Yao Yao exclaimed that it was unnecessary. When encountering the special one, it was better to run away immediately. The young man heard the term for the first time and asked again. The girl smiled faintly and said that they were called that. The boy suspected that this was the kind of monster he was dealing with. Yao Yao looked at his interlocutor in surprise, trying to figure out what he was up to. She started to get up from the couch, saying that she was done with the treatment. Jiang Yu assumed that her family knew quite a bit about the others. The girl asked him if he was going to take the exam. The young man admitted that he would try to pass the martial arts exam. Yao Yao immediately became serious and frowned. The boy hurriedly told her that he was also a comic book writer. The girl changed her face again. She asked enthusiastically for a story. In fact, there were no comics. The young man had made it up on the spot. Stammering, he quickly came up with the basic idea for a comic book about a skinny guy named Abin who was bullied by everyone. The Night Watch chose him for their secret experiment. So the young man received a super soldier injection and became a captain. He had never once been involved in urban battles with the others. The leadership constantly invited Abin to social events. Jiang Yu solemnly said that it continued like this until the powerful others invaded the city. The girl liked this story so much that she suggested that the writer follow her to her apartment, which was on the same floor. Lu Yao Yao asked the guy to wait in the room. She would go to her father's room for now. From the pink chair and pink table lamp, it was clear whose room this was. On the bed was a huge white teddy bear, and on the shelf were all sorts of signs with kisses and hearts on them. To the left of the desk, a red youth bag and a white cap hung on a wooden wall rack. But besides all this goodness that was part and parcel of any young girl's life, there was something else. On the bed were several women's novels. The cover of one of them showed a young couple in love. Unfolding the book titled Destiny Void, Jiang Yu asked if she really liked comics about brother and sister love. Yao Yao instantly flared up and yanked the book out of her hands. She exclaimed that she didn't read such a thing. It was just a friend who left it. The girl demanded that her guest sit quietly in one place without touching her personal belongings. She would be right there. When the mistress came out, the young man thought that even after years, nothing had changed. The girl had never learned how to defend herself. Out of the corner of his eye, the boy noticed an acoustic guitar by the closet in the right corner of the room. He remembered that she had always liked music. There was a tape recorder with a cassette not far away. Jiang Yu couldn't resist and turned on the play button. Immediately, the music started playing. Listening to the familiar songs, the young man remembered their childhood. They used to catch butterflies together in the meadow. As teenagers, they listened to the same music, sharing headphones. Closing his eyes, the young man enjoyed remembering how good they were together. Yao Yao said in surprise that he didn't like this music before. Jiang Yu couldn't understand what was going on. He wiped his eyes with his fists as if after a sweet dream. The girl's voice woke him up. Lu Yao Yao laughed and recalled that the guy used to just hate this music, but now he enjoys listening to it. She carelessly tossed the virtual reality glasses into the hands of her interlocutor. The girl told him that all the data was there. Without wasting a second, the excited guest grabbed the device and attached it to his head. He had wanted to test it for a long time. What made these glasses different from the regular set was that they were equipped with an LCD display on the front. As soon as Jiang Yu activated the virtual reality headset, the entire world ceased to exist for him. He couldn't even feel the chair he was sitting on. An unknown force was carrying him with his back forward into the ocean of cyberspace, and it felt incredibly real. The young man opened his eyes. He adapted to the cyberspace simulation for a while, unable to distinguish the fictional world from the real one. It was like he was flying in the blue infinity of space between stars and asteroid shards. Everything seemed real, even the sensation of flying. The guy assumed he was seeing a space called Shenzhou. There was talk that this was where the disaster had started. It was as if Jiang Yu had seen with his own eyes the Inhumans, the black humanoid beings that started the troubles on Earth. The young man could not understand what these creatures were. They were very similar to the monsters he had seen that day at the hospital. The appearance of monsters was only possible because of the dark world, which was a projection of the real world. Some unknown force that encased the guy in a forceful protective sphere carried him further and further away from Shenzhou. The endless expanse of alien unknown space ended. Jiang Yu was approaching the blue orbit of Earth. Now he was flying over his hometown. The young man knew that the shadow layer changed every 3 months, updating the whole picture of the world. The shadow layer greatly weakens the world's defenses, and during this period, the others penetrate it. People with low-ranked defenses should stay at home. Besides, there is a lot of pollution in the layers. If a person stayed there for a long time, he might become an other himself. Jiang Yu was surprised. He had never known about this. Suddenly, a huge cyclops grew behind his back. The monster itself was as black as coal. White flashes of energy traveled across its body. The young man cautiously began to turn his head. The size of the monster staggered him, and it would not be an easy thing to handle. At the moment when Inouye was ready to rush at the guy, a golden-colored portal opened in the sky. A wide beam restrained the monster's movements. The flash was so bright that the monsters of the entire city watched the destruction of a tribesman with displeasure. Jiang Yu stared in surprise in front of him, not quite understanding what had happened, and who could have saved him from the merciless monster. A bright flash illuminated his face. The boy remembered that he had to be in complete control of himself to successfully fight the others. In this case, there was a chance to become special. Just such a humanoid creature of dazzling bronze color appeared before his eyes. The young man was fascinated by the Special One's appearance. He hoped that after passing the exam successfully, he would become one too. Jiang Yu pondered for a while and cooled down. After all, the Special One was actually the same other, but with a human body. He can control his power, but that's why the Special Ones die. Their bodies simply dissolve into space. In a matter of seconds, only a shapeless black stain remains of the Special One. He ceases to exist and can turn into the other. The Special Ones are constantly fighting the pollution of the outside world and mercilessly battling the others in defense of humanity. But after death, when only a shapeless black stain remains, the Special One himself can very likely turn into the other. The Special One's dazzling white limb turned black before the young man's eyes, and sharp claws appeared on it. Jiang Yu was horrified to learn that the Special Ones did not spare their strength when they realized that they would have to die, and they would still turn into the others. That was what happened this time as well. The Special One who had defeated the huge monster turned into a black giant himself and glared menacingly at the boy. That was the end of the virtual reality goggles demonstration. After a bright flash, the screen went out and went dark. The young man took the device off his head and exclaimed delightedly. Lu Yao Yao looked at the guest in surprise. She couldn't understand what the boy was so excited about. The girl asked what Jiang Yu thought about it. The young man replied that there was too much information. He had to think it over carefully. The young man smiled and asked to stretch him. At the same second, Yao Yao slapped his neck and angrily demanded him to repeat the request again. The guy knew exactly what to buy her with. He pointed 3 fingers and promised that he would help create 3 original stories of her choice. The girl couldn't resist such a generous offer and proceeded to massage the neck and shoulders of the satisfied Jiang Yu. Yao Yao asked why he was having health problems. The young man complained that his neck was stiff after training. The hostess asked her interlocutor if he was working on his abs. The door to her room opened just as she lifted his t-shirt and felt his abs. The girl's father held a high position in the organization of the Night Watch. He was very unhappy with his daughter and the neighbor. To smooth out the unpleasant impression, Lu Yao Yao offered a snack. The man frowned at the young man. There was silence at the table. Jiang Yu tried to eat the offered portion of rice in cold blood, but he almost choked on it. The food wouldn't go down his throat. When he saw how quickly the strong jaws of the landlord's strong jaws pulverized the hard bones, the boy gave a low groan. Yao Yao tried to smooth things over and handed her father a piece of meat with a smile. She stated that things were not really as they looked from the outside. The man asked indignantly what exactly he had misunderstood. He assumed that his eyes had deceived him. The girl hesitated. She didn't know what to say. Yao Yao blushed and shouted for Jiang Yu to finally say something and explain what was going on himself. The young man said that he would plead guilty and drink 3 glasses as punishment. Without waiting for an answer, he reached for a container of greenish liquid. The boy said he could do it and confidently drank the first glass. The father and daughter watched the guest with horror. Unfortunately, this did not mollify the man and only made him more certain that he was right. Lu was even more angry. He shouted that he would slaughter the peddler. Yao Yao tried to hold him back a little. Jiang Yu ran away, shouting on the run that he was misunderstood. The young man remembered his childhood. Even then, he and the girl had been friends. He was a bully and ran around with a wooden sword, scaring away the birds in the neighborhood. Lu Yao Yao was a completely different person. She dressed nicely, helped her parents, and studied diligently at school. Nevertheless, the girl followed her boyfriend around, even when he went to the toilet. In response to his reproaches, she would defiantly lift up the bottom of her dress. Jiang Yu speculated that this bond was formed after one incident. Then he came home all scratched up and without one tooth. The older hooligans molested the crying girl and threatened the guy with violence. Despite this, he boldly demanded that Lu Yao Yao be left alone. Besides, the girl might have been attracted to his bravery and beauty. Through her tears, the pretty girl watched her savior with embarrassment. The young man bravely threw himself into the unequal battle. Yao Yao wished him good luck. She really wanted the boy to teach the bullies a lesson. Even when Jiang Yu was pretending to be a vagrant and collecting alms, a girl helped him in an old dress with patches. She held a placard in her hands calling for help for the children. Pretty soon Uncle Lu came upon them. Calling the boy a liar, he hit him on the head. Yao was asked not to play with him anymore. After that incident, the man would not allow his daughter to go near the neighbor and constantly looked at him with suspicion. After a few minutes, Lu cooled down a little and agreed to peace talks. He glumly took out a cigarette and put it in his mouth, keeping his eyes on the boy. He cracked open a gasoline lighter and brought it to his mouth, intending to smoke and calm down a bit. Lu Yao Yao immediately frowned. She couldn't stand it when someone smoked around her, especially in the apartment. The girl snatched the cigarette from her father's mouth with lightning speed. He was so displeased with the guest that he didn't even look in her direction. The man frowned, wondering what the boy and girl had been doing the moment he returned to the apartment. Jiang Yu rejoiced. Finally, everything would be clarified. He blurted out that he and Yao Yao had been watching the information about the others and the special ones together. Lu slowly turned his head toward his daughter and looked at her incredulously. His expression was still stony. The girl blushed and subtly showed her father her tongue. She was glad, too, that the man had finally realized that nothing of the sort had happened. The master was no longer hiding his feelings. He sighed in relief, allowing himself to relax and smile. The man turned to the guest. His voice was no longer metallic. Lu spoke to the boy as if he were a friend. He asked if Jiang Yu knew why the government kept information about the others secret from the students. The young man raised his eyebrows in surprise. He had never paid attention to it and never wondered why such rules. The man explained that outbursts of negative emotions can attract the attention of monsters. There are some things it's better not to know. Jiang Yu listened to his interlocutor with his mouth hanging open. He didn't even realize that receiving information could negatively affect the world. Lu said that a lot of people became crazy once they learned the truth. Not everyone has the willpower to deal with it. The young man was afraid to move and listened attentively to Lu. The man said that this was the reason for the various tests before the exam. Only candidates with excellent physical fitness can go to the dark world. It's very dangerous. The host let out a puff of smoke and asked if the boy now realized how dangerous the dark world and information about the initiates was. Jiang Yu smiled. He politely replied that he had listened to him carefully and now understood a lot more about monsters. However, he can't afford to miss taking this year's martial arts exam, especially since he already knows some of the information. The man frowned and clenched his fists. He wanted to tell the stupid kid what he thought of him. Suddenly, the phone rang. It turned out his entire squad was being called for an urgent mission. It had to do with the shadow layers. Lu immediately got up from his seat. He told his interlocutor that he had understood the information and was leaving immediately. Turning to his guest, the man asked him not to upset him. Then he would try to accept him into the ranks of the Night's Watch. Jiang Yu put his hand to his heart and solemnly promised that everything would be fine. He and Yao wouldn't do anything like that. The girl almost choked. She ran up to the guy and yelled that they hadn't had those thoughts before. They started stretching each other's cheeks. The feast of the blessing had arrived. Hawthorn berries and sugar were sold in the streets. A little girl sat on her father's shoulders and held 2 portions. This treat was so delicious that she swallowed several berries strung on a sharp stick in one go. The information board showed the same trio of fearless warriors from the Night's Watch non-stop. Jiang Yu unhappily finished the video clip. He had hoped to get more information, but he didn't learn anything new. The young man went to the grocery supermarket to replenish his food supply. Armed with a plastic basket, he walked quickly between the rows. One of the shelves revealed a small olive-colored bottle. The boy reached out to take a closer look at it. If he interpreted his neighbor's words correctly, this product will soon be hidden for most consumers. You have to take it while you can. Suddenly, the phone rang in his pocket. Jiang Yu had to put the basket on the counter and answer the call. As it turned out, it was Lu Yao Yao. She asked for eggs and milk. The girl wanted to add something else, but she hesitated and changed her mind. The young man immediately understood the reason. He knew that she really needed hygiene items, but the neighbor was too shy to tell him. The guy picked out 2 packs of the pads Yao Yao needed and smiled. She'd thank him again for his guesswork. There were so many groceries that they barely fit into the largest plastic bag provided at the store. Stuffing his left hand into his pocket, Jiang Yu leisurely walked home through the city. and looked at the signs on the street. He thought absently that he was beginning to lose strength. Shadow's training wasn't enough. He needed to start exercising himself. The young man walked past the apartment building, continuing to think about the others. The propaganda about fighting them had increased recently. Perhaps it was because of this that many people signed up for the martial arts exam. Last year, there were fewer people. Suddenly, Jiang Yu realized that a huge shadow was looming over the city and involuntarily raised his head up to look at the sky. The sun had indeed disappeared. The black clouds were getting thicker and thicker. The boy had a very bad feeling. He tried to distract himself from the intrusive thoughts and told himself it was nothing. The young man took out his left hand and stretched it a little, rotating it in different directions. The unpleasant feeling did not pass. Jiang Yu furtively looked back from around the corner. After making sure that there was no pursuit, he quickly ran forward. A dark blue sphere began to envelop the young man's body. He began to realize that the bad feeling was related to the others. The boy stopped and couldn't move. The black spot on the ground held him firmly and began to suck him in. Not even a few seconds later, Jiang Yu found himself in the dark world. He slowly appeared through the blue portal. The indicator told the young man that a creature with 14% life left was not far away. The boy clenched his fists, staring unhappily at Dark City. He asked loudly who wanted to fight him. The walls of the buildings were silent. Jiang Yu ducked his neck and slowly continued moving. He knew that the enemy was lurking very close by. A bloody man came out to meet the young man. There were fatal wounds on his arms and legs. Overpowering himself, the guy walked towards him. As the stranger approached, Jiang Yu looked at 3 more round holes in his body. His face and neck were also covered in blood. I could see in his eyes how much agony every step he took was causing him. He was the one who owned the indicator pointing to the remaining 14% vitality. The young man recognized the man. They live in the same house. Jiang Yu frightenedly asked the guy how he got here and what happened. The victim didn't even have time to say a word. The man's strength finally left him. He fell to the asphalt in front of the young man. It was all very strange and suspicious. The boy looked around. Unfortunately, the man couldn't tell anything anymore. Jiang Yu walked closer to the man and was surprised to realize that not all was lost yet. The injured man was still alive. The red scale with percentages still showed the number 14. The boy was in bad shape, but he could be saved. Suddenly, there was a strange sound in the air. An other appeared in the distance. His baggy clothes made him look like a rhombus. Instead of lower limbs, the monster possessed a bony tail. It was surrounded by an ominous red aura, with 24% left. The young man looked at the other in surprise. He had a strange feeling that he had seen a similar creature before. When the monster came closer, Jiang Yu recognized the marks it had left on his face during the last fight. The boy got angry and rushed to the attack. It was time to take revenge on the other for keeping him out of the dark world. That evening began as usual for the young man. He had just returned home from his service with the night's watch and intended to rest. He was already not happy that he had passed the exam. The job had seemed perfect to him before the service, but in reality there was a lot of overtime. As he passed a dark alley, the fighter heard children's cries. He looked in their direction and saw familiar spots. The man couldn't believe his eyes. The other was trying to drag the children into the dark world, taking advantage of their helplessness. In all his time in the night watch, the guy had never seen people being stolen from the streets so unceremoniously. There was no time to think. The only thing left of the children in this world was their heads. In a second, they would be in the dark world. The fighter ran to the gap that opened and jumped after the children. He couldn't leave them to their fate. The man shouted that everything would be all right. There was no need to be afraid. He would help. Only the children's hands were now visible from the portal. The guy managed to grab the children's wrists, a little more, and he would have managed to drag them back to the real world. Unfortunately, the dark world was stronger. As the fighter held the children's hands, he was pulled into the portal. The young man could not believe that all this was really happening. He expected to be able to save the children and go home. Instead, all 3 of them rushed for several seconds in a black abyss into a dimension alien to man. The portal opened. The children sat against the wall of the house and roared. A boy and a girl wanted to go home to their mom. The fighter began to slowly get up from the ground. He was shaking. The young man immediately thought it wasn't quite fair. He had worked his shift and was now a civilian, even without weapons. In the same second, a long limb reached for him, adorned with a sharp blade and a hook at his side. The children screamed in fear. The man frowned. He realized that he would have to fight the other regardless of his desire. The fighter twisted and stepped on the monster's deadly limb. The impact bent it at a right angle. Continuing his counterattack, the guy struck again. The remnants of the powerful clawed paw scattered in different directions. The children fell silent for a while and gingerly examined the severed limb of the other with interest. The man quickly assessed the situation. The gap between the worlds had disappeared. This meant that they could not return to their world. Besides, there are a lot of monsters that can attack at any time, and he had lost most of his combat skills. But worst of all, there were helpless children nearby. The warrior couldn't think of them in peace. His heart was torn to pieces. After playing with the severed limb of the other, the children were in tears again. They cried out that they wanted to go home to their mother. And there was no communication in the dark world. He could only send a distress signal from his bracelet and hope that help would arrive in time. The man pressed the button and activated the beacon. He didn't know if it would work or not. At least he tried to save the little ones. The fighter gave the children a friendly smile and sat down beside them. He handed the girl a bracelet with a beacon and said it would help them survive. In fact, he realized that in the dark world, the bracelet could hardly help. It all depended on what the higher powers decided. The children believed the man unconditionally. A boy asked with hope in his voice if he could take them home to his mother. The fighter smiled affectionately and replied that he was just about to do that, so they needed to stick together. The other was approaching him faster and faster. The man informed the little ones that he would take care of a small problem and take them home. His whole life flew before his eyes. The young man remembered how he passed his 18th birthday exam and entered the martial arts department. He wasn't lazy for a day and went to the gym every day, realizing that it's not very easy to become a professional fighter. Thanks to his grueling training, the boy had already taken first place in the second year of his training in the exam on the battle with the Ins. At first, he rejoiced in his successes and continued to successfully defeat enemies in the dark world during raids. But after a while, the fighter realized that on a real battlefield, diligence alone is clearly not enough. His companions were more able to boast of their successes and showed off defeated giants in the competition. The young man began to train even more intensively and after a while built up a solid amount of muscle mass. Unfortunately, at some point it was all over. The fighter realized that he had reached his limit and would not be able to cross the line. That day, the man finally gave up and transferred to the humanitarian program. He was now a civilian employee of the Night Watch. Looking at the wall, the young man saw his mirror image. It gave him confidence in himself. The fighter confidently ran towards the huge monster, which was surrounded by an ominous red aura. The other was viciously watching his opponent. Looking carefully at the monster with many sharp teeth, the young man determined the enemy to be of medium danger level. The other made a rash move and underestimated his opponent. He moved at the boy with his tongue extended forward. The fighter punched him in the chin almost automatically. It was the most vulnerable spot at the moment. The powerful teeth did their work. The jaws closed, biting off part of his tongue. Blood gushed from the monster's mouth. The enraged Inoi tried to counterattack the man, but the man was alert and jumped aside in time. Dodging the next blow, the fighter made a quick U-turn, resting his entire body only on his heel. Immediately afterward, the man jumped up, slipping between the sharp paw blades and punched the monster in the jaw with his left hand. The other howled in pain. When he'd lured bipeds to the dark world, the prey had seemed too easy. The young man was jubilant. He was confident of his victory. His fighting skills returned as if by themselves, his body confidently facing the monster. The man noticed his mistake too late. He had no right to relax until the enemy was completely defeated. A powerful clawed paw slammed into the fighter's chest and pushed him away with tremendous force. The young man's back smashed through the brick wall. Just as he took a knee in preparation for another monster attack, Inoi shouted victoriously and flew forward. A thin trickle of blood flowed from the fighter's broken lip. He reproached himself for having miscalculated the enemy's maneuver. This time the man concentrated and was able to jump back at the right moment. The blades whistled through the air. None of the monster's strikes now reached the target. It was an incredible effort, but the fighter dodged the attack in time. Unfortunately, it was getting harder and harder to fight. He was already tired. His body felt like it was filled with lead. For a while, the fighter managed to run around the enraged monster with blades replacing his limbs. The young man realized that after a while he would just collapse from fatigue. It was time to get active. The boy clenched his fists, preparing to attack. The fighter chose the right moment and swung with his right hand. He was already tired of this battle, and his anger was adding to his strength. The young man used one of the shadow skills called blinding. A blue wave erupted from his fist. It grew into a large stream and pushed the other away. The energy blast reached the monster's body right under its chin. The other shrieked resentfully. It was very painful. Without giving it a break, the man soared upward and delivered a crushing blow from on high. The monster fell on its back. Fatigue was taking its toll, and it was getting harder and harder to fight the other. In addition, the level of contamination continued to rise. The monster howled angrily. The fighter was glad that he had rarely used the skills before, so he could use them now. The opponents rushed towards each other. The fighter realized that there might not be another chance. He had to use it now. They collided in a leap. Using a special ability, the young man stretched his arm forward. It was meant to push the other away. The monster was stronger. He only growled aggressively as he struck. the resistance from his victim having worn off. Inoi launched a lightning-fast counterattack. The fighter gasped. He realized with horror that the creature had struck his left cheek. The monster threw his opponent to the ground. The man's back hurt, and his mouth began to bleed. Barely had the fighter begun to rise to his knees, Inoi lifted him high into the air again and dropped him carelessly to the ground. Coughing up blood, the young man pulled himself up in a cloud of smoke. He couldn't believe the monster had adapted to his skills so quickly. The most frustrating part was that this other flying towards him was only a medium level. He could have been handled by any martial arts student. The monster was almost there. The fighter had time to think that he would not be able to defeat it, but he would still fight to the last man. The opponents once again fought an unequal battle. The man decided that in his situation it was best to just stall for time and wait for a convenient moment. Besides, he hoped he could hold out long enough until the other night watchman arrived and rescued the crying children. The young man was too distracted. He belatedly realized that the light from the other reflected unnaturally brightly and suspiciously close. The fighter barely had time to deflect his head. The enemy's sharp claws slammed into his body. One of them pierced through his collarbone. The young man was bleeding and fell to the ground. He tried to get up at once. The other knew that he had won, and now he walked slowly toward his victim. The fighter was lying on the ground among the brick rubble. A vertical, wide claw mark stretched from his collarbone to his chest. The young man could no longer get up. His pupils reflected the other. The fighter bitterly suggested that he was dying and could do nothing more. Memories splintered into his head. At 15, he'd knelt by his parents' bodies, covered with snow-white sheets. The others had done that. It was for this reason that the young man decided at the age of 18 to take a martial arts test and fight monsters for the rest of his life. After 2 years, he was expelled, but the next year the lad was able to join the Night Watch unit as a civilian. He had seen a lot of things during that time. When faced with the death of friends and relatives from the clutches of huge monsters, people lost their last hope. Before the dying young man's eyes, the stain of pollution spread faster and faster. He promised himself that he would try to kill the other before he died. The boy was on his knees. His body was trembling. The contamination had already reached his neck and was climbing higher. The fighter kept assuring himself that he had to give the monster a fight. Unfortunately, it was already too late. Other had reached the peak of aggressive activity and held his opponent in a blue mist. The young man got up from his knees. His head was a little dizzy and his legs were shaky. The fighter boldly looked into the monster's eyes and adopted a protective stance. He was ready to begin the second stage of the fight for survival. Despite his injured collarbone, the young man bravely rushed into the attack. The other was just waiting for this. He was happy to continue the fight. After gathering his strength, the warrior boldly ran towards the monster. He shouted loudly to drown out his own fear. The other prepared to attack and swung his blade limbs threateningly. The young man had leaped into the air and was now closing in on the enemy. The leg strike was swift and strong. Breaking one of its limbs, the fighter's foot slammed into the monster's left jaw. The stunned Inoi was forced to step back. The boy landed victoriously. He was ready to fight until the end. Ignoring the growing level of pollution, the man clenched his fists. This was the decisive moment. The monster must die. The young man spared no effort, striking blow after blow at the hated face of the other. The monster only groaned after each blow. At that moment, the fighter realized he wasn't strong enough. His punches were not doing any tangible damage. He needed to hit even harder. The guy started hammering the monster as hard as he could. Its head dangled helplessly on its neck. The young man was still not satisfied with the result. He continued beating the other, sensing that there wasn't much left. It would take a little more effort. The man sighed heavily and attacked again. He was already tired from the last few minutes, but he forced himself to swing again. At that moment, something strange happened. The young man realized that he could not move from his seat, his body trembling from the intense tension. Taking advantage of the fighter's helplessness, Inoi struck him with a huge fist. The boy was unable to block the blow and flew backward. During the flight, the monster caught up with him and hit him again so hard that the falling body changed the trajectory of the fall. Blood was pouring from the guy's shattered head. He couldn't see anything after the hard blow and had to admit that his skills were not enough. Trying to keep his eyes from closing, the young man reproached himself for not being able to deal with such a simple other even with the use of pills. The fighter had already said goodbye to his life, but suddenly his side vision caught some strange movement. It wasn't Inoi. It was at this moment that Jiang Yu appeared in the dark world with a bag from the store. He angrily asked what was going on here. The dying guy was surprised to think that the stranger didn't look like a fighter from the Night Watch or the Special One. The young man picked up the fighter and pulled him up against the wall. Jiang Yu said that he should rest. He would do it himself. The warrior looked at the smiling guy in surprise. He knew well that a random person would not be able to enter the dark world. In front of the bloodied Night Watch employee, The monster punched the stranger in the jaw and the stranger flew backwards. Tumbling in the air with wild cries, Zhang Yu flew a few meters and fell to the ground. A cloud of dust rose above him. The man couldn't believe his eyes. This guy had boastfully claimed he could handle the ini, but he couldn't take a single blow. The young man sighed. Unfortunately, he would have to kill the monster himself, as this weakling was no good for anything. Rushing forward, the warrior struck the hated other, who was the reason he was here with the children. By this point, the monster had already weakened considerably. It had only 24% of life left. After receiving a hard slap, Inoi howled pitifully. After that blow, he lost another 1% on the red indicator. Meanwhile, Zhang Yu angrily got up from the ground. He was very angry that the same monster kept fighting him. He had the advantage now. The guy had 73% health. He pulled a half-liter container of sauce and a glass from the bag. The bright green moon over the city well illuminated the space between the houses where Zhang Yu and the monster met each other. Seeing the large bottle in his enemy's hands, Inoi ran toward the young man with a roar. The boy retreated, the sauce falling out of his hands. The glass bottle fell to the asphalt and shattered into many shards with a clinking sound. Fortunately, the neck was intact. Zhang Yu raised the rose and struck the inogo. The monster howled in pain, receiving multiple slashing injuries. The other was no longer thinking about victory. He realized that he couldn't handle two enemies, so he decided to get away. The young man noticed the monster fleeing and rushed after him. The young man saw the monster running away and rushed after it. From the sudden rose blow to his torso, the monster froze in place. Severe pain pierced his body, and he began to lose his strength. Yino belatedly attacked the offender, but Zhang Yu dodged all of his attacks and taunted like a small child. He had already studied his opponent's tactics. When the boy had had enough, he ran up to the monster and began to stab it fiercely with the rose. The other only groaned after each wound. The other tried to growl fiercely, but his weakness made it sound like a wheeze. The fight was not worth continuing. However, he wasn't going to give up so easily. The monster stepped back to a safe distance, gingerly studying his assailant. Now the fighter had changed his mind. He was convinced that the strange stranger was not a weakling, as it had seemed at first. Zhang Yu was hungry for revenge. The young man wailed that he had lost to Yin in battle a few days ago, but today he would make him die. The fighter watched in amazement at the guy who fearlessly rushed to attack the dangerous monster. The stranger gripped the bony tail of the other, trying to break it. The man whistled respectfully. It was a worthy sight. The monster managed to free himself. He twisted around and threw his assailant into the brick wall. Zhang Yu grunted in great pain. Coughing, he tried to stand up. The young man reproached himself. He had forgotten the cardinal rule of not attacking the same place twice. Inoi, meanwhile, was racing toward his rival. The balance of power was restored, and now he would teach the human a lesson. The boy found himself in a difficult situation. The children were trembling with fear, and now he was their only hope for salvation. If he escapes, all three of them, including the Night's Watchfighter, will inevitably die at the clutches of the vile monster. Zhang Yu resolutely clenched his weapon in his hand. The monster only had 20% life left. There was no need to be afraid of it. The wounded fighter contributed to the fight and shouted to the guy that Inogo had a serious injury on his right rib. The kick should be there. The young man nodded his head excitedly and ran towards the monster in a zigzag trajectory to confuse it. The other growled angrily and straightened to his full height. He realized there was no escape. He had to fight to the end. Zhang Yu smiled triumphantly. Thanks to the clue from the Night Watch officer, he had another trump card. Coming in close to the monster, the guy flashed in front of it, appearing left and right. He was waiting for Inoi to reveal his injury. The young man picked a good moment and ducked under the monster, putting the rose right into the open wound on its rib. The monster howled resentfully and clenched its teeth. It had lost another 2% of its blood after that blow. Inoi turned around and rushed away. A little more, and he would not be able to resist his assailant at all. Zhang Yu stood with the rose in his hand in surprise. He had just gotten into the taste, but the monster had just cowardly run away from the battlefield. The warrior immediately realized that Inoi wouldn't just fly that fast, and followed the direction he was heading with his gaze. The man realized too late what the inhabitant from the Shenzhou world was up to. Unfortunately, there was nothing he could do to help. The monster was already flying toward the kids, who shrank from fear and closed their eyes, realizing that no one would save them. The fighter shouted to stop the other as quickly as possible. He wants the blood of the poor children. The monster flew over the kids like a kite. The boy barely had time to grab his sister's hand and moved back against the wall, pulling the girl against him. The other approached faster and faster, jutting his huge maw as he flew. His sharp fangs dripped venomous saliva. The boy realized that this was the end. He tried his best not to cry and turned his little sister toward him so as not to frighten her. The other's breath was so close that it was useless to wait for help. He closed his eyes miserably, preparing for the worst. Jiang Yu's indignation grew more and more intense. The young man opened his bag. From the heavy items, only a can of Coca-Cola remained. The boy took careful aim. To make the impact more tangible, Jiang Yu sprinted and launched the can at his opponent at the peak of his speed. The other did not suspect any of this. It had already opened its mouth and was ready to swallow the innocent children. The can flew at the monster, gaining speed. Unfortunately, the projectile was launched too late. The children would inevitably have been hurt before the can reached its target. The Night's Watch soldier quickly calculated all this and ran in time to run in front of the monster, saving the boy and his sister. Seeing that the man had jumped up and was trying to reach him from above, Inouye cocked his head in displeasure. The moment the fighter swung for a strong strike, his body was pierced by 3 darts fired by the monster. Because of his injuries, the man quickly thought of new tactics. His boot slammed into the other's chest. Bleeding, the wheezing monster fell to the ground. The fighter was also exhausted and landed nearby. The monster lost another 3% of its blood thanks to this blow, but the man had a hard time as well. He coughed up blood from his wounds. The other was quite weak, but he wasn't about to give up. He turned his attention to the last offender. Now a huge maw with sharp, poisonous teeth was slowly approaching the man lying on the ground. It was hard for him even to get up. The moment the monster almost opened its mouth near the fighter's face, Jiang Yu was behind his back and pulled his long hair. Inouye immediately stopped. This was causing him incredible pain. The young man smirked maliciously. He knew what he was doing. Pulling the monster's hair up, the guy began to use his free hand to squeeze the airway on its throat and took another percentage of its life. Continuing to hold Yinyi by his hair, Jiang Yu pushed him forward and slammed his face into the asphalt. The monster's teeth spattered. The monster howled pitifully. The young man stepped on its back and exclaimed triumphantly that he had to fight a child who barked like a puppy. He began beating the lying other fiercely, saying that he was not easy to handle. He only groaned after each blow. A white blob of energy formed on the monster's chest. The more the guy hit it, the brighter the light source became. Out of surprise, Jiang Yu paused and stopped punching his enemy. The light was so dazzling that the surroundings were as clear as day. The young man assumed that this meant the other's death was approaching, and continued the exorcism with redoubled vigor. The monster shrieked and squeezed out the last drop of contamination. The boy was angry that his opponent was clinging so tenaciously to life. Now he was purposefully hammering at the bright source of light. Jiang Yu shouted that he was sick of fighting. It was time for Yin to finally die and leave people alone. Meanwhile, everything around him began to change. The energy released by the monster was so strong that the rocks around it began to rise into the air. The young man did not notice that he was in the center of a giant vortex which was spinning faster and faster. He was beating the other mercilessly. Finally, there was a huge explosion. The wave threw back the monster's head, its face contorted in horror. Covered in Yinouye's blood, Jiang Yu heaved a sigh of relief. Fighting this monster was not easy, but he had managed to defeat it. The energy field was waning. The cobblestones and rocks that were hanging in the air near the surface began to fall down. The young man stood on a black patch of pollution. Behind his back, bricks, cobblestones, and boxes abandoned by the residents continued to fall. Empty boxes, canisters, and other containers fell on top of each other with a clatter. The last stones flew from the sky and fell next to them. In a few seconds it was over. The last pebble that had fallen from the sky rolled lonely on the ground. In the meantime, the night watch officer bowed his head tiredly and sat with his eyes closed. The children had already calmed down a little and were dozing beside him. Jiang Yu stood with his eyes closed, clutching his head. The fight with Yin had sucked all his strength, and his head was splitting. But this price was not high. When he remembered that he could finally kill the monster and take revenge on him, he opened his eyes and smiled. The young man felt that he was beginning to lose his strength. His vision became blurred. Everything blurred in front of his eyes. Jiang Yu tried to step a few steps towards the night watch fighter. Things got even worse. The alleyway began to sink into darkness. After a few seconds, the guy could only distinguish his shadow in the green mist of the dark world, which appeared in front of his eyes. She began to double over, and the young man was losing consciousness. Jiang Yu could only see the edge of the sewer manhole before he fell to the ground. A global catastrophe had begun in the dark world. The remains of cars were burning around. Broken traffic lights were lying on the roads. Residential buildings were engulfed in fires. The fire continued to spread through the city. The streets were full of lifeless bodies. Some neighborhoods were intact, but flashes of fire appeared with increasing frequency in different parts of the city. Jiang Yu arrived at the gathering place and looked around in astonishment. He didn't understand why the world had changed so quickly. Besides that, the boy's side vision caught some movement. He turned his head in surprise. Dozens of others were sneaking up behind the young man. Some caught up with him and stopped in front of him, drawing him into a tight ring. Jiang Yu couldn't believe that so many monsters had gathered in one place. He could barely even handle one of their kind. Dozens of limbs with sharp claws simultaneously reached for the young man. He stood there barely alive with fear. Suddenly, another energy vortex appeared. The bright light almost blinded the guy. He was forced to close his eyes. A dark abyss engulfed Zhang Yu. He fearfully reached forward, hoping to grab onto something. Following the young man, the vortex sucked in cars, road signs, and pieces of buildings that had collapsed in the collapse. The fires continued to rage in the city. There was no one to put them out, and there were almost no people left in the dark world. It was like that all over the world. The sun disappeared, the dark world began to rule on all continents. None of the survivors believed in salvation. Some people were still trying to fight for their existence. Unfortunately, the others were coming faster and faster. The forces were unequal. It was as if Zhang Yu saw through a fog the blurry silhouette of the night watch officer who was trying to rouse him. The young man coughed and said he was fine. It turned out that it was all just a dream. He continued to sit in the alley. The boy's memories were cut short by the fact that he had killed the other. After that, there was a gap in his memory. Zhang Yu didn't know what happened later. The young man jabbed his finger at the monster's head and summoned the shadow pupil ability. The ground around him began to vibrate. Dark spots began to envelop the boy. He smiled happily, his strength gradually returning. The fighter did not notice any of this. He fearfully asked his interlocutor why he had subsided. Zhang Yu hurriedly said that everything was fine. The young man looked at his companion carefully and was surprised. The warrior's blood indicator had stopped at 10%, but he was still on his feet. The man clapped the boy on the shoulder. Zhang Yu raised his head. He didn't understand why the Night Watch employee did that. He took the guy aside and offered to take a seat near the wall. They had something to talk about for a few minutes. They were both so tired that they were greatly relieved when they finally allowed themselves to sit down near the corner of the house. The man had wanted to ask a question for a long time. He assumed that Zhang Yu was also a Night Watch fighter. The young man turned in surprise to his interlocutor. He thought the man would recognize him at once, for they lived in the same house. The guy wrote it off to the fighter's poor eyesight, and replied that he had nothing to do with the organization. The man smiled faintly. He stated that this specimen was very strong. If the young man wasn't a member of the Night's Watch, he wouldn't have been able to handle it. The guy went on for another long time about how the Night Watch staff was very strong. Zhang Yu couldn't understand why the man was saying this. The stranger looked at Zhang Yu and told him with a smile that he was very strong. The protagonist looked worriedly at his interlocutor and asked if he was okay. Jiang looked at the guy next to him and was surprised that he was laughing. He decided that the people from the Night Watch were smitten with him. The guy asked the protagonist what university he was attending and what course he was in. Jiang replied that he was in his second year at Beidou University. He thought to himself that he wouldn't tell the truth to his interlocutor. Stranger asked the interlocutor what specialty he was studying. The guy told the main character he was studying martial arts. He's very strong for a humanities major. The stranger asked his interlocutor if he had any cigarettes. Zhang Yu was astonished at such a request. The main character reached into his pocket and said all he had was a cigarette-shaped cookie. Jiang took out one crisp cigarette and broke it into 2 pieces. The main character handed his friend half a cigarette. He took the other half for himself. Jiang explained to his friend that he had bought a lot of cigarette-shaped cookies at first, but they had all broken. He pointed to the packet lying on Earth. The protagonist and his new acquaintance sat quietly and silently on Earth. The interlocutor asked the protagonist, was this the first time he had single-handedly killed someone else? Zhang Yu replied, it was the first time he had done so. The stranger looked up and sighed very thoughtfully to himself. The guy revealed that he had always admired martial arts. He added that he wasn't even saved by long-range vision, which was supposed to enhance combat effectiveness. Zhang Yu told his interlocutor that he should talk less. Zhang Yu replied to his interlocutor that he should keep his energy down until help arrives. The guy looked at his battered arm. He said that it is not every day that a civilian gets a chance to fight a different one. He added that he was very weak. The stranger looked at his hand and said that he couldn't even resist the wave of pollution. Zhang Yu asked with interest to the interlocutor, does he regret everything? The stranger felt angry. He grudgingly clenched his fist with all his might. The guy jumped up and grudgingly replied that he didn't regret anything, and it was his choice. The guy yelled that he is a civilian. He goes to work every day and chats with girls. He also works on the Night Watch. The stranger coughed. The protagonist told his interlocutor to calm down or he would have a hard time. The guy pointed his finger at 2 little kids. He said that he had sent a signal for help a long time ago. The rescue team should be here soon. The boy lying down had his finger on a button on an electronic clock. The stranger said he was relieved and it was time for him to go. The boy pressed his hand on the button on the clock. It glowed brightly. The stranger told the protagonist not to walk around. He continued to chat some more until the rescuers arrived. The protagonist looked at his new acquaintance and decided that he should get out. He was tired of his interlocutor's chatter. Deep night was over the city. Everything around was glowing with a greenish light. The guy continued his stories for the main character. The stranger spoke excitedly of his adventures. He said he was brave and strong. Zhang Yu listened to his interlocutor's enthusiastic stories without any interest. The guy said that the next time the protagonist is at the university, he should take something to Principal Joe of the extraordinary technology specialty. The protagonist looked at his interlocutor. He didn't want to listen to him anymore. The stranger asked with a smile at the protagonist to thank Director Huang Shui Wang from the Direction of Culture. Jiang Yu suggested to his interlocutor that he write down his own wishes for other people in a notebook. The stranger was surprised. He looked at the protagonist very unhappily. The guy grudgingly said he'd been carrying things around for a long time. It was hard for him to find someone to talk to. The stranger thought about something in his own mind and sighed very sorrowfully. The boy, after a long thought, remembered about the Baidu Academy. He decided that it would be a good idea for him to come there again. The stranger turned around and asked the protagonist for a couple more sticks. The protagonist told his interlocutor with a smile that he enjoyed the sticks. The guy extended his hand in the direction of the protagonist and held it on the ground. The stranger took a long look at the protagonist and told him to forget about everything. At this time, a dark blue swirl appeared in the street amidst the greenish light. The guy looked carefully to the side and said that the night watch had arrived. Zhang Yu happily looked at his interlocutor with a smile and said that he would be helped now. The protagonist stood and picked up his bag. He prepared to leave. Zhang Yu left his new acquaintance and went further down the street. The guy looked unhappily at the protagonist and asked if he would go with him. Zhang Yu turned to his new acquaintance and replied that he would get there on his own. The stranger remained seated. He sighed very sorrowfully and unhappily. The guy looked after the protagonist and wished him a happy holidays. The main character stopped and looked excitedly at the guy. He thanked him. Zhang Yu turned around and walked calmly down the street. His acquaintance remained lying on the ground. The boy's vitality began to leave him. He closed his eyes and his head sank down. The protagonist looked at the seated stranger silently and with great attention. Armed warriors appeared. One of them ran up to the guy and said that a member of the Night Watch and 2 children had been found. Zhang Yu stood and watched everything that was going on. One of the warriors demanded to check his vitals. Zhang noticed that the guy's vitals were up to 10%. One of the fighters checked his pulse. The warrior abruptly turned around and looked in the direction of the protagonist. Zhang stood still. The protagonist looked at the unconscious boy with even more scrutiny. Zhang could see that the stranger's life force was gradually draining away. There was no more than 9% left. The main character couldn't understand why the guy's blood level was dropping. He thought to himself that the stranger could be helped with new technology. Zhang noticed the warriors approaching, taking the small children with them. The protagonist saw that the guy sitting there was practically dead. The fighters were standing around looking at him. One of the warriors said they needed to salute their former friend. The stranger's standard of living dropped to 0%. Life left him. The guy's body started breaking up into big shiny pieces. They were dissolving. The stranger's body glowed with the brightest light. He almost fell apart. The protagonist looked at his new acquaintance with great excitement. Zhang stuck out his hand and shouted to the warriors to wait. He was still thinking of saving the guy. Suddenly, the protagonist's hand hit a black void. Zhang Yu found himself on an ordinary city street. He was shouting to someone in front of him. Passers-by looked at him in surprise. People looked at the main character with interest. They didn't understand what he was doing. Someone said the guy could be some kind of actor. The protagonist stood and stared in front of him. He remembered past words. The commander talked about how the special ones were obliged to remember important things. Zhang stood staring ahead of him with an unseeing gaze into the void in silence. The leader spoke in an important voice that one must not give up even at the last minute of life. The commander showed the pill in the container. After taking such a drug, the chances of further life are greatly reduced. The soldiers stood and listened to the commander. He told them to take the pill very carefully and cautiously. The leader instructed his subordinates to move forward until all others had been destroyed. He reminded the soldiers that they were the Night Watch. The main character got into the elevator in his building. He was taking it up to the right floor. Zhang Yu was in the elevator with a bag in his hands. He was deep in thought. The main character kept reminiscing about the dead guy on the street. The elevator arrived at the correct floor, and Zhang Yu stepped out of the door and walked down the hallway. The main character was walking and reminiscing about a stranger he saw on the street. The guy kept guffawing as he chatted. Zhang Yu walked to the front door. He decided that the stranger on the street just wanted to find a companion before he died. Zhang inserted the key into the lock. He remembered that the guy had passed away quietly and straightforwardly like an ordinary person. The protagonist opened the door to his apartment. He remembered that the stranger had passed away, and it didn't matter how ordinary he was. Zhang stood on the threshold of his dwelling. He thought he would never forget the stranger. The protagonist felt very tired from the whole experience. He even got a headache. The protagonist felt tired. He told himself that he would wash up and go to bed. The guy looked in the mirror and noticed that he only had half of his blood left. He felt like he was walking with difficulty. Jiang stood by the refrigerator. He kept thinking about the dead guy. He had 10% life before he died. He could still be helped. The protagonist opened the refrigerator and got groceries. He thought that training his body was not enough. Jiang put mountains of groceries in front of him. He told himself that willpower was also very important. Suddenly, the guy let go of all the groceries he was holding. A girl was lying on the bed and asked the guy, "Why isn't he answering his phone?" She said, "Did he go to the hen house to get eggs?" Jiang replied to the interlocutor that New Year's Eve was coming up and there were long lines. The hero asked Lu Yao Yao with interest, "Where did she get the keys to his house?" The girl replied to her interlocutor that Uncle Lee had asked her to take care of him. Lu Yao Yao looked at her friend anxiously. She asked, "Did he have a fight?" The protagonist told the interlocutor that it was getting late and she should go home. He added that Uncle Lu would get it wrong again. Lu demanded of the protagonist to turn around. Jiang Yu shouted that he was very hungry and wanted a bun. The girl grabbed the guy by his clothes. She demanded that he not go anywhere. Lu Yao Yao was very frightened. She looked at the protagonist anxiously. The girl anxiously examined her friend. She saw that he was very badly hurt. Lu was trying to hold the main guy. The main guy told her that he forgot to buy eggs. Jiang began to say that he was attacked and robbed on his way home. Then he caught up with the attacker and beat him up. The protagonist was telling his girlfriend in great detail how he had beaten his attacker. The girl reached out her hand with great attention and touched the protagonist's face. Lu Yao Yao was very frightened by the main character's appearance. She scrutinized him. The girl gently touched the protagonist's face with her hand. The guy grudgingly thought to himself that there was no way his girlfriend would believe bullshit. The main character dropped all his groceries on the floor. His girlfriend was standing next to him. The girlfriend put her hand on the guy's face. She examined him silently and carefully. Lu Yao Yao asked the protagonist with great excitement, "Does his head hurt?" Jiang Yu looked at his girlfriend and told her with a smile that he just wanted to sleep. Lu Yao Yao looked at her interlocutor silently and with great disbelief. The girl said grudgingly that she would tell Uncle Lee about everything. She didn't like the guy picking fights at night. The main character grabbed his girlfriend and said he was just standing up for himself. Lo replied to the guy that he couldn't convince her. Jiang Yu fell to the ground. He said he was too weak. The girlfriend asked the protagonist if he was all right. The girl excitedly told her friend that he needed to go to the hospital. Jiang said he had everything he needed at home. The girl asked the guy, did he really think she was going to give him medicine? The girl was helping her friend. The guy was screaming very loudly that he was in a lot of pain. Lul wrapped bandages around the protagonist. He yelled that he didn't want to be turned into a mummy. The girlfriend sternly asked the guy, will he do it again? Jiang Yu said it won't happen again. The girl sternly demanded that her interlocutor swear. Jiang Yu replied to the girl that he would not swear. The protagonist shouted to his interlocutor that he had a natural inclination to fight. Jiang Yu replied to the girl that he would never get into fights again. The girlfriend told the main character that she was leaving. Jiang told the girlfriend that she could stay the night and he has a big bed. Lu Yao Yao looked at the guy unhappily and twisted an obscene gesture at him. The girl left the apartment and closed the door behind her. The guy was left alone. The main character was lying quietly on the couch. He looked up relaxedly. The main character remembered that the dead guy asked to forward a message to the bad Yu. The guy jumped up abruptly. He was thinking very seriously about something of his own. Suddenly, some important clue struck the protagonist. He got worried. Jiang Yu remembered with great excitement that the dead guy didn't even give his name. The main character decided to log in. He activated the magical green sign. It began to glow and spin. Gradually, the green sign began to grow larger and more luminous. The system told the lad the details of the wandering spirit. He was another from the lower abyss. He belonged to the shadow and the dark beginning. Jiang Yu thought about it. He wondered if the first person he killed would be displayed somewhere. The guy stared at the screen. He thought that the murdered other might be consumed by a shadow bite before the murder registered. A very bright glow appeared on the system window. The protagonist looked at the screen carefully. The master had gotten a skill called Sneak Attack. He decided to review it first. The protagonist jumped up. He spread his arms. He stood in his room in front of the television set where the weather forecast was showing. Jiang Yu swung his arms and shouted to himself that he was practicing a sly kick. The protagonist stood in the room and concentrated on learning new combat skills. Jiang Yu suddenly felt uncomfortable. He shouted that the system had messed something up. The guy thought and said to himself that the whole problem might be that there was no target to attack. The protagonist collapsed on the couch. He told himself that he would try again. The protagonist opened the system menu. He began to explore the settings. The guy read all the details about himself into the system. He had a chance to sneak around in the shadows. Jiang Yu didn't understand why his skill worked in the dark. He didn't know what to do in the light. The system informed the guy that his shadow had undergone a drastic change. He could now control it and merge with it. The protagonist carefully read about the features of his skill in the shadow form section. He liked the new marvelous ability. The system said that if he was seriously injured, his blood volume would be delayed. It would slow the approach of death. The protagonist was very unhappy that there would only be a blood volume retention if it was at a reading of 99%. The protagonist decided to test his ability. He commanded a shadow to come out. A black ghost began to appear from the floor below. The protagonist waited for it to fully appear. John Yu watched with great attention as a shadow appeared in the room in front of him. The protagonist pointed his hand in front of the shadows and pointed a finger at her. The ghost extended his hand in the direction of his master and completely replicated his gesture. The protagonist's finger and the ghost's finger made complete and identical contact in midair. After a brief pause, the phantom began to disintegrate and shatter into pieces. The protagonist was surprised to see a shadow begin to creep across his body. Jiang looked at the transfiguration in his shadow with great attention and excitement. The black ghost stood and looked around the room with a glowing gaze. The protagonist has completely reincarnated into his shadow. He told himself that this is the form. The guy decided to test his new abilities while he would shadow. Jiang Yu flew up and started moving in all directions around the room. There was a bright glow around him. The protagonist moved very quickly in flight through all the nooks and crannies of his dwelling. Jiang was very satisfied. He joyfully replied to himself that he was moving at a great speed. The guy ran over and with a slight movement lifted his bed in front of him. Jiang was able to lift the furniture in front of him with one arm without any problem. He felt a great deal of strength. The protagonist took out a huge hammer to further test his skills. The main character hit himself with a huge 100-pound hammer. Jiang stood in the center of the room and shouted joyfully that he was now invincible. Suddenly, there was a loud, displeased shout from the neighbors. They demanded that the guy calm down. The boy's body came to its human form. He told himself that he really liked the shape of the shadow. There's a new menu in the system in front of the host. He decided to open it. The system suggested that the host try new abilities. She warned that there would be risks. Jiang Yu decided to try a new skill from the system. He wasn't afraid of risks. The guy thought about it. He was still contemplating turning down the system's offer. In the end, he decided that risks could turn into opportunities. The host agreed to the system's proposal. After that, he began to be pulled into the screen. Jiang Yu shouted that he was still undecided. A huge force began to twist the protagonist and twist him into different positions. There was a medicine bottle on the floor. It was almost completely empty. There was silence in the protagonist's room. The light from his window illuminated the surroundings. A small drop came out of the medicine bottle. It almost dripped on the floor. The protagonist's body was reborn and revived. He's back on his feet. The system informed the host that he has now become a born killer. Now he will need to behave covertly. The greater his reputation, the more victorious the results will be for him. From now on, there will be no salvation for the protagonist. The protagonist was scrutinizing his body. He said thoughtfully that Euron is inflicted even on God. The system informed the host that he would have an increase in his killing ability after activating the shadow form. The protagonist will also have a reduced need for a certain blood volume balance. An image of a small pig appeared in front of the guy. The system said that the host would be able to watch the gradual death of the victim. The main character chopped up a small pig very quickly. He was able to use a skill called decapitation in his attacks. The protagonist stood and scrutinized the details from the system. Jiang thought that his decapitation skill had activated the last time he had killed another. The main character told himself that he had the skills absolute damage and decapitation. Jiang Yu happily thought to himself. He realized that he had now become extremely advanced. The protagonist, looking up at the night sky from his balcony, shouted that he was now unbeatable. Suddenly the protagonist felt something very important in his body. Very quickly, the guy started winding up his white bandages and dumping them on the floor. Jiang Yu looked at his body in surprise. He remembered that he had many wounds. The boy looked closely at his arm. He realized that his deepest wound had disappeared. He figured it was all thanks to the medication. The protagonist looked at his body and noticed that he had something sticking out of the wound on his stomach. Jiang Yu happily thought to himself that because he had activated the shadow form, his recovery power had increased. In high school, a guy showed his girlfriend a yaoi video of the main character on his phone. The green-haired schoolgirl said that the protagonist had met some merchant yesterday and fought with him. The guy thought that Jiang Yu was hurt. He offered to go and see him. Lo told her friends that nothing happened to the main character. He was just chased by a dog. The students went to the protagonist's house. The girl thought that Jiang Yu was just bragging. A group of friends arrived at Jiang Yu's house. They walked down the hallway toward the door to his apartment. Lo was standing by the door. She told her friends they could see for themselves if they didn't believe it. The girl put the key in the door. She decided to open it and go inside with her friends. The schoolgirl asked her friend suspiciously, where did she get the key to the main character's house? Lo replied to her friends in an excited voice that Uncle Jiang Yu had given her the key. The girl opened the door. She told the protagonist that his friends had come to visit him. The guy was sitting in the center of the room. He was screaming that he was in a lot of pain. He was all clenched up. Zhang Yu held his hands near his stomach. He shouted to himself that he hadn't even thought that the wound might open. Lo ran up to the guy and asked, "Are there any more bandages?" The guy told his girlfriend that he thought the wound was healed and took off the bandages. The schoolgirl and her friend looked at the protagonist in surprise. She said that the boy was really hurt. A schoolboy supported the protagonist with his hands. He asked his friend, when did he manage to get so pumped up? Lo told strictly to her friends to go out into the living room. The main character stayed behind. The girlfriend started putting bandages back on the guy's body. He was screaming loudly. A student asked his girlfriend if the protagonist would feel better. The student said that Zhang Yu might feel better. A girl was cauterizing her friend's abdominal wound with ointment. The guy yelled that it hurt. Lo was sitting next to a friend on the bed. She said this ointment didn't hurt at all. The main character's attention was completely absorbed by his girlfriend. He looked at her with desire. Lo looked at her friend and said she needed to give his wound a good treatment. Zhang Yu watched carefully and with interest as the girl treated his wound. The girlfriend told the protagonist that he fights a lot. She asked Xiao Kun to give medicine. The protagonist replied that Xiao is stupid and clumsy. It will only get worse. The girl scrutinized the guy. She didn't like the words of the protagonist. Lo grabbed the lad by the cheek and shouted angrily that there was no uncle for him. The girlfriend demanded that the guy tell her what he did yesterday. She added, so the guy wouldn't make up nonsense. The protagonist looked gravely at his interlocutor and said that he had conducted a chivalrous act of justice. Lo looked at her friend unhappily and said that he was lying. The protagonist realized that he could not tell the truth to the girl about the fact that he had killed the other. The main character asked his girlfriend, "What time did Uncle Lu come back yesterday?" The girl replied, "Uncle Lu didn't come back at all." Zhang Yu said thoughtfully, "That night watch works very brutally." The girlfriend sat silent. She was thinking about her main characters. Zhang looked at the girl and thought she was worried about her father. The protagonist thought most of the night's watch was in daily danger. Uncle Lee was left without an arm. Even a strong man like Uncle was badly injured. It affected his stamina. The girlfriend looked at the guy and asked, "Will he go to work for night watch after passing the martial arts exam?" The main character didn't answer anything to the girl. He stood and stared intently at the table in front of him. Zhang Yu was in complete and deep thought. He didn't know what to say to the girl. After a long pause, the protagonist replied to his girlfriend that he didn't know. Zhang Yu asked his girlfriend very cheerfully, "Are there any hotties in the night watch?" The girl grabbed her friend's face and yelled loudly for him to shut up. School children stood near the door with interest listening to what was happening there with the main character and the Lu girl. Xiao asked with interest to the schoolgirl, "What is going on behind the door?" The student was surprised herself. The protagonist cheerfully greeted his school friends in his room. Zhang Yu asked his companions cheerfully, "Why did they come to him?" Xiao told his friend that he had a hard time yesterday, so they came to visit him. The schoolgirl asked the protagonist, "Does he feel better?" The student looked at the hickeys on Zhang Yu's arm and decided that the Lu Yao Yao girl was very energetic. The main character told his friends not to worry. He added that they could have a seat. Zhang began to delightfully tell his friends a story about being attacked outside a store by a large man with a bag in his hands. The girlfriend told the protagonist that she would go to the store and throw away his torn clothes. Zhang was telling his surprised friends about how he had been attacked by a bunch of big men from the forest. Suddenly the protagonist remembered something and looked at the girl very excitedly. Jiang ran up to his girlfriend and told her to wait for him. He still had important things left. The protagonist was surprised to see something fall out of the girl's hands from his clothes. Lo grudgingly noticed with surprise the hygiene product falling out of her clothes. The girl asked the protagonist with suspicion and interest, "Why would he want to do that?" Zhang replied to his girlfriend that she had a stomach ache yesterday. He wanted to give her the hygiene product when he got home from the store. A schoolgirl with green in hair took a picture of the main character and the girlfriend. Jiang Yu held out a pad to his girlfriend and told her not to be shy at all. Lo clutched the pad angrily in her hand. She was really pissed off. The girlfriend grudgingly told the protagonist that he didn't have to do that. And then the girl threw a hygiene product at the protagonist. Zhang looked at his girlfriend unhappily and said that even if she had pissed them off, she might not have yelled. The gasket was left lying on the floor after hitting the protagonist. The friends told the guy they were going to leave. The door slammed shut, and the protagonist was left alone. He said happily to himself that no one was bothering him now. Zhang activated his skill called Shadow Pupil. He decided to test it. Under the protagonist's feet was a huge glowing blue eye. Zhang commanded the shadow formation to begin. A blue glow appeared around him. One of the main character's eyes began to glow blue. He activated his special vision. The protagonist commanded himself that he would now start with training. The main character stood in the center of the room. There were blue swirls around him. The guy's body completely turned into a black ghost with glowing eyes. Zhang Yu said to himself that there must be a lot of pollution here, but he only feels comfort. The main character told himself that he felt as if he had lived in a polluted environment for a very long time. Then he found himself in a vast and clean space. Jiang stood in the center of the room. He said his stomach didn't hurt, and his blood volume had increased. The boy looked at his hands. He told himself to get started. The protagonist fell to the floor. He put his hands on it and decided to test his strength. Jiang prepared himself and pushed off the floor with all his might to take off. After a powerful jolt, the protagonist flew all the way to the ceiling. A bright glow remained underneath him. After a brief pause, the guy fell off and back from the ceiling to the floor. The protagonist shouted joyfully to himself that there was inexhaustible energy all around him. The guy would push himself off the floor and fly to the ceiling. He did that over 100 times. The system informed the protagonist that his body's energy was being completely released. He was becoming free. Jian's shadow bite is activated during training. It absorbs only darkness from the shadow layer. As a result, the physical condition is very strengthened. System repeated that the host's physical condition is strengthened during the class. The main character's body continued to pump. Another message about strengthening physical condition appeared. The protagonist shouted joyfully that he had gotten about 1,000 ways to strengthen himself. Jiang Yu told himself that there wasn't enough room for him here. He decided to practice outside. The main character ran outside to the sports field. There was no one around. Jiang Yu said to himself that if he was so capable in this world, he should be worshipped. The protagonist grabbed the crossbar with his hands. He decided to practice. Jiang Yu easily swung the bar in all directions. He told himself that he could become a champion on the bars. There was an important meeting going on at Nightwatch headquarters in the big building at the time. A group of people in business suits were walking down the corridors toward the Great Hall. The guests came through the door in a group and headed for the large table. The guy read that the disturbances in the shadow layer have increased. Someone involved said that the squads found gaps in the north, south, and east districts. The girl reported that the map shows that the contamination covers mostly residential areas. The girl looked at the chairman and said that all of this was not happening at all randomly as it had before. People sat around a large table in a meeting. There were documents in front of each of them. The chairman thought the others were showing up a lot more often lately. The man looked at the paperwork and thought that there had been 4 incidents in the last 2 days. They had resulted in people being pulled into the shadow layer. The supervisor scrutinized the pictures of the young lad. The man was looking at a picture of the body of a guy who was found on the street. The chairman thought to himself that no one knows when the others will attack next. The leader looked sideways at his subordinate. He thought that compared to the shadow layer anomaly, the breaches had become much more dangerous. The chairman suddenly compared the other in the shadow layer to a ferocious beast. The man decided that everything felt as if Godzilla had launched his attack. He imagined a huge monster. One of the armless warriors told his companions not to be discouraged. The warrior told his companions not to act as if they had completely lost. The man told his co-workers very seriously that they were ready for battle. The warriors stood and listened intently to the man. They were silent and focused. The chairman closed his eyes and thought deeply. He didn't know what to say to the others. The warriors were silent. They focused on the man beside him. The workers held sheets of paper in their hands. They scrutinized them. The man looked at his interlocutor and said he could continue. The guy told the meeting that they were now moving on to the recently suspended. After the meeting, the chairman stood by the huge window and looked out over the city. The man reached into his inside pocket and pulled out a pack of cigarettes. The chairman slowly took out a cigarette. He prepared to smoke. The man grudgingly told himself that he'd gotten himself into trouble just before New Year's Eve. Suddenly, something alerted and surprised the chairman. He was distracted from his musings. The man took the cigarette out of his mouth and noticed it was only a thin cookie. The chairman was very displeased. He said angrily to himself that someone had switched the cigarettes, at which time someone from outside accelerated and threw a pack of cigarettes in the man's direction. The chairman caught the cigarettes flying at him with his hand in a very swift and precise movement. The man turned and looked carefully to see who was still beside him. The one-armed warrior looked at the chairman and asked what was wrong with his face. The warrior looked at his companion and asked, "Does he want cigarettes too?" The man picked up a cigarette pack and banged it on the table. The chairman began to leisurely eat his biscuit-shaped cigarette. The man looked at the one-armed warrior and told him he was afraid of lung cancer. The warrior spit out his cigarette and with a malicious smile asked his interlocutor, "Is he afraid of this?" The man looked unhappily at his interlocutor and asked why the man had left him behind. The warrior exhaled cigarette smoke. He was silent and answered nothing to his interlocutor. The man tapped his finger on his cigarette. He said something else came from upstairs. The chairman was very surprised. He asked the warrior what had come. The one-armed warrior sat quietly and smoked. He answered nothing to his interlocutor. The chairman was very excited. He demanded that the interlocutor tell what else had appeared. The manager felt very much agitated. He prepared to sit down. The man asked his interlocutor, "Any confirmation?" The warrior told the chairman to check the laptop. The supervisor opened the laptop and began to study the information from it in detail. A man read a message that children of special ones should apply for admission after taking an exam. The chairman was sitting at the table. He asked the warrior what he could tell about himself. The leader pounded his fist on the table. He said thoughtfully that he wasn't honest about his abilities, and in general he might not stand out at all. The warrior was in no hurry. He sat and smoked slowly. He thought about what to say to his interlocutor. The man exhaled smoke and said very slowly that he didn't think so. The chairman asked the warrior if he wanted to send the boy to study special humanities. The interlocutor replied that the boy could be trained in ordinary crafts. The man said with a smile that the boy had not yet passed the test. He reminded his interlocutor that admission to the Faculty of Specials was mandatory. The warrior finished and put out his cigarette. He turned around and prepared to leave. The man headed for the exit. He told his companion that he would take a look. The warrior told the chairman to perform his duties with special attention. The secretary entered the office. She had a lot of documents in her hands. The girl apologized to the boss for disturbing him. The man demanded that the secretary tell him what was wrong. The secretary put the papers on the desk and said that a message had just been received from the shadow layer. The chairman opened a folder of documents and began to study it very carefully. There was a picture of the main character in the document. It was reported that he was labeled a crazy athlete. The description indicated that the enemy looked like a dark creature and resembled a shadow. It was stated that the target did not tire at all and showed great interest in sports. The document contained a photograph of the protagonist surrounded by soldiers. It was reported that the enemy salutes when approaching the detector. The secretary told the boss that the observers had found a lot of strange things. She wanted to ask the man. The chairman stared angrily at the picture of the shadow. He couldn't figure out what kind of other had appeared. Night descended on the city. The protagonist was in the shadow layer. Zhang Yu noticed a huge and predatory spider in front of him on a city street. The spider contains a lot of protein. The main character was filming the spider on his phone. He dictated that the spider meat was very juicy and tasty. Zhang looked at the phone and said that there were many people who appreciated the shadow layer. He decided that it would soon become popular on the internet. The guy was interested. He decided to see if there were other people filming other people. Suddenly, a system window appeared in front of the owner. He even dropped his phone in surprise. The protagonist read a message from the system. It reminded him of the decapitation skill. Zhang waved his hand in front of the system window. He figured she was threatening him. Suddenly, the main character noticed something very important. He looked at the message with excitement. The system window told the guy he had a deadline of 100 hours. The protagonist was astonished. He told himself that his life would be over in 100 hours. The main character was very much astonished and frightened. He didn't understand why he only had 100 hours left. Zhang Yu remembered the system's warning that opening a skill could bring great risks. The protagonist began to reassure himself. He said that he would have to think of something. According to the decapitation skill, if the guy doesn't enter first, he will die. He doesn't need to be afraid of killing. A peaceful life is only possible after a series of constant killing. Zhang Yu realized that he would have to fulfill the position of a hunter and hunt. The guy realized that he could live as long as he killed others. The system told him that part of a hunter's life was to kill constantly. Zhang Yu understood the message from the text that he could gain immortality through hunting. The guy had read that after the decapitation skill, when the physical body died, it would go into another shell. Zhang Yu was interested. He didn't understand what another shell meant. The main character said unhappily to himself that he can't be happy because of the killing process. If he can't be killed otherwise, he will have to turn to Uncle Lee. Zhang looked at the spider. He realized that he would need to kill the predator to earn life points. The guy placed a smartphone on the side of the ground. He decided to record a video. Zhang wasn't afraid of the night watch catching him. The protagonist activated his special skill. He turned into a phantom warrior. At that time, a video recording was activated on the phone. The main character got ready to start his speech. Zhang began to tell the audience that he would show them another in the guise of a spider today. Online users wrote many comments. The protagonist told the audience to wait quietly. Zhang was holding a huge baton. He said that he would rather keep quiet so as not to break the silence. The guy was holding a formidable wooden weapon. He spent several thousand yuan on it. The demonic spider looked angrily at the man. Its entire body glowed with bright fire. The guy was standing in front of a huge predator. He started to get really scared of it. The protagonist raised his hands up to try and scare the spider. The raptor turned back to him. Zhang watched the spider's reaction with excitement. He realized that something had gone wrong. The man stood and looked very frightened at the demonic predator. The protagonist thought the spiders wouldn't see him, thanks to his shadow form. He now needed to learn about the predator's weaknesses. The evil spider became enraged. He decided to use his web against the man. The protagonist realized that now was the best time to attack. Zhang Yu swung his baton to strike the predator as soon as possible. Half an hour later, the spider was still sitting on Earth. He said that he had been in this world for a long time, and the environment was very comfortable for him. The predator told himself he had to be careful. Then he could live in complete comfort. Predator said he just had to fight some ugly guy. He got hurt a little, but he got a full meal. The spider said he needed to get some sleep, and then he'd recover. Suddenly the spider began to come to life and pass into itself. Its body glowed brightly. The raptor was wearing a spider sensor. He realized someone was watching. The guy stood with his baton. The spider couldn't figure out where the tracking might be coming from. He figured it was somewhere nearby. He felt he was not safe here. He decided to spend the night somewhere else. Suddenly something alerted the dangerous predator. He stopped. The protagonist then delivered a powerful and crushing blow to the spider. The body of a huge spider fell to the ground. Dust clouds flew around it. Zhang skillfully stuck the baton into the predator's body. He felt the shadow flowing out of him like a river. The guy thought that he was able to come out to his full power because he had found the right point to strike. The protagonist grabbed his baton. He noticed that the spider only had 40% of its blood left. Suddenly something stirred in the guy's mind. He noticed that the spider had decided to attack him. From the powerful blow from the other, the man's body flew far to the side. Zhang crashed into a wall after flying. He came to his senses and said he wasn't hurt at all. The predator screamed after the strong blow. Zhang looked joyfully at his opponent. He realized that he had stuck the stick into the right place of the spider and caused it to bleed. The protagonist walked leisurely and headed towards the other to finish him off. Zhang Yu activated his special skill called Shadow Attack. The guy started to blur after the spell was activated. He needed to get closer to the other. The protagonist opened his glowing eyes. He continued to watch the spider. The guy was in deep water. He saw the spider as if it was restrained in some kind of ball. Jiang Yu thought to himself that there was no need for him to fight the other face to face. One would just have to wait for the right moment to attack. There were several clubs sticking out of the spider's body. The protagonist knew he had to deliver the fatal blow to the victim. The guy realized he needed to strike a different and special blow. The protagonist prepared to kill the victim. He shouted that the hunt was on. The girl was watching videos on her phone. The guy was telling her he was a member of the Night Watch and wanted to explain the construction of low ranking and... In another video, a Lalala girl wanted to tell subscribers about going to a small restaurant in an alley. The schoolgirl was sitting on her bed watching various videos. One user told viewers that he had been very busy lately. The girl's clothes were lying next to her on the bed. Some user told in the video that he was helping his family. The student with blonde hair told herself that she was bored since there was nothing interesting lately. Suddenly, something caught the schoolgirl's attention. She looked at her phone with interest. A girl saw the broadcast of user Yu from Badu City. The girl could not understand what kind of place she was seeing on the recording. During his broadcast, the EU showed viewers various monsters flying over the city. The girl was very excited because of the fact that she could see the real others without framing. The main character was telling users about a demonic creature. It belonged to the lower other. Users wrote a huge number of positive comments. The girl didn't like that the other users were posting disgusting and made-up comments. She didn't like this bold behavior. The schoolgirl was looking at her phone with great attention. She was interested in the broadcast. The girl wrote to the main character in a comment that she could help him. The student noticed the main character on the broadcast disappear and dissolve into the form of a shadow. The schoolgirl thought that if the user had disappeared, it meant someone else was broadcasting. The girl said thoughtfully, things were getting much more interesting for her. The protagonist flew up and prepared to kill the spider from on high. Jiang Yu swung his foot to finish off the baton in the predator's body. The protagonist struck the other one with a powerful blow. The spider was thrown a little to the side. Jiang Yu stood looking at the predator in front of him. He prepared to attack it once more. The spider fell to the ground from the hard blow. Large shards flew in all directions. The raptor lifted up and came to his senses. There were huge pillars of dust all around him. He saw the red beam coming from the ground and he looked at it with great attention. The protagonist walked up behind the raptor and gently poked it with his finger. The spider turned around and looked in surprise at the man behind him. Jiang Yu waved at the spider cheerfully and with a smile. He shouted that he was here. The viewers of the broadcast watched as the spider made attempts to hit the man. The main character skillfully dodged the attacks of the predator. The girl was looking at her phone with great attention. She was interested in the main character. The schoolgirl said cheerfully to herself that the presenter was very quick and handsome. The evil spider spat out a huge volume of purple acid in the direction of the man. Dangerous acid began to spill over the ground and burn everywhere. A dangerous predator stood in a lake of purple liquid. The protagonist could no longer simply approach it. Dino was very happy because of the fact that he was able to activate the skill for his defense. The main character asked the spider if he thought there was nothing he could do if the earth was covered in acid. The spider turned to the side and noticed that the man was standing on the roof looking at him. Jiang Yu looked down at the monster and said, "Shadows everywhere." The protagonist jumped from a great height and flew towards the spider. The vicious predator spat a tight stream of purple acid in the direction of the man. The other continued to attack the high-rise building with the acid he spewed out of himself. The main character traveled by flight. He said he could teleport and pass through buildings. Jung Yu kicked off the ground to jump up higher. He called himself a hunter from the shadows. The protagonist ran up to the baton and grabbed it in his hands. He prepared to attack next. The spider approached the man from behind. The guy told himself that he remembered his name clearly. Jung Yu swung his baton straight into the spider's mouth. The giant predator was standing there, and the main character was underneath and holding a club. The guy wanted to scream his name. The main character shouted angrily his name was Yu. He prepared to finish off the spider. The city looked as if it had died out. The whole place shimmered in green light. Jung Yu pointed his hand towards the spider and shouted, activating the shadow bite. Black tentacles came out of the main character's body from different directions and headed for the spider. The protagonist stood and watched as the demonic monster died and crumbled. The guy was standing next to the victim, white ribbons hanging off his body. Jung Yu stretched out his hand to the side. He came close to the destroyed spider. The guy put his foot on the skeleton of the destroyed monster. He said the hunt was over. The viewers of the broadcast were very amazed. They wrote positive comments. The schoolgirl was very amazed by what she saw. The main character really captured and amazed her. The girl stared at the phone with burning eyes. She had never seen anything like this before. The user was channel surfing a main character named Assassin. The girl pressed a key on her phone and subscribed to a new channel. A schoolgirl texted the main character. She suggested to him that he take her with him. The system informed the protagonist that the shadow spider belonged to the ancient demons. It possessed the first level of medium rank. The spider had some special powers. It could use acid or spitnet. The protagonist was surprised that the killed and other had only a first-level medium rank. Jang Yu thought that there was a big gap in strength between him and the spider. He took advantage of the shadow attack. The protagonist noticed on his phone to himself excitedly that he had a lot of viewers. The main character shouted to his subscribers that the live broadcast was over. He decided that for today, he would leave his viewers in the dark. Jang activated a special skill called Shadow Net. He needed to move upwards. The guy launched a magical thread from his hand and it caught on top of a tall building. Jang began to speed up the thread up the building. He was delighted with the new skill. The protagonist was floating high above the ground and holding on by his thread alone. With surprise and delight, the main character laughed loudly and contentedly to himself. He shouted that he was Spider-Man. Suddenly, with a huge acceleration, the protagonist banged his head into the building. After a tremendous impact, the protagonist knocked against a building and began to fall downward. Jang Yu told himself that he needed to practice more with his thread. The system informed the protagonist that he had 7 days left. Jang was unhappily surprised that his life expectancy had increased by only 3 days. Jang sat on top of the lantern. He figured it wasn't easy for him to find others. He should back up. The system informed the protagonist that a new value had been unlocked for him in the form of authority. Jang was given the ability to tag his victim. This allowed him to find his weaknesses and strike. A tag can only be created for 1 second. Each tag will take a certain amount of energy. The system warned the host that it could reveal its location with the new feature. The system informed the protagonist that when he would hunt marked prey, he would gain agility and strength. Jung was surprised that he had the authority skill unlocked. He didn't realize when he had managed to become so famous. The guy saw with surprise that he had an increased number of viewers in the broadcast. The main character said he would hunt others, gain subscribers, and unlock new abilities. As a result, his strength and abilities will increase. Jang Yu said to himself confidently that he needed to try a little harder today. At which time the guy, using his special vision, spotted a new target nearby. Jang scrutinized as a huge purple monster with fangs appeared in front of him. The protagonist jumped up above the street to reach his goal. Jang against the new target activated a special skill called decapitation. The protagonist raced with great enthusiasm and excitement to strike another monster. The next day, the protagonist woke up in his hometown in the morning. The girl used medical instruments to help the guy recover from his wounds. Jang Yu shouted loudly and unhappily to his companion that he was in a lot of pain. Lu looked sternly at her friend and asked, "Who did he fight with again?" The protagonist and his girlfriend were sitting on the couch near the table. She reached out to him. Jang looked at the girl and said he was going to be a hero. She wouldn't be able to understand him. Lu looked at the guy and said, "Heroes don't whine every day about being hurt." The girl continued to treat the wounds on the guy's face. She told him to stay out of it if he didn't have the right skills. The main character said that he could also instantly heal his injuries with a shadow form. The girlfriend looked at the guy surprised and uncomprehending and asked what he was talking about. The main character took a water bottle in his hands and suggested that the girl watch some movie. A friend was reading a movie ad on her phone. She said there wasn't much to see. Lu was looking at her phone. She told a friend that there was a new blogger who had recently come out and piqued everyone's interest. The protagonist was surprised to hear a girl ask about an interesting blogger. The girlfriend handed the protagonist her phone to watch the video. The main character saw a recording on his phone of him as a ghostly shadow. Jong Yu was very much startled and amazed when he saw his entry in the phone. The girlfriend asked her interlocutor, "Was he really that stunned?" The main character excitedly asked the girl how long she's been watching uBlogger lately. Lu happily replied the interviewer that she has been watching the blogger for 2 days now. She added that Yu has become the most popular and unusual blogger. Jong Yu fearfully reminded the girl that publishing others was punishable by law. The girl was silent. She pondered the words of the protagonist with excitement. Lu told the interlocutor that he should not divulge his knowledge of the others. The girlfriend sat closer to the protagonist and wanted to show him a real fight with the other one. Lu put her arm around the protagonist. They were watching an interesting video at the time. The girlfriend delightedly shouted that the EU blogger is very cool and should be taken as an example. The protagonist looked excitedly at the video on his phone. Lu said cheerfully that there was another video. There another blogger did a clip breakdown. The boy looked at his girlfriend admiringly and with great interest. The girl looked at the video on her phone with great interest and admiration. The guy scrutinized his girlfriend Lu. He was silent and didn't know what to say to her. The girlfriend with a very cheerful smile asked the protagonist, "Can she be famous too?" Jong Yu asked the girl what she planned to videotape. Would she really put on a wide white dress and dance in it? Lu excitedly told a friend that she could record clips of the others. The protagonist told the interviewer that she could be just like a member of the Night Watch. Jong Yu told her girlfriend that if she went out in that outfit, her fans would start following her. Lu was a little shy. The protagonist told the girl with a smile that she shouldn't expect anything good. Lu looked at her friend admiringly and asked, "Is nothing worth waiting for good?" The girl behind the protagonist's back pulled out a gun. The guy got worried. Lu introduced a weapon to the guy from behind. Jong Yu was very frightened. The girl menacingly asked the guy, "Did he get injured when he was tracking someone down too?" Jong Yu put his hands up and fearfully shouted to the girl that he was joking. The girlfriend replied sternly to the guy that she didn't know he was telling the truth. The guy asked Officer Lu to give him a break. The girl demanded that the protagonist go and cook a meal. The main character, very tired, plopped down with his phone on the chair. He breathed a sigh of relief. Jong Yu, who was happy to himself that finally his girlfriend left, he started reading the messages in his phone. Users have differently evaluated and commented on the blogger's videos. Jong told himself that he was even annoyed that there were so many posts. The main character noticed something interesting. He was looking at his phone very carefully. People were very interested. They wrote positive comments. Some of the users started writing that the videos from EU were fake. The protagonist was surprised. He didn't understand why people thought he was a fraud. The guy had a link to a video on his phone in the menu. He decided to open it. The protagonist was excited to watch a video blogger named Earthy Dao. He decided to expose one fraudster. Full Man was telling viewers that everyone had already watched the video from the author of Yu. The blogger suggested check if Yu has everything real in the video. The whistleblower showed people the video and said it should be analyzed. He said that the video showed a noticeable splicing of frames. The man showed another excerpt from the videotape and said there was editing. The main character was not happy with the whistleblower. Jong Yu cut some pictures out of the video. The man explained to subscribers that he is a freelancer of the Night Watch. For this reason, he can recognize a fake at a glance. The protagonist opened a list of comments in the whistleblower's video. Some of the users believed the whistleblower. Some of them supported the blogger EU. The main character told himself that people are fools and don't understand anything. He decided that users would someday learn the truth. Jiang got up from the couch and stretched. He told himself that if his video was fake, he should start hunting others. The protagonist picked up the phone. He realized he needed to teach the Earth Tao a lesson. The main character recorded a new video of himself. This was to change the minds of users who did not believe him. Late in the afternoon, Jong Yu went on another hunt. He walked around the outskirts of the city. The guy took a mini camera. He decided to use it to make a new tape. Jong Yu attached the camera directly to the front of his clothes. This was to help him make the best recording possible. The protagonist was sitting on the roof. He thought that today the number of others was smaller than yesterday. The shadow layer is thrown off from time to time. Suddenly, the protagonist heard something suspicious. He turned to the side. Jang Yu saw a huge purple monster in front of him. He thought it was a 6th ranked other. The guy pulled out a huge baton. He decided to see what the other 6th ranker could do. The protagonist shouted loudly and joyfully that the hunt had begun. He walked to the edge of the roof. Jong Yu moved his foot near the very edge of the roof to step further down. At the very last moment, the protagonist stopped near the edge of the roof. The guy was scared. He realized he couldn't jump because he might crash. Jong Yu slowly walked down the stairs. He said that he should walk calmly without any sudden movements. A huge and tall purple-colored monster was walking down the street. The main character was looking at him carefully. The other one had a mask on his head. He was looking around with an attentive and predatory gaze. The protagonist told himself that he would activate the tag to put it on the target. The monster turned around. His hands were armed with huge and dangerous blades. The protagonist looked at his target. He knew that the marked one felt great fear at the same instant. Jiang Yu thought that the current monster was similar to another with blades that he had encountered before. The protagonist drew his baton. He looked closely at the monster. He told himself that he too had undergone a change. Jiang Yu attacked his interlocutor with a baton. He used the six-strike technique. After a powerful blow from the protagonist, the monster's life level began to drop. Jiang Yu shook off his strength from the ground to leap as high up as possible. Jiang Yu was soaring high. He looked intently at the monster flying overhead. The protagonist shouted joyfully that the chase was on. He activated the tag. The protagonist swung his baton in flight to strike his opponent. Jiang Yu was able to turn away from the guy's attack very quickly and deftly. Jiang Yu hit the building with his baton. The protagonist was surprised and worried. He realized he couldn't just defeat the other one now. A huge monster was flying between large buildings. The protagonist prepared to attack it again. Jiang Yu kicked his foot away from the building in flight and started flying to the side. The protagonist continued to fly through space. He pounded his blades against the building with all his might. The monster landed on the ground. The protagonist stood nearby and swung around to attack. A different one shouted very angrily and loudly. He had a huge and predatory beak sticking out of his mouth. The monster, with the help of its huge and predatory beak, tried to attack the protagonist. Jiang Yu stood on the ground not far from the monster. He held his large baton in his hands. Another decided to use his special skill against the man. He sent out magical waves. Jiang Yu felt dizzy. He thought that the monster was mentally attacking him. The other got very close to the man and tried to attack him with his knives. The protagonist was surprised and frightened. He didn't expect his opponent to be able to hurt him. Jiang Yu crouched down on the ground and rested his baton on it. He felt that he had suffered a blow from the enemy. The protagonist frightenedly noted to himself that his monster had consumed 34% of his blood in a single blow. The huge demon flew in front of the protagonist and swung his blades in his hands. The protagonist excitedly realized that this other one had very powerful attacks. Jiang Yu thought excitedly to himself that he needed to follow some kind of strategy. The monster conducted another martial attack towards the protagonist. Jiang Yu successfully bounced to the side. The man moved very quickly to get a safe distance away from the monster. The demon stood at a distance. He swung his arms around and prepared to attack the boy again. The monster stood and looked at the protagonist. Jiang Yu prepared to fight off the other one. The demon looked at the man in surprise. He felt as if something had caught his eye. Jiang Yu stood in front of his opponent. He looked around in a very worried and surprised manner. The protagonist swung around and hit his opponent with all his might. Jiang Yu cheerfully shouted to the demon to look at his top. The protagonist abruptly pushed himself off the ground and jumped up to strike the other. Jiang threw very powerful punches at his opponent. He shouted to the demon that this was his territory. The monster didn't give up. The tentacles in its mouth glowed with a very bright white light. The other once again swung his arms around to strike his opponent. The guy angrily asked the monster, "Is Toth still trying to do something?" He was beating him with his feet. The protagonist tried to kill the monster as soon as possible with a huge number of blows. The demon began to lose its energy. Jiang Yu swung both his arms and hands and shouted that he was using the decapitation skill. The protagonist put his two hands together to kill the monster with a single blow. At the very last moment, he stopped. Zheng Yu looked at his victim with surprise. He noticed something unusual on the other. The protagonist looked at the demon's face with interest. He asked, "Is that the one from the Night's Watch?" Jiang couldn't understand why the other was here and why he had become like this. At this time, the monster suddenly regained its strength and jumped to its feet. The demon turned around and began to slowly move away from the protagonist. The guy yelled for the other to stop. The protagonist rushed after the demon at full speed and yelled that he wanted to talk. Jiang Yu ran down a deserted night street. There was no one around. Gradually, the guy got tired and his strength left him. The protagonist stopped convulsively and was breathing very heavily after running. Jiang Yu walked leisurely down the street. He couldn't run any further. He had no strength. The guy was standing on a deserted street and breathing heavily. He was feeling very tired. System informed the protagonist that he had found his prey. She added that the guy was looking forward to the next successful hunt. Jiang Yu felt that he had little strength left. He stood there and just breathed tiredly. The system informed the host that at the last moment the victim fled and the hunt failed. The protagonist was walking down a deserted street. The system informed the protagonist that due to prolonged failure, he might become weak, and his life expectancy would be shortened. Guy got a message that deep down he realizes that only constant hunting will increase his credibility. As a result, he can gain power over death. At certain moments, the protagonist has wondered what it means to live. Maybe for him, life is a hunt or something else. Zhang Yu stood looking in front of him. The system reported that he would be in a constant wait for death. The protagonist thumped the system's scoreboard with his fist. Zhang Yu angrily and grudgingly demanded of the system to stop. The protagonist stood near the system window. Bright lightning flashed around him. The guy thought to himself that a hero who sacrifices himself to save people always becomes like this. The protagonist held his hand out in front of him. He noticed something interesting nearby. The protagonist was looking at his reflection in the window. He thought about what would happen if he died. Zhang Yu excitedly thought to himself that he would turn into a monster after death. The protagonist swung his arm. He told himself there was no turning back. The protagonist finally decided to himself that he had to keep hunting. Zhang Yu was located in a desolate place. It was the eastern district at the gathering place in the wasteland. The guy remembered that he'd been told that this was a place where others gathered all the time. For that reason, he had nothing to worry about. The protagonist looked surprised in front of him and noticed the pupil of a shadow. The protagonist then decided to quickly teleport through the hole to the roof of the building. After teleporting, the guy jumped sharply onto the roof of the house. He decided to look around. Zhang Yu looked and realized that the number of others here was much higher. The guy saw ghosts in different places in the building. He figured they weren't very brave, so they wouldn't come out of the building. The protagonist looked around the building in front of him in surprise. He saw something else interesting there. Zhang Yu was surprised to note that some pink-colored monster was sitting on the roof right in front of him. The protagonist examined the other beside him with great interest and attention. The guy noticed that the huge monster was eating meat and holding a bone in its mouth. Zhang Yu noticed that the other's leg was seriously injured. For this reason, his blood volume dropped. The protagonist told himself confidently that he would not stumble again. The main character stood on the roof and looked at the demon. The guy decided to activate his special skills. Zhang Yu was able to use his special abilities to move and get behind the other one. The protagonist stood and looked back at the huge demon in front of him. The predator sensed the man behind him. He immediately turned around. Zhang Yu dodged in time to attack the protagonist with his special skills. The protagonist was able to evade the enemy attack very quickly. He completely sprawled out on the roof. Zhang thought to himself that his opponent was very vigilant. He thought that the others here were much more cautious than in his territory. The protagonist was hanging from the edge of the roof. He noticed that the demon had red dots on his body. Zhang Yu looked at the other man carefully. He decided that he should be patient and wait for him to calm down. The protagonist noticed an important change on the body of the other, and he realized it was okay to attack him. Zhang tagged his opponent. He prepared to finish him off quickly. The Lu girl was in the apartment the next day. She decided to cook a meal. Lu heard someone coming through the front door. She thought the protagonist had returned. Lu asked the guest grudgingly, "Why did he come back so late?" Without turning around, the girlfriend told the protagonist that he could help her. The girl turned around and saw that her father and Uncle Lee had walked into the house. The man told his friend that he was raising his daughter for his family. Lu continued to prepare the food. She told father that he was talking nonsense again. The girl turned around and asked the men, "Why are they back so early?" The father suggested that his daughter pack up and have a nice meal. Lu turned around and told the man that there was no need to go to the restaurant. She had almost finished preparing the food. Uncle Lee sat down at the table. He told his companions that they could sit together for the time being. Uncle Lee asked the girl, "Where did Xiao Yu go?" The girl said that he might have gone out for a walk. The man didn't like that the guy left and left her alone. That's when the main character came to the door. Zhang was undressing near the entrance. He shouted from the doorstep to his girlfriend that he wanted to eat and was hungry. The guy told the girlfriend that she had prepared a delicious meal. The main character told the girl he was in a good mood and bought her a lollipop. The guy went into the kitchen and noticed Uncle Lee and the girl's father there. He got very excited. Zhang Yu looked at the men in front of him, very agitated and unhappy. The protagonist slowly put the lollipop he had bought for the girl into his pocket. Zhang Yu cheerfully told his companions that he had been held up by a dog and had gotten into trouble on the way. Uncle Lu was sitting at the table. He motioned for the boy to sit down and chat together. The man put his hand on the guy's shoulder and said that it's no big deal that all guys fight. The man asked the protagonist, "Which girl in the short skirt is he walking with?" Lu replied that the guy was out with his girlfriend, Yu Zhuer. The man said that this girl is very good looking. She is white, clean, and also undefined figure. People were sitting at the table having dinner. A man offered Uncle Lu a drink to his success. The main character looked at his girlfriend. He noticed that she was blushing very red after Uncle Lu's words. The one-armed man offered cheerfully to his companions to raise their glasses. The protagonist raised his glass and shouted cheerfully that he was drinking to Uncle Lu. Zhang Yu excitedly and in a volley completely drained his glass to the bottom. The man looked at the protagonist carefully. He thought to himself that the guy wasn't bad. Zhang Yu offered the man some vegetables to eat. He said, Uncle Lu is away from home all day, so he doesn't often get to eat the food that Yao Yao makes. The main character said with a smile that Yao Yao girl cooks at home very often. For that reason, her skills must be top-notch. The man was very much surprised after hearing such words from the protagonist. The father looked at his daughter. He decided that the girl was offering a lot of effort to take care of the main character. She cooks a variety of meals for the guy. Jiang Yu sat at the table and looked at the man with a satisfied look. The guests in the big house sat at the table for a long time. They made various toasts and drank. The main character said goodbye to the man and the girl. Yao Yi said goodbye to the guy. After the guests left, the guy went into the kitchen and opened the refrigerator. Jiang Yu took the bottle in his hands. He looked at the man and asked if he was thirsty. Uncle Lu replied that he was not thirsty. The man sat down on the couch. The protagonist was drinking water from a bottle. Jiang Yu drank the water from the bottle greedily. He could not get enough. Uncle Lu was sitting on the couch. He was completely silent. After that, he decided to address the guy. The man turned to the main character and said he wanted to ask him something. Uncle Lu glanced at the hero and asked sternly if he had any abilities. The protagonist was very much taken aback by such an unexpected question from a man. The protagonist stood with his back to the man. He couldn't explain to him what he was thinking. If the uncle said he'd been on the night watch for 20 years. He asked the guy when he got his powers. The protagonist was worried. He didn't know what to say to the man. He told the man that his ability had appeared half a month ago. Mr. asked the boy how he got the ability. The protagonist turned to his interlocutor and asked, "Is the one conducting the interrogation?" Uncle Lee took a cigarette. He told the guy to take it easy and just talk. The protagonist thoughtfully replied to the man that he did not remember how his features had been awakened. The man replied incredulously to the lad that such a situation was very rare. The protagonist replied to the interlocutor that everything could have happened because of his talents. The boy looked anxiously at Uncle Lee in front of him. The man was silent. The man put his hand on the protagonist's shoulder. The guy thought to himself whether Uncle Lee had his powers activated. The guy and his companion were sitting on the sofa. The protagonist glanced at the clock on the wall. Uncle Lee said that this year everyone must pass the martial arts exam. The guy replied calmly to the man that he and the girl Yao Zhao know it. The man said that in recent years, the night watch units had been under a lot of pressure. He informed the boy that if he did not pass the martial arts exam, it would be no big deal. The boy asked excitedly to the man, "Does the man offer him a backup?" Uncle Lee held a cigarette in his hand. He told the boy that he would be able to choose one of several universities for admission. Jiang Yu asked cheerfully to the man, could he just take away the certificate if he didn't want to enroll? Uncle Lee got angry. He slapped the protagonist across the face with his hand. The man told the protagonist that he would go to Lindong University. The atmosphere there is very favorable. After studying, the guy will get a stable job and live happily with Yao Yao's girlfriend. The main character grabbed his head. He was very unhappy about being hit by Uncle Lee. The man looked very unhappily at the protagonist. The guy was wondering what to say to him. Jiang Yu looked at the man and said that he wanted to try to become special. Uncle Lee jumped up and shouted menacingly at his interlocutor that he should obey. The man quickly calmed down. He continued to breathe deeply and excitedly to himself. Whether the uncle stood and held his hand in front of the protagonist's face. Jiang Yu looked at the man and said that if the man didn't let him, he would go to the night watch and pawn him off. The man got angry. He asked the boy unhappily, "Does the man want to pawn him off?" Uncle Lee stood and looked very sternly at the guy sitting in front of him. The man said sternly that the world of the special ones was much more dangerous than the boy could imagine. He added for Jiang Yu to study with peace of mind. The protagonist replied to the interlocutor that he was also serious. He added that the man would not be able to always take care of him. Uncle Lee was silent. He was looking at the protagonist carefully and thinking about something of his own. After a long pause, Uncle Lee told the boy that he would regret his decision. He added that Jiang Yu could approach him if he wanted to transfer. Guy asked Uncle Lee not to put a stick in his wheels. The man turned around and told the protagonist he was leaving. At the last minute, the guy asked the man to wait for him. Jiang Yu said that the special ones must use all their strength before they die so that they don't become different. The boy asked the man, "Can it be that a person can still become different, even if he has exhausted all his strength?" Uncle Lee turned around and looked unhappily at his interlocutor. The man explained to the boy that such a situation could arise if a person's abilities were special. The man asked the protagonist why he was asking. Jiang Yu replied that he was asking out of sporting interest. Uncle Lee started to put on his shoes. He told the kid that if he chose martial arts, sooner or later he would face it all. The man told the protagonist that he should take a break and stop fighting. Jiang replied with a smile to his interlocutor that he would. Uncle Lee turned around and told the protagonist that this year's challenge would take place before the new year. The man at the door said goodbye to the protagonist to get ready. After Uncle Lee left, the boy took off his shoes and left them in the hallway. The protagonist sat on the couch and was silent. He was thinking about something of his own. Jung thought deeply. He remembered the guy who died in front of him. The main character thought the dead guy had become different because of his powers or because of outside influences. Jung thought to himself that he might be wrong about something. He thought that the other might have an ability that caused hallucinations. A girl received a message on her phone that blogger Yu had published a new video. She was very happy. Viewers wrote disgruntled comments on the channel. The girl read them all carefully. The user noticed that the number of haters has increased a lot lately. She was very displeased. The girl sat and carefully wrote comments on her phone. She reported that people didn't understand anything and wrote that Yu was using video editing. The girl's attention was completely absorbed in her phone. She was getting ready to watch a new video. The viewer said to herself that the Yu blogger certainly can't be a liar. The user said that if the guy was a liar, he wouldn't have released a video like this. The main character stood on the roof of a building and looked down. The girl was enthralled. The viewer was mesmerized by the broadcast from the EU. She was particularly struck by the view from the heights. The girl was completely transported into the world of the protagonist. She saw him standing on the roof. She felt completely immersed. The protagonist sharply pushed off the rooftops and flew down at full speed. Guy was flying overhead over tall buildings in the city. Girl was next to him. The groupie fearfully held onto the main character's clothes and flew next to him. The girl closed her eyes in fear and excitement. She even screamed in surprise. The groupie opened her eyes fearfully. She saw her flying along with her boyfriend. The protagonist abruptly changed his flight path. The girl held onto him. The girl had already stopped being afraid. She thought happily that she was now observing the power of the special one. Some powerful bright beam appeared from the side and it hit the protagonist. The guy and the girl fell from a great height to the ground in the street. A huge monster came up and put his green foot on the protagonist. The guy and the girl were scared. The girl looked at the green monster in surprise and realized there was another one standing in front of her. The protagonist prepared to fight against the other. He let go of his long sticks. The guy jumped up with the sticks in his hands and hit the monster with all his might. The other one fell to the ground. The stranger sat with the boy, and they looked at the monster intently. The girl thought and said to herself that the main character was very handsome. The girl stood back and watched excitedly as the demon beat up the protagonist. Jiang Yu swung around and struck the other in front of him with a very strong kick from his foot. The demon swung his arm around to hit the guy with all his might and with a swing. The girl was very excited. She realized that she was seeing a real battle between the special and the other. Everything looked absolutely real to her. The protagonist jumped from his seat high up. He had to defend himself against an enemy attack. He looked around fearfully and noticed that the protagonist wasn't around. Jiang Yu came up behind the demon and knocked it with all his might. The girl looked closely and realized that the Beidou assassin in front of her was a Beidou assassin. After the monster was destroyed, a green puddle was left on the ground instead. The protagonist extended his hand towards the other. He said as he began to use the shadow bite skill. The girl decided that the main character had absorbed the demon the same way the guy had absorbed the other spider before. The fan got really excited. She realized that the guy would get new powers. After a successful hunt, the protagonist returned home. He took off his clothes and threw them in the trash. Jiang Yu stood near the mirror and scrutinized his face. He felt that he was in a lot of pain from his wounds. The main character told himself that the others in the area are very strong. If the demons weren't wounded, he himself wouldn't have survived. Jiang Yu was wrapping bandages around his wounds. Suddenly he heard his phone beeping. A user named Earth Dao appeared on the screen. He invited viewers to watch a video from user EU. The man in the video was showing people that the other was very badly hurt. He explained that demons are very weak. Even a normal person can deal with them in such a state. The Earthy Tao explained to subscribers that he would not pay attention to such other wimps. The protagonist turned off the video feed on his phone. He didn't want to watch it anymore. Jiang Yu walked unhappily around the room and thought that the fight didn't turn out well. The tired guy plopped down on the couch. He felt very exhausted. The protagonist thought to himself that his current strength would not be enough for anything more. Jiang Yu thought deeply and clearly realized that he must become stronger. The protagonist joyfully thought to himself that he must be so strong that no one would dare to doubt him. The system told the protagonist all the details about his skills and the points he received. The boy said cheerfully to himself that he was not a wimp. He added that he could stand many more girlfriends and Uncles Lee. The main character thought that his current abilities were not enough. He needed to become stronger. Through battles, he was able to learn new skills. Jiang Yu thought and realized that the shadow goggle panel was showing in reality energy. The protagonist realized that he would need about 3 points to use shadow thread and shadow pupil. The guy looked at his hand and noticed a suspicious blue swirl there. Jiang Yu said to himself that the shape of the shadow depends on the environment. In the shadow layer, the consumption will be low. In sunlight, the consumption will be high. The protagonist grabbed the shadow form with his hand. He remembered that there would be a test very soon. The guy got up from the couch on his feet and decided to walk to the balcony. It was already late evening. Jiang Yu told himself that the special ones were very strong. He could only fight them in shadow form. His current strength should be enough to scare the others away. A huge bird flew over the city. The protagonist shouted to the whole neighborhood that everything was going to work out. Jiang Yu happily raised a finger up and said that he would give his best. The guy knew that Uncle Lee would be in favor of him. The protagonist raised his hands in the air. He shouted joyfully and loudly to the whole street. Jiang Yu shouted that he would definitely become happy. The man on the balcony below was watering the flowers. He said that the protagonist had gone crazy. On a clear day, the main character and his friends went outside for a walk. Jiang Yu was sitting together with his full friend Lu. The guy was drinking a drink from a cup. Two schoolgirls were walking around the store and picking out clothes. Their friends yelled that the girlfriends have been walking around forever. Jiang Yu told a friend that if he continued to grind his life like this, he wouldn't last a few days. Schoolboy asked the guy not to joke like that on New Year's Eve. Jiang told his friend menacingly that if he didn't kill, he would die himself. The schoolboy looked at his friend with excitement and asked what he had told him. The main character shouted happily to the schoolboy that their girlfriends were already here after shopping. Lu Yao Yao asked her friends, what should they eat? Feng wanted to try the salad. At that time, a magical swirl appeared inside the shopping mall. The main character told his friends that they could go to a cafe that students like very much. At that time, some creature started to appear out of the vortex. The girl sat at the table and scrutinized the menu. There were a variety of dishes. Lu was very surprised and couldn't believe that this cafe could be so popular with students. Her friend replied that such a cafe would probably be suitable for guys. The main character was sitting at a table with his friends. He said that he was injured and needed to catch up on his sleep. He ordered a caloric meal. The girlfriend looked at the guy and said he ordered very ordinary dishes. Jiang Yu smiled at his companion and demanded the waiter to give him large and fresh oysters. After cooking, the waiter brought several dishes for the customers and placed them on the table. Jiang Yu took a piece of food and held it out to his girlfriend. Lu replied to her friend that she would not eat. Suddenly, a girl got a text message on her phone. She was distracted. The girl received a message that the martial arts exam would be held earlier. The schoolgirl was very surprised. She could not believe that the martial arts exam would be compulsory. A high school student was eating shrimp and looking at his phone. He said grudgingly that the exam would be early. The protagonist told his friend not to worry as his qualifications would not be enough. A schoolboy told his friends that at the age of 7 he was badly frightened by another. After the other was destroyed, he managed to get a mental illness. The main character told his friend that he would have dealt with the other one right away. Lu said to the disgruntled guy, "Does he think everyone is like him?" The girl told her friend that most people would run away in a similar situation. She said that even if everything felt normal, the others were still nowhere to be found. The school children were brought new food on sticks to the table. The young people sat and were silent. The main character sat at the table and looked at his girlfriend. The school children remained silent. The protagonist decided he needed to lighten the mood. He started talking to his friends. Lu turned around and told his companions that they could have a drink now. Jiang Yu raised a glass in front of him. He shouted that he wanted to drink to his friends. Suddenly, there was a very loud noise from the side. All the people jumped up and were frightened. Lu frightenedly told her friends that the pollution sensor siren had gone off. Some of the people screamed in fright that someone else had entered the mall. Guests stood fearfully in the mall and looked around. One man shouted fearfully and angrily to the men to run away quickly. Frightened guests and customers rushed to the exit in droves, pushing each other. People were crowding masses near the exit and couldn't escape. The schoolboy told his friends fearfully that there were a lot of people and they couldn't get out. The girl asked fearfully, "What should they do?" Lu told her friends that they needed to keep calm and take their time walking towards the exit. At this time, the protagonist decided to act alone. The girl looked at him excitedly. Jiang Yu smashed the wall with a mighty kick and a huge hole appeared. The girlfriend looked at the protagonist very surprised and excited. Jiang Yu began to gesture to his friends not to stand but to run after him. The protagonist was looking around carefully. At this time, the girls were helping Tolstoy the schoolboy. Jiang Yu saw a very frightened boy running down the street. He shouted that someone else had appeared. There was a huge red-burning demon in the middle of the street. It was coming towards the people. Jiang Yu thought to himself fearfully that there were a lot of people around. If he wanted to reincarnate, everyone would see it. The protagonist grabbed his girlfriend's hand and started pulling her along. School children excitedly ran in droves down the street to escape. Lu yelled out that there were supposed to be barriers near the mall. Jiang replied excitedly to his girlfriend that it was too late to speculate about it. He added that the other had been discovered in time. One of the men pointed to the side and said to run that way because that's the exit. The protagonist with his friends and stopped abruptly. He noticed some kind of danger. Jiang Yu fearfully shouted to his girlfriend to hold on to him. Suddenly, people with loud screams began to pile into a deep rift in the ground. People fell down somewhere. They kept shouting loudly. Clouds of dust rose up. After a hard fall, the main character got up. He felt pain. Jiang asked his friends if they were all right. The girls looked at their friend fearfully and said they only had scratches. A schoolboy had a huge rock on his leg. He yelled that his leg was jammed. The protagonist and his companions ran to the aid of their friend. Jiang shouted to his friend not to worry. He added that he would help him now. The protagonist strained as hard as he could and lifted a huge rock with his hands. Jiang held a large splinter in his hands. Schoolboy Liu was lying on the ground. The guy's leg was very badly broken and very twisted to the side. The protagonist lifted the stone and tossed it aside with all his might. The girl pulled out a packet of pills and dropped a few of them into her hand. Lu held out the pills to her friend and said they should help him. The guy took the pills. He asked the girl where they were and why did it get so dark. The girlfriend replied to the boyfriend that she had never been in a situation like this. The protagonist asked to the ground and touched his hand to the floor. He looked around. Jiang told his friends they were on some floor of the mall. They need to figure it out. At that time, some kind of radiation went through the guy's arm. He felt something hit him. Jiang Yu became very excited. He definitely realized that he had a familiar feeling right now. The protagonist looked around carefully. He realized that the entire floor had been dragged into the shadow layer. There were a lot of people around under the ruins. The father reassured his daughter and said that the men from the night watch would rescue them soon. Jiang Yu thought to himself fearfully, it would take the night watch a long time to get here. The protagonist looked at his friends. He realized that if they stayed here long enough, they would be exposed to heavy pollution. Jiang Yu very confidently decided to himself that he needed to get everyone out of here as soon as possible. The guy asked Lu Yao's girlfriend if she was wearing the watch that her uncle gave her earlier. The girl looked happily at her watch and said she'd almost forgotten about it. The friends looked happily at their girlfriend. She pressed the button on the clock. Lu told the school children excitedly that the watch could be used to send help signals. As a result, the people from the night watch would arrive faster. The schoolgirl shouted with a smile to her friend that they were saved thanks to her. Jiang thought happily to himself that the watch could resist contamination. The protagonist thought to himself that the other could attack at any moment. He should not let his guard down. Huge pink swirls began to appear in the underground room. People were really scared. They started shouting loudly that a monster had come. The protagonist looked carefully in front of him. He prepared to fend off the monster's attack. The schoolboy was sitting scared on the ground. The protagonist swung for a punch. The protagonist was completely focused. He was waiting for someone else to come to him. Suddenly something fell from the ceiling and people were pelted with stones. The girl was coming to her senses. She was coughing due to the massive amount of dust around her. Lu looked around carefully. She was looking for her friends Feng Xiaoxiao and Liu Yuqiang along with the main character. The schoolgirl ran up to her friend and shouted to her joyfully that she was near. A schoolboy tried to get out from under the rubble. The girl Lu, frightened, called out to the protagonist and looked around. The girl turned to her friend named Lu Yao, very frightened. The school children saw a huge hole next to them. They were frightened, thinking that the main character might have fallen into it. In the devastated city, people began to slowly regain consciousness and clear the rubble. The girl with the white hair was hurt. She began to regain consciousness. The schoolgirl lifted herself up and looked around. She felt intense pain and saw debris all around her. The girl stood up and looked around frightened. She couldn't understand what had happened. The schoolgirl remembered that she was with her friend Xiaoya. Then the alarm sounded and everyone ran around. The girl began to look around fearfully and call out for her girlfriend Xiaoya. The schoolgirl moved her hand to her side and felt someone's body lying next to her. The girl turned to the side and saw her girlfriend's body lying next to her. The schoolgirl was frightened. She tearfully called her friend by name. At that time, a huge purple monster with a sword appeared over the girl. He swung. The girl sensed danger. She turned around excitedly and looked away. The schoolgirl saw a huge and evil other in front of her. The monster prepared to attack her. The girl frightenedly thought to herself that she was in the plot of a movie. The schoolgirl frightenedly remembered that more often than not, the heroine in a movie is saved by the hero. The girl closed her eyes in fright. She thought that in real life no one would save her. She decided that in reality there are no heroes. The schoolgirl waited for the monster to kill her, but nothing happened. A few drops of blood appeared from above and fell to the ground. The girl opened her eyes and saw the main character standing in front of her. The schoolgirl looked excitedly in front of her. She realized that she was saved. Jiang grabbed the monster's arm with his hand. He was able to hold it back. The girl happily realized that there was a hero standing next to her. The protagonist threw the monster aside with a powerful and strong punch. The girl was very much surprised. She was struck by the very great strength of the protagonist. Jiang Yu activated a magic skill called Shadow Claw. It increased the lethality of the blows. The main character teleported sharply to attack the monster from behind. The girl was very surprised. Jiang Yu was behind the demon after teleporting. He prepared to attack. Then the protagonist kicked the other one with all his might, and it flew to the side. The demon used its blades to latch onto the ground and decided to attack the protagonist. Another stood at full height. He looked at the people in front of him and prepared to attack. The schoolgirl was surprised and amazed. She realized that she saw her idol named Yu in front of her. The schoolgirl shouted happily. A fangirl ran around the main character and yelled that she liked him. Jiang Yu replied to the girl that she was wearing torn clothes. The girl turned around and asked grudgingly at Yu, "Where's he looking at her like that?" The guy replied that he just decided to remind her. The fan replied with a smile to the interviewer that she could run home and change into new clothes. The boy looked at his new girlfriend with great excitement and desire. Jiang asked the girl if she had time to change her pantyhose. The fan replied to the guy that she would do anything for him. There was a disgruntled monster standing nearby. The other looked angrily at the people in front of him and shouted very loudly. The protagonist focused and shouted to his girlfriend that now was not the time to be distracted. The groupie looked admiringly at the protagonist who prepared to attack the other one. The demon looked around in surprise. He couldn't see where the protagonist had gone. At this time, a long thread that was launched by the protagonist was embedded into the monster's body. Jiang Yu sat behind the monster. He held it on his thread in his hand. The protagonist thrust his arm forward to strike the monster. The other one bounced aside. The protagonist landed from on high to the ground. He had to look to find where the other had gone. The guy turned around and saw the monster lying on the ground. He said that the other one was very strong and agile. Otherwise, he would have been dead by now. The protagonist pushed himself off the ground with all his might and jumped high up. He decided to try the attack again. The guy looked closely in front of him and noticed something very suspicious. The man was attacked from several directions at once. The guy looked very worriedly in front of him. He realized he was going to have a harder time fighting. Jiang Yu noticed with great surprise as several more huge others appeared around him. The protagonist told himself that he was going to have a hard time as he had to defeat 2 more monsters. The girl was recording the main character on her phone. She yelled that if he won, she'd wear stockings for him. The guy blushed really hard. He told the girl with a smile that he would do anything for her. Jiang Yu, full of enthusiasm with all his might, accelerated to rush against the demon. One of the monsters tried to hit the guy with a swing. The main character jumped to the side and swung his arms around to hit the guy from the air. The guy bounced to the side and attacked back at the demon with his thread. The monster's hands were connected to a blue thread from the protagonist. Another tried to free himself from the strings that bound him. He tried to break them. The protagonist swung his arms around and blocked the blows from the demon. Jiang Yu shouted angrily to the other that he wouldn't be able to kill him. He decided to try another attack, at which time the demon from above pounced on the guy and impaled him with its blade. The main character was very badly wounded and his mouth was bleeding. The main character was flying through the air. He was attacked from the side by demons in flight. Jiang Yu realized that the others had begun to work together, one monster attacking while the other 2 were holding back. The protagonist thought that if this continued, he had no chance of winning. He launched the thread from his hand towards the other. The thread from the guy's hand flew toward the monster. He tried to shackle it. The protagonist realized with surprise and fear that the other had noticed his attack. 3 demons with blades in their hands rushed towards the protagonist. Jiang Yu stood there and watched fearfully as monsters flew down on him from all sides. The protagonist started fighting off the demons. He realized that the monsters were keeping him in the shadows. Jiang Yu was beating the demons on the sides. He thought to himself that he couldn't continue like this. The guy stood there and kept fighting off the monster's attack. It was getting harder and harder for him. Jiang Yu didn't notice the other flying at him from behind to attack. The monster managed to attack the protagonist from behind. The guy's life expectancy started to drop. Jiang Yu immediately activated a skill called Mark against otherness. After the last battle, the duration of the mark extended for 3 seconds. During this time, the target cannot think clearly due to fear. The protagonist could feel time ticking away. He had to prepare for the attack in the meantime. Jiang Yu had less and less seconds to try and hit the other one. The guy accelerated to hit the monster while he was still out of his mind. Then the protagonist pushed off to fly high into the air. Jiang Yu knocked the monster with all his might in the overhead flight and almost took away its life index. The protagonist grabbed the demon's body with his hand. The main character yelled that he was activating a feature called decapitation. The guy stood near the body of the defeated monster. The system informed the protagonist that his chase was successful and the shadow form was becoming more powerful. The guy told himself that he's in the beginning stages of recovery now. Jiang Yu confidently looked at the demons and said that it was their turn. The protagonist noticed 2 huge purple demons in front of him. The guy was regaining his strength. He asked the others, "Why don't you continue?" Jiang Yu accelerated. He shouted to the demons that if they didn't attack him, he would. Suddenly, a very bright flash of light appeared between the protagonist and the others. Jiang Yu was surprised and stopped. He couldn't understand where in the shadow layer the light could have come from. The boys suddenly felt a sudden urge to go there, and after they saw the bright light, they started flying around. One of the demons headed off to the side to try and escape in flight. A night watch commander named Sun Qinan appeared. He carried an ever-burning torch. Its glow disperses the shadows. Sun pointed his hand toward the protagonist. A green light appeared from it. The man was pointing the guy at the main character. Jiang Yu stared and didn't understand what the commander wanted from him. The protagonist shouted fearfully that he would do it all by himself. Sun decided to attack the monster himself, while a flying other approached the man from behind to attack. Sun raised his finger up and attacked the monster with his green ray. The protagonist realized that the Night's Watch was taking down one other at a time. The guy greeted the warriors. He said that they came late. The man asked the protagonist if he was all right. The main character asked the warriors to take care of the girl. Jiang Yu said that Night Watch people always put work first. The protagonist started to disappear. He told the warriors he was leaving the girl to them. Axeman said that the Yu host is very famous on his platform. He uses shadow power when he is on the first level. Sun was very much surprised and thought about it. He couldn't believe that Blogger Yu had level 1. The commander said that he had a torch in his hand, and there was no way a shadow could have appeared. The man found it hard to believe that a level 1 guy could disappear in front of so many people. The fan was lying on the ground and banging her fist unhappily. The man suggested that his colleagues bring the girl home. The man commanded his subordinates that they would need to check the EU later. Lu Yao Yao was walking down the street. There were a lot of dead bodies around her. She was looking for the main character. The girlfriend asked fearfully for the protagonist to answer her. She looked around. The girl lit up the neighborhood from her watch. She kept calling for her friend. The protagonist raised his hand and shouted to the girl that he was nearby. Jiang Yu was lying on the ground. He asked his girlfriend to help him. The girl ran up to her friend and started to get the rocks away from him. The main character yelled for the girlfriend to get him out. The girl noticed how the main character soared above the ground and calmly climbed out from under a pile of rocks. Lu pointed to the guy at the ruins and said that the rocks were not crushing him at all. Jiang Yu replied with a smile to his girlfriend that he could have gotten out on his own, but he couldn't move. The girlfriend asked the main character how he got the big gash on his back. The guy said he didn't know. Protagonist asked the girl, "Where are their friends Feng Xiao Xiao and Lu Yucheng?" The girl said that the Night Watch came to the rescue and their friends were taken away. Jiang Yu asked her friend, "Did she stay behind to find him?" Lu replied to her friend that if anything happened to him, she wouldn't be able to look Uncle Lee in the eye. The protagonist looked at his girlfriend enthusiastically and admiringly. Lu called his girlfriend's name with a loud voice full of feeling. The main character ran up to the girl and hugged her very passionately and strongly. For a short time, the girl was very much struck by the sensuality of her friend. Lu started pounding the guy with her fist and demanding that he let her go. Jiang Yu said with a smile to the girl that he had just seen a huge other with blades. The main character snuggled up to his girlfriend's chest. He said he was very scared. He wanted to stay like this for a while. The boy and his girlfriend heard someone calling them from outside. They turned around in surprise. A woman with a flashlight and a gun approached. She asked the people if they were okay. The main character and his girlfriend told the woman that they were fine. The stranger told the young people that she would take them to the exit. The protagonist shouted frightened to his girlfriends. Lu asked the guy what happened. Jiang Yu thought to himself that he had completely forgotten to absorb the others. He needed shadow glasses. The main character was sitting in a large Night Watch building. He was interrogated at length there. A bright light from a lamp shone on the guy from the side. The girl asked him his name. The protagonist answered the interlocutor. What was his name? There were handcuffs on the table in front of him. The girl asked the guy about his age. She wrote everything down carefully. The main character answered that he was 18 years old. There was a machine on the table that recorded everything. The girl asked the person she was talking to, "Will he be enrolling this year?" Jiang Yu said he would be enrolling. The main character was looking very carefully at the breasts of the woman in front of him. She told him that there would be repercussions for the incident. The woman's name was Li Yuan. She was a member of the Night Watch. She told the boyfriend that some people needed psychological help. Treatment could take about a month. Li Yuan explained to the interlocutor that if one takes martial arts tests for a month, one's grade will be lowered. Jiang Yu told the girl that he was fine. He asked, "Do you have to do therapy?" The woman explained that the contamination process can occur covertly. For this reason, treatment should be obtained as a matter of course. Protagonist asked the woman if he had 10 days before the exam. Li told the guy that the Night Watch had developed a special policy on this. She added that an interested person could apply in advance. The woman pulled out some kind of document. The guy was surprised that he could sign something in advance. Li held out a document to her interlocutor. She said that he could contact his parents or guardians for a signature. The woman told the interlocutor that the pre-test is conducted during night patrols. The results are entered into the system as in the exam. Jiang Yu informed the woman that his guardian is his uncle. He also works in the Night Watch. A female Li Yuan requested that the protagonist give the name of his uncle. The protagonist said his uncle works in the main department of the 1st District and is a civilian. Zhang Yu said that his uncle's name was Li Xiongguan. The woman was very much surprised at this answer. The woman excitedly interrogated her interlocutor. Is his uncle's name Li Xiongguang? The protagonist looked at the woman in front of him with great excitement. He confirmed his uncle's name to her. If I asked the guy, is his uncle really a regular civilian? Zhang Yu said fearfully that he had done nothing and asked, has his uncle been fired? Li Yuan turned to the guy with a smile and said that his uncle was certainly not fired. The woman told the protagonist to follow her. She took the documents in her hand. The guy, accompanied by a woman, walked into a huge room with a high ceiling. The protagonist saw images of armed warriors on large monitors. Zhang Yu was very much surprised at how unusual the Night Watch headquarters looked. The main character heard some people walking nearby, and one of them said that they hadn't found a person named Yu. Zhang Yu was very worried. He realized that he was already being seriously sought after because of his video. The woman asked the protagonist with interest what had happened to him. Zhang Yu replied that it was his first time here, so he was a little worried. He realized to himself that he was being tested. Li Yuan told the protagonist that he can rest here for a while. She herself will go to Inspector Li. The main character walked into the conference room. He saw that his friends and girlfriends were sitting at the table there. He couldn't understand how Lu Yao Yao and Feng Xiaoxiao were here at the same time. Lu asked the girl in white clothes with great surprise if she had seen Yu. The girl with white hair replied with a smile to her companions that the guy Yu her savior. The main character was very unhappy about seeing his groupie here in white clothes. Lu told her friend that he could sit on the chair. She turned to her interlocutor to continue the Yu story. A fan reported admiringly that Yu fought 10 others at once. The fighter looked very calm and relaxed, and killed all of them in an instant. The girl said that at the moment when others could not move, the Night Watch came. Yu immediately disappeared into the shadows. Yu immediately disappeared into the shadows. The protagonist continued to regard the girl in white with great interest. Zhang Yu was very horny and looked at the stockings on his groupie's legs. Lu asked her friends, "Who is Yu?" This guy wasn't a member of the Night Watch. The fan informed her interlocutors that the stranger Yu is a student like them. The girl explained that Yu showed himself as a student through his words and actions. She added that the unknown hero is just in love with the girl's legs. A fan pointed at the main character and said that he looked a lot like a stranger Yu. The main character was very surprised. He didn't expect the girl in white to recognize him. Lu waved her hand in front of the protagonist's face. She said, "Does he really want to die?" At which time the door suddenly opened and an agitated man ran into the room. The girl's father asked if she was okay after she got into the shadow lair. Lu replied to man that she was fine and her friend was fine too. Zhang Yu told his girlfriend that he was a little hungry. The man turned around and told the young men that everything was fine and to follow him. Lu asked her father how serious the situation was. The man replied that this was the first time in history that an entire store had gone into the shady side of his business. The man took a cigarette. He informed the interlocutors that because of the incident, the test would be conducted earlier for them. The daughter looked at her father unhappily. She didn't like the fact that he had decided to smoke. The man took a cigarette out of his mouth and put it on the table. He explained to the interlocutors that the test would be divided into 2 parts. Abilities and willpower would be tested. Father said that aptitude testing is known as the initial awakening. Candidates will resist contamination. There are low risks in this test. The man explained to the young people that the object of the willpower test would be their spiritual will. The father explained that the test would be the key to how special the girl and boy could become. The man continued to sit with his arms folded, telling the guy and the girl the details of the exam. The main character told the man that the key to success is willpower. The interlocutor replied that it is not necessary at all. The man said that some people can endure the pain of a severed arm, but their skills will remain mediocre. Willpower is also about faith in goodness and resisting evil thoughts. The protagonist asked his interlocutor, "Do these items affect willpower?" The man clarified, "Why such a question?" Lu grudgingly said that someone's mind might be occupied with a girl's legs. The protagonist told her girlfriend that she was mad. The man explained that there are several other factors, but these 3 points are the most common. The man explained that if the 3 points are distorted and the heart is filled with negative emotions, it will all go to waste. Father explained that evil thoughts will only attract evil negative emotions or pollution. Man explained that if all these factors accumulate over time, the pollution will eventually become immense. Father told the interlocutors that if you have any negative emotions, you should let them out. If you keep them in your heart, it will not lead to anything good. The protagonist thought about the man's words and thought about his girlfriend's. Zhang Yu thought excitedly to himself that he should go and massage his feet to purify his soul. The man told his interlocutors to go back. Testing would begin in a little while. In parting, the girlfriend's father told the protagonist that he signed all the documents instead of his Uncle Li. The man turned around and told the young men not to worry. They were adrift as it was. The protagonist and his girlfriend said goodbye to the man. The fan was very happy to have her new acquaintances back with her. The girl in white sat on a chair and cheerfully greeted the protagonist and her girlfriend. Lu asked the interviewee where the rest of the people had gone. The fan replied that the rest of the people had left with the employees. Lu asked the interviewee why Ta did not go. The fan explained that her parents are in business. They left town and did not return. The parents will be able to sign the papers remotely. The girl in white told her companions that everyone was finally here. Feng was driving her friend in a wheelchair. Lu said happily that they had sprayed some kind of remedy on his leg and it stopped hurting. The guy asked his friend if he wanted to be tested after his injury. Feng told his friends that his injury would not affect the results. The girl reported that a schoolboy was just sobbing in the corner. Lu yelled unhappily that he wasn't sobbing. The protagonist noticed a door open not too far from him. There stood a group of young men. Jiang Yu looked at the young boys with great surprise. They were standing very sad. The protagonist asked in surprise, "Why are the guys so depressed?" The girl replied that the young men just want to live a peaceful life. Lu explained that the boys would begin to see a distinct change after the ordeal. Li Yuan told strictly that everyone was all in, and they could get down to business. The woman explained that the test would be divided into 2 parts. Willpower and ability would be tested. The students listened attentively. The woman gave details of how the aptitude test would be assessed. Li Yuan said that willpower testing is aimed at identifying resistance to contamination. The woman explained to the students that an assessment of their potential to become special would be considered at all stages of their strength development. Li told the young people that if they had great willpower, they could possess the ability to counterattack. The woman abruptly slammed her folder shut. She told the students to follow her. A group of young people were in a huge room with glass walls. It was a waiting room. Then the protagonist stood near a glass wall. He looked through it with interest. The students saw some warrior standing behind the glass. Next to him, something was covered with a large tablecloth. A voice came out of the loudspeaker. Feng Xiaoxiao's girlfriend was invited for a job interview. The girl headed for the door. She was told to go in and not to worry. Feng turned around and looked at her friends one last time in farewell. Feng walked into the room and said confidently to her interlocutor that she was already here. The girl walked into the room. There was a man standing next to her. There was something next to him covered with a blanket. The students were standing near the glass doors. They were very excited to watch everything that was going on. The man pulled the covers off. There was a huge glittering stone on the floor. The man in glasses told his interlocutor in a stern voice that she could begin. A group of young people stood and watched very intently at everything that was going on. Suddenly, the lights in the room were turned off completely. The students were surprised. The guy asked grudgingly, "Why did you have to cut the power?" The girlfriend explained that it was a test of willpower. The protagonist thought to himself that he was already used to the shadow layer in the dark. The guy looked at his girlfriend. He noticed that there was a small stone tied to her leg. Feng stood blindfolded. The protagonist thought that the girl had encountered something strong. Suddenly, a bright light suddenly came on. People started covering themselves with their hands. Lu asked very excitedly to her friend, "How did it go for her?" Feng explained to her friends that she had no talent for willpower. She had practiced a lot before, but all to no avail. The schoolboy was surprised. He asked his friend, "Did she really want to be special and still practiced?" Feng grudgingly told his friend that she had failed. The loudspeaker announced that Liu Yuqiang was next. The guy prayed to himself that he wouldn't become special. Feng replied to his friend not to worry since he wouldn't become special. A schoolboy in a wheelchair drove into the room and the door closed behind him. There were young people standing around. A bright light came on in the room. Everyone stood around in great anticipation. Lu Gai rode out the door in a wheelchair with a very sad and downcast look. Schoolboy looked at his companions and told them in a sad voice that he had passed. The Feng girl was very amazed and displeased. She didn't understand how on earth her friend could pass the test. The students didn't understand why they couldn't pass the test. Lu told her friends that they were just unlucky. The loudspeaker announced that Lu Yao Yao was next. The girl was very excited. She exhaled and got ready to go in. Lu turned around and told the protagonist cheerfully that she was going farther in. A Lu girl was standing in a room being tested. She had a crystal tied to her leg. There was a reddish glow around her. The crystal tied on his leg glowed with a very bright and red light. The protagonist was surprised. He noticed that the crystal on Lu Yao Yao's leg had turned red. The others were glowing green. The boy remembered that willpower corresponded to different ranks and colors. The protagonist was surprised to realize to himself that his girlfriend had rank 1. Testing is over, and there's a green light above the entrance to the lab. Fang asked her friend excitedly if she had passed the test. Lu said she had passed everything. The main character asked her friend if she was tired, and she replied that she could go and see for herself. Jung Yu wanted to kiss his girlfriend. He asked her to motivate him somehow. The girl was not satisfied. The loudspeaker announced that Jung Yu's boyfriend should come in next. The main character waved to his girlfriend and said he was going for a test. The girl was looking at her friend very excited. She was worried about him. Lu looked excited and pleased with her friend and promised him good luck. The protagonist looked at his girlfriend with a smile and thanked her. But the guy walked into the lab. He looked around carefully. The man asked the protagonist his name. He read it off the sheet. The scientist asked the guy if he had awakened the ability. He gave the protagonist a vial and told him to drink its contents. The man asked the protagonist excitedly if he had already drunk the remedy. Jung Yu replied that he had already drunk it. The scientist pointed the protagonist's hand to the crystal that was lying on the floor. The scientist pointed to the crystal on the floor and said that he had to start testing his willpower. The protagonist stood blindfolded. He strapped the crystal to his leg. Suddenly, the guy felt as if some sort of vortex had activated around him. A man came up behind the guy and told him to keep his cool and go ahead. The scientist tells the protagonist that he has awakened abilities. He can feel his consciousness separating from his body as he moves forward. The man shoved the guy forward and told him to keep walking. Jung Yu felt that he did not fall, but as if he had begun to float freely in the air. The guy got excited. The new sensations were unfamiliar to him. Jung Yu felt a great lightness. It was as if he was taking off and floating freely above the ground. Jung Yu was floating in some astral space. He was slowly descending from some height. The protagonist landed in some magical city. He looked around in amazement. Jung Yu looked at his hands with great surprise. He realized that he couldn't feel his body. The guy was still standing by the crystal in the lab for tests. He thought he was still connected to his body. The protagonist could clearly see as if his body was in a mythical city. Jung Yu was very amazed at his new experience. He jumped on the spot with joy. The man looked at him in surprise. The scientist shouted to the student not to jump or the test might be interrupted. The protagonist in the astral world ran towards the bluish crystal. Suddenly, the guy was waist-deep in water. He couldn't move fast enough. The protagonist was startled to feel his body grow heavier and it became harder for him to breathe. Jung Yu seemed to start falling from a great height. Something was affecting him. The main character was falling in astral space. He felt despair, sadness, and anger. Jung Yu told himself very sternly that he should resist. Suddenly, his Uncle Lee came up behind him and called his name. The main character was surprised. He couldn't understand where his Uncle Lee was coming from. The man told the guy that he wasn't special. He would hurt other people if he continued. The protagonist ran to the side. He realized that the man next to him was just an illusion, not his uncle. Jung Yu abruptly turned around and looked to the side. He noticed someone appeared in his path. Another one of his uncles Lee appeared next to the guy. The man told the protagonist that he wasn't capable enough. Around the protagonist were the illusions of his uncle. They all took turns saying something friendly to the guy. One of the men pointed his hand to the side. He explained that special was about will, not power. The protagonist kept running. All the illusions around him were calling his name. The main character was surprised to see a huge and predatory monster in front of him. There were people with torches running around. The protagonist saw before him a huge, ravenous red monster with horns. A huge demon towered over the city. The protagonist looked at it fearfully. The guy saw in front of him a huge number of flying human bodies with drops of blood. Jung Yu was frightened. He screamed very loudly. The nightmare hit him hard. The protagonist was standing in the middle of a mythical city. Something was falling from above into the water around him. There was the sound of a lighter being opened from outside. Someone wanted a light. The man with the cigarette looked at the main character and said that this would be the end of the special ones. Did the uncle ask the kid, does he definitely want to be like the special ones? One of the illusions from the outside told the protagonist not to fool himself. A man told a very Grozny guy that all he really wanted was to be the center of attention. The man behind the protagonist said cheerfully that it would be just like that. The uncle yelled at the kid for wanting to be a superhero like the rest of the teenagers. A man told me that a superhero doesn't get up early. His whole life is full of fun and love from the female sex. Illusion mocked the main character's words that said he was meant for something greater. Uncle Lee angrily shouted at the lad that there was nothing special about him, and it was all just adolescent maximalism. In the midst of total darkness, a light shone very brightly. It was a torch flaring. A guy was walking with a torch in his hand. The man shouted that the dark side of this world is not a shadow layer. Lee Uncle said that even if he had a bright and scorching sun over his head, there would always remain something that he would be unable to see. A man shouted that this would be the hidden world. The main character was on his knees. A guy with a torch approached him. The protagonist reached out to the stranger. The guy dropped the torch and started to disappear. The burning torch was lying on Earth. The protagonist hadn't had time to pick it up yet. Huge purple flying demons appeared in space. The man explained to the boy that if he became special, he would have to reap the rewards of his own decisions. Jiang Yu stood all alone in the center of the city. The man shouted to the guy to go back to the original question. Uncle Lee, with a cigarette in his teeth, asked sternly to the boy, "Can he become special?" Jiang Yu became very agitated and with hatred looked at the man. The main character was standing in the training room. Next to him was a white crystal. The guy's behavior was observed by a man and a woman. They were watching him closely. After a long pause, the woman asked her interlocutor, "What are the results?" The man replied with a smile to the interlocutor that the protagonist went all around and around. The woman explained that not everyone could endure the kind of pollution that Jiang Yu had endured. The interviewee replied that people with great resilience could go further. The researchers looked at the protagonist. The guy was turning sharply in different directions. The man said that Jiang Yu's goals for them are absolutely not that clear. The woman looked sideways at the protagonist carefully. She wondered. The startled woman informed her interlocutor that the crystal on the guy's body had turned red. The man was very surprised. He abruptly turned around and looked at Jiang Yu. The protagonist stood and staggered to his feet. The crystal that was tied to his leg glowed red. The crystal in the center of the room glowed with a bright red light. The protagonist and the researchers were nearby. The man looked at the stone in surprise. He figured the guy must have had a rank 5. The woman approached the interlocutor from behind and suggested that Jiang Yu might have a 6th rank. The man replied to his interlocutor that only a few people had reached the 6th rank in a couple decades. The protagonist paced focused in place. The crystal on his foot glowed brightly. The man was very much startled. He couldn't understand what had happened and why the light was fading. He shouted to the woman to check the protagonist's watch for abnormalities. The woman looked at Jiang Yu and replied that all the indicators were normal. The researcher watched in surprise as the protagonist lifted his leg. He realized that the closer the guy got to the big crystal, the more willpower he had. Jiang Yu continued to step confidently towards the crystal. The man noticed that the guy's willpower was weakening. The protagonist, unhurriedly with small steps, approached the stone almost closely. Jiang Yu boldly stretched out his hand in front of him to touch the shining crystal. The man was very much surprised because of the guy wanting to touch the crystal. He said that even a person with 6th rank willpower was not capable of doing that. Jiang Yu confidently reached out his hand and touched the stone. Everything around him shone. The protagonist touched the crystal with the palm of his hand. Everything around him glowed brightly. A bright blue swirl appeared in space. It stretched far away. A voice told the surprised protagonist that he didn't need to become special. Jiang Yu saw his acquaintances around him. A voice suggested that he think about himself and his friends. The guy saw his girlfriend in front of him. He remembered that she was a dear person to him. The girlfriend smiled and looked at the guy. She held out her hand to him. The girl took her friend's hand. They stood opposite each other. The voice demanded of the protagonist to DIY his choice. The guy stood across from his girlfriend. Jiang Yu abruptly thought of something and became very agitated. He shouted that enough was enough for him. The guy held out his hand and huge glowing shards appeared around him. The protagonist Grozny shouted to the voice to stop it from crackling in his ears anymore. The boy said cheerfully to himself about giving in to such temptation. The protagonist was walking very confidently straight in Uncle Lu's direction. Jiang Yu said calmly to the man that he was caught off guard at the beginning. He even thought about it for a moment. The guy calmly said that all he wanted at first was to look like a hero in the faces of others. He didn't care about the rest. Jiang Yu said that in this world, there were no supermen. There were only ordinary people who had achieved success. A guy with a torch approached the protagonist from the side. Jiang Yu said that people's dedication had brought the world to stability. The protagonist reached out for the torch. He said that he had enjoyed peace once before. Jiang Yu confidently took the large hot torch in his hands and handed it to the guy. The torch in the main character's hands was shining brightly. He noticed his friends nearby. The guy shouted that he didn't want to hide behind the backs of others anymore. Jiang Yu, with a torch in his hands, shouted that he wanted to light his own flame. Uncle Lee looked at his interlocutor in surprise. He was amazed. The protagonist looked in front of him and said cheerfully that he wanted to illuminate the darkness. There was complete silence all around. The scientist informed the supervisor that the shadow layer incident affected a couple of floors of the mall. He reported how many people were rescued. The researcher added that 30 students will participate in the martial arts exam. Several groups have already been selected for early testing. The manager turned to the person near the computer and asked, "What does the pollution department say?" The interlocutor replied that the results are already ready. The examiner was looking at the laptop screen. He noticed that he had received a message. The expert saw different kinds of different ones on the screen. He said that the 3 spirits were very similar in terms of bone and tissue morphology. The researcher excitedly reported that more important traces were also found. The expert told the surprised boss that traces of a human product had been found. The scientist was surprised and said it was impossible. Everyone has their own individual traits, and during mutation they are modified. Such traits could not be distributed among 3 others at once. The man was very amazed and excited by the news. He even smoked. The leader turned fearfully to the scientist and wanted to tell him something important. The chief said excitedly that something incomprehensible was going on in Beidou City. A man with a cigarette in his teeth said, "Some creatures from the darkness can no longer sit still." There was a very bright explosion. The whole place lit up. The man was surprised. The leader was so surprised that he even let the cigarette out of his mouth. The man looked very frightened and surprised at the bright light in front of him. He realized that something had happened in the testing room. A man was walking very fast down the hallway. He was heading straight for the testing room. The manager was focused. He was telling all his subordinates to let him pass. The man remembered that the best result of the willpower test was an orange light. Gold was never out of the question. The leader walked straight to the testing room. He didn't understand what had happened there. A man ran into the room. He noticed a group of excited guys there. A man asked fearfully about the protagonist. One of the boys turned excitedly to Captain Lu. The commander was very excited. He was very interested in the fate of the protagonist. Jiang Yu was inside the laboratory. A bright yellow light shone around him. The protagonist looked at the bright glow in front of him with great attention. After that, the guy turned to the side. He realized that there were a lot of people watching him now. Jiang Yu looked to the side and saw his friends and Captain Lu behind the glass. After the exam, the main character was relaxing on the couch. A man handed him a bottle of water. The man handed the guy a bottle and offered him a drink of water. The main character thanked Uncle Lu. Jiang Yu asked the man about Lu Yao Yao's girlfriend and the others. The interlocutor told the guy that his friends were in the break room while he was being tested. The man told the protagonist that he was very surprised. He added that level 5 is very good, not to mention level 6. The commander looked at the guy and said that he had created a golden light in the first place. The protagonist began to greedily drink water from the bottle. He asked the man, "Is his golden light better than the 6th rank?" The interlocutor replied that it was hard to say for sure yet. The man said that they might be dissecting and studying them. The guy told Uncle Lu not to scare him. The man replied that there was nothing wrong with it. The man told the protagonist that information about him had been sent to a think tank for study. Jiang Yu would be the subject of surveillance. The protagonist asked excitedly to the captain, "Is it really going to be that much trouble?" The man told the protagonist that everything was fine and just needed a couple of treatments. Jiang Yu was very excited. He realized that he had a great opportunity. The main character was sitting in front of the commission. They asked him all his personal details and life details. The students watched the session with the main character with surprise and interest. They could not believe that the ordinary guy turned out to be the best. The main character's interrogation was watched by people through the computer. The examiner asked the guy what he had seen during the willpower test. The man was watching the guy closely. He said something great was coming. The protagonist told his interlocutors in a bored voice that he had fought the others. The captain asked the guy what he thought when he saw the others. Jiang Yu reported that he was very excited. At first, he felt the responsibility on his shoulders. After saying that, the protagonist was completely silent. He was thinking about something of his own. The man looked at the protagonist and said he could continue. The protagonist thought. Something very funny came to mind. Jiang Yu turned to Uncle Lu and said that he had a map hanging on the wall. The protagonist suddenly jumped up abruptly and put one of his feet along with his shoes on the chair. Jiang Yu said excitedly that only 5 of their 10 places had survived. They are in a very difficult situation. For this reason, they need to find out the truth. The commander looked anxiously at the protagonist. He didn't understand what kind of game he was playing. The main character shouted loudly that people in that world things were getting hot and cold. He himself was trying to do his best to light the torch. The main character was very inspired. He was jumping on the floor and gesticulating emotionally. Jiang Yu told his interlocutors that he had become the only source of light. The people at the table looked at all the actions of the protagonist with wonder and with interest. The commander told his colleagues that the main character sometimes likes to fool around. The man at the table said that the main character's story seemed so touching. The girl replied that Jiang Yu had a happy future ahead of him in the night watch. Suddenly the man felt beloved and displeased by the words of his coworkers. The students watched the protagonist admiringly. They thought he was talented. The experts behind the computers were pleased with the way the protagonist performed in the interview. Jiang Yu thought he would be sent home very soon. He wanted to go for a massage. The commander told the protagonist that he could go home and wait for notification. The guy didn't understand what kind of notification he was talking about. Jiang Yu closed his laptop with a swing. He wanted to tell his interlocutor something important. The commander informed the protagonist that there would be a notice about a special training camp. The main character in shadow form was sitting on the roof of a building looking down from above. Jiang Yu was very excited. He was completely immersed in his thoughts. The commander told the protagonist that he told him to keep his head down. Now everyone on the night watch knows about Jiang Yu. The protagonist apologized to the man for the inconvenience. The commander told the interlocutor that Uncle Lee would not want Jiang Yu to become special. The man told the protagonist to remember to go to the training camp on March 25th. The guy asked his interlocutor about the training camp. The man told the protagonist that people like him would receive special training for several months. At the end of the training, there would be a martial arts exam. The commander told the protagonist not to mention what had happened in front of Lu Yao Yao's girlfriend. He reminded him once again about March 25th. The system informed the protagonist that he had 20 days to live. The guy realized that he needed to prepare for a few months to fall out of his life. The protagonist decided to himself that he needed to hunt more to prolong his life. Suddenly, something very distracted the protagonist's attention. He looked away. The main character noticed a green monster running nearby. He decided to attack it. Jiang Yu ran at full speed. He decided to use a skill called shadow walking. The green monster ran off and looked around carefully in surprise. The protagonist used his special mark and put it on the monster. Jiang Yu activated his two skills called chase and decapitation. The system reported that the other was alive, but wounded. He ran because he wanted to save his life. But his life was cut short beforehand. The chase for the prey was successful. The guy's combat skills improved, and shadow points were added. The protagonist happily told himself that he had spotted the other in time. Jiang Yu turned around in surprise. The protagonist glanced to the side and noticed some stranger standing next to him. The helmeted stranger sternly asked his interlocutor, "Where is his other?" The protagonist became agitated. He realized that he would not be able to answer his interlocutor in any intelligible way. Jiang Yu looked sideways at the remains of the green skeleton of the destroyed other. A stranger in a helmet ran up from the side. He shouted to the main character that he would pay him. The guy swung his stick and shouted that Jiang had stolen what belonged to him. Phantom was surprised. He glanced displeasedly at the man running towards him. The stranger stopped. He looked in surprise at the ghost before him. The stranger suddenly braked. He slowly walked towards the main character. Jiang put his hands in front of him. He didn't understand what the guy wanted from him. The guy slowly took off his motorcycle helmet. The ghost looked at him in surprise. The main character looked closely at the guy, approached him. Unexpectedly, the stranger said in a joyful voice to the Phantom that he saw in front of him a streamer from the network named Yu. The guy hugged the main character with a smile and prepared to take a photo with him. He said that they should divide the spoils according to the rules. Jiang looked at the stranger in surprise. He asked him about the rules. The guy was holding the phones in his hands. He looked at the main character with great interest. The guy jumped to the side and started shouting into his phone to his subscribers that the streamer stole loot from a harmless collector and didn't even apologize. Jiang sent a long claw from his body and hit the stranger with it in the back. He pulled him towards him. The surprised guy fell to the ground. His motorcycle helmet lay next to him. The main character reached out and grabbed the guy's head with it. He demanded that he explain everything normally. The stranger sat on the ground and fearfully told his interlocutor that he would do everything. The guy said that he is a freelance employee of the Night Watch. When Jiang reaches the first rank of the middle level, he will be able to join them. After a short pause, the main character asked the guy, "What do freelancers do?" The guy said that non-staff employees earn little. This is about 6,000 to 7,000 yuan. Jiang was very surprised when he heard that the interlocutor called such a small amount. The main character saw in front of him a huge green hand sticking out of the ground. Qian stood on the road very dissatisfied and pointed his hand forward. The main character shouted to the stranger that he himself received much less than 7,000. This is almost his monthly fee for the manuscript. The guy told his interlocutor that he understood him, but there are a lot of risks. They can die at any time. The stranger said that in front of them there was a tattered other in the shadow layer. The main character stood silently with his new acquaintance. They looked at the green hand on Earth. After a short pause, Jiang asked his interlocutor who he was selling the others to. The guy happily said that he sells others to the Night Watch, universities, and some companies. He is often tasked with capturing a specific species of other. The main character realized that it is very convenient when the guy is told in advance where the other one is. Jiang extended his hand with the phone forward. He asked his new friend to share the QR code with him. Jiang held the phone in his hand. He told his new acquaintance that he would pay him 7,000 yuan. The guy happily answered his interlocutor that 4,900 yuan would be enough for him. The main character hugged his surprised interlocutor and said that he couldn't be so petty. Jiang smiled evilly at the guy and said that he wanted to talk to him about further cooperation. The guy was surprised. He asked the main character, what kind of cooperation was he talking about? Suddenly, another monster appeared from the side. He had a huge clawed paw. The monster was in the form of a huge predatory cat. He jumped up on his hind legs and growled. The system informed the main character that there was a bloody shadow cat in front of him. Jiang used a combat skill called Shadow Bite against the other. The main character sharply extended his hand forward. He attacked the monster. The main character wanted to devour the monster and leave his body intact so that he could sell it. After a short pause, Jiang told his interlocutor that he could take the body of another. The guy happily ran forward. The stranger looked joyfully at the main character and said that he was very kind. He was ready to share with him. Jiang explained to his interlocutor that he also had a very responsible job. He needs to find out the location and take the body to the Night's Watch. The guy held the monster's body on his shoulders. He said that this work can be done alone if you register. The main character said with a smile to his interlocutor that he wanted to maintain confidentiality. He didn't want the people on the Night Watch to know his identity. The stranger was holding a demonic cat on his shoulders. He told the main character that he was able to kill 4 others in a day. Jiang cheerfully replied that he could kill 100 if he had time. The main character said that those others he just absorbed did not make him stronger. Jiang asked his surprised acquaintance named Denka to help him find others of the first rank tomorrow. The excited guy said that it was impossible to find others of the first rank. Denka fearfully explained to his interlocutor that others of the first rank are very dangerous and a very big risk. The main character with a smile told his interlocutor that he knew about it. Jiang smiled slyly and said that he was going to deal with the others. The main character came to his apartment in a high-rise building late at night. Jiang went to the elevator button and called it to go up to the desired floor. The guy tiredly walked into the apartment. He told himself that he had finally arrived. Main character approached the refrigerator from behind. The girl shouted at him, dissatisfied that he returned late. The girlfriend was lying on the sofa. She told the guy that she'd been waiting for him for a very long time. She invited him to try the cookies on the table. Jiang took the cookie and happily tasted it. He liked it very much. The main character looked at his girlfriend and asked where Uncle Lu was. The girl replied that her father was on a mission. Jiang asked his girlfriend, "Will the man return today?" The interlocutor replied that Uncle Lu would not return today. The main character with a sly smile told his interlocutor that she could stay with him today. The girlfriend angrily hit the guy on the head. She asked him how the testing went. The main character was sitting with a bump on his head. He replied that the testing was successful and asked the girl what was the matter. The interlocutor asked the guy what his level was. The main character thoughtfully replied that perhaps he had the 3rd level. The girlfriend asked the guy with interest, "What abilities does he have?" Jiang answered her that the shadow must have heard about this. The girl told the guy that he had good potential and auxiliary ability. The main character carefully asked his interlocutor what about her abilities. The girl thought very slyly. She prepared to answer the guy. The interlocutor said that the spirit is assessed as the strongest and has the highest potential. The girl exclaimed happily that at the early stage, the combat power was not particularly strong. But at a later stage, it is a completely different matter. Jiang touched the girl's face and told her not to waste words. Girlfriend got angry. She hit the guy in the face with her hand and demanded that he shut up. The main character looked at the girl very offended. She sat next to him in silence. The guy moved away from the girl on the couch. He told her that they are now like a shadow man and a guardian of the soul. His girlfriend answered him that she didn't quite understand him. Others also have similar names. The interlocutor explained to the guy that his shadow corresponds to the shadow of another. The girl told the main character that her soul guardian corresponds to the spirit of another. The girl explained to the guy that he needed to hunt others. But at the same time, one should not be exposed to pollution in order to become stronger. If Jiang hunts a suitable other, the efficiency of his development will increase. The main character told his interlocutor that she could demonstrate her abilities to him. The girl explained that there were no others next to them. Jiang cunningly explained to his girlfriend that she could test everything on him. He promised her that everything would be fine. The girl was angry because her friend suggested this to her. The guy was sitting on the sofa next to his girlfriend. A blue glow appeared around the girl. The girlfriend silently pointed her hand at the guy. There was a bright glow around her. The main character saw the girl's hand in front of him. She continued to shine the light on him. Jiang's eyes glowed with a very bright light. He felt intense fear in his body. The main character fell unconscious on the floor. He said in a weakening voice that he was in pain. The girl rushed to him and asked if he was okay. Jiang sharply asked his girlfriend to stroke his head. The girl agreed. The girlfriend touched the guy's head with her hands. He was lying on her legs. The main character asked the girl to try it on both sides and be more gentle. Jiang said in a sly voice to his girlfriend that she is very strong. He was ready to defend himself, but still fell into a trap. The interlocutor told the guy that their abilities come from various others. It was normal that he couldn't resist. The guy told the girl that she didn't think he'd be a target for everyone while they were at training camp. The interlocutor told the guy that she was not at all like him. She likes assertiveness. The main character's head lay on the girl's lap. He asked what levels the opponents would have. The interlocutor told him that they would not be much stronger. The girl slyly asked the guy how much he would pay the masseuse. Jiang replied in a thoughtful voice that he would pay a couple of thousand. The girl's eyes lit up very angrily. The main character got scared after that. The girlfriend angrily continued to massage the guy. He frightenedly shouted at her not to come closer. Late in the evening, the main character was on the roof of the house and watched as a red monster appeared on the street. Jiang said with fear to his friend that in front of them was another of the first rank. Denka replied that he had specifically chosen for him someone else whom Jiang had already encountered. The main character flew from the roof to attack. A friend asked him, "Do you need help?" Jiang replied that no help was needed. Denka was surprised. He watched with great attention as his friend prepared to attack the monster. The monster turned around very angrily and looked at the man behind him. Jiang suddenly swung his hand and hit the monster next to him with all his might. After the blow, the main character pulled his hand out of the demon's body. The system reported that the pursuit was successful. The main character stood near the body of another. The system reported that the owner received new abilities called the Shadow Group. Denka was very surprised. He realized that the guy in reality turned out to be very strong. A terrible guy with glasses appeared in the sky. There was a bright glow around him. The monsters on Earth were very surprised. They looked at the man in the sky with fear. The fighter falls sharply from above to the ground. A very strong lightning struck. Everything around began to shine. The girl and her father were sitting next to the table. They looked at the video footage on the laptop. The girl said with admiration that the battle in the video looked very powerful. Lee explained to his daughter that not everyone special can awaken the ability that she has. He put his hand on her shoulder. The man explained to the girl that before there was a person who awakened a similar ability. Recording on a flash drive is an early stage of its cultivation. The daughter asked her father if he had achieved something like this. The man replied that he had achieved, but Uncle Lee did it. The daughter thought slyly to herself that such information would be useful for Jiang Yu. A man with one hand stood on the balcony of the apartment and smoked. He was looking down somewhere. The fighter stood and smoked. He looked ahead very intently. The man stood in front of the window. His room was empty, and there were documents on the bed. The fighter recalled to himself the contents of the classified document that was in his room. The document stated that the cataclysm occurred 90 years ago to the west of Beidou, 200 kilometers from this place. The body was surrounded by a luminous wheel. It hung in the air. If you haven't looked at the ring for a long time, you can become immersed in contamination. The two girls were completely destroyed during the battle. 3 generals were wounded, and 300 members of the Night Watch were injured. They were successfully taken away and then began to be detained. Everyone's profile is top secret. After a detailed analysis, it was discovered that long-term contact with another creature cannot be had. The code name for this being is God. The main character jumped up and hung in the air. In front of him was a dangerous green demon with a red tongue. Jiang extended his hand forward and shot at the demon, from it with blue flame. The monster was struck by blue lightning from a man. He turned around displeased. The demon suddenly swung his hand and hit the man in front of him with all his might. There was a guy standing next to him with a video camera. He excitedly wished her luck. Jiang felt that his standard of living had dropped. He looked at the other one in fear. The monster took off and ran sharply towards the man to attack. The main character took a small wooden stick into his mouth. He told himself that the time had come. Jiang broke off a piece of the wooden stick and looked angrily at the other. The demon was surprised. He looked at the man angrily and suspiciously. The main character calmly watched as the other one exploded in front of him. The system reported that the Shadow Group was producing small explosions in a certain area, either in the air or on the enemy's body. If there is a chance to penetrate deep into the enemy's body, then the damage will be colossal. A friend told the main character that he looked great. The two of them watched the video. Denka happily said to the main character that this part of the video would create a sensation. Jiang replied that it was all filmed well. The guy very quickly collected the fragments of the green monster in a bag on the road. Jiang stepped aside and opened the system window. The system informed the owner that his attribute was a shadow. He still had a full 47 days left. Jiang thought happily to himself that now he doesn't have to worry about the training camp. Main character asked a friend to prepare the next one for him. Denka shouted to him with excitement that everything was ready. A huge pink monster appeared. He had a large eye and sharp fangs. The demon accelerated in flight and headed towards the people at full speed. The main character looked ahead in fear. He realized that he needed to help his friend. Jiang grabbed his frightened friend by the clothes from behind. Denka didn't immediately understand what was happening. Denka hid in fear behind his friend. Jiang could not understand who was in front of them. Jiang looked carefully in front of him. He noticed a monster's eye in the clouds of dust nearby. 2 guys stood on the ground and watched in surprise as a demon hovered above them. Denka scaredly shouted to the main character that the demon had the 2nd rank. Jiang remembered his girlfriend's word. She said that her soul guardian corresponded to the spirit of another. The main character jumped up and immediately flew in a different direction. Jiang thought to himself while flying that he couldn't let the demon attack him. The main character quickly rushed forward. The demonic eye glowed brightly. Jiang was surprised to see a black crack appear on the side of the demonic eye. Suddenly, a huge pink demon fell to the ground from a great height. An unknown warrior with a golden spear approached from the side. He stuck it into the body of another. The stranger stood on the body of the defeated demon and looked down. Jiang was very surprised by the appearance of the warrior. He realized that he knew the unfamiliar fighter. The fighter with the golden spear pushed off the ground and flew up. Jiang looked after him. The stranger left behind a small yellow document. The main character reached out his hand to grab him. Jiang held the yellow piece of paper in his hands and read it carefully. Denka stood behind him. The main character read in the document that the Chuyang group invites him to their place. There was a statue of a huge warrior near Chuyang's office. The main character came there. Jiang stood outside the office and carefully looked at the figure of the warrior in front of him. The main character stood silently. He held a small note in his hands. Denka had previously told his friend that Chuyang was the largest information company in Yunhai. The guy told the main character that if he became an employee of this company, he would no longer worry about anything. The main character asked his friend in surprise, "Is this man really an employee of Chuyang?" Denka answered his interlocutor that the employee could be seen from his uniform. The main character told his friend that this man, without straining, was able to deal with someone of the second rank. Denke said that Chuyang produces doping agents that increase the abilities of fighters. The guy turned to the side and said that the fighters were cooperating with the Night Watch. They helped in the development of one product. Jiang stood aside and listened carefully. Denke told the main character that he could become the strongest in the shortest possible time. The main character turned and asked his friend, "What about him?" Denke thoughtfully answered the guy that he was on his own. The girl on stage was telling the guests about a new medical drug. The employee said that the drug was created by a Beidou doctor who headed the company for 10 years. This drug helps increase brain activity. As a result, the development of abilities is accelerated. The main character stood with his friends and listened with interest. He did not understand how this drug worked. The worker extended her hand to the side and told a volunteer to come out to her. Denka suddenly jumped up from his seat. He shouted excitedly that he wanted to go. The guy suddenly jumped onto the stage and swallowed the drug from the test tube. Jiang looked at his friend in surprise. He remembered that he had said earlier that he would be on his own. Denka stood, and his eyes lit up. He shouted that he felt as if his brain had started working. Denka stood, and light poured from inside his head. The host told the guests that today's price was 1,888 yuan. People rushed towards the stage. They shouted to be given the drug. The main character looked ahead thoughtfully. He realized that the people next to him could no longer help. Jiang walked around the room. Under one glass, he saw an ancient sword. In another window, the guy saw old and shabby combat clothing. Jiang stepped aside and saw ancient artifacts under one glass. The main character saw a picture depicting warriors. It was dedicated to the founder Zhao Chuyang. The main character was surprised to realize that Zhao Chuyang was a member of the Night Watch. Denka came up from the side. He told the surprised protagonist that everything was true. The guy explained to his interlocutor that few people remember about this now. The main character thought with surprise to himself that the man was from the Night Watch. In the 50th year of the disaster, others completely penetrated Daju. Zhao Chuyang decided to fight this alone. He led the mass evacuation from the captured territory. To protect people, Zhao did not hesitate to set himself on fire to destroy all others. After the Zhao caught fire, there was a strong explosion and it hit the demons. As a result, the brave fighter burned to the ground. He didn't even leave bones behind. The man near the stand told the main character that the descendants of the Zhao had increased the number of the Chuyang company. They continued to make huge contributions to the cause. The man turned around and told his interlocutor that he looked very much like Mr. Zhao Chuyang. Jiang was very surprised when he heard such words from his interlocutor. The man reminded the main character of his words. He wanted to become the only light in the pitch darkness. Jiang smiled and answered his interlocutor that he said such words. The man told the main character that he deserves to be a relative of General Li. Jiang did not understand which general he was talking about. The man told the surprised interlocutor that he meant General Li Shengguang. The main character remembered a man with one arm. He was surprised that he had the rank of general. Jiang could not believe that General Li was the strongest. Jiang said with excitement that he was thinking about whether Li was an ordinary worker. The man answered him that he was a representative of the citizens, and his power was much higher than theirs. The main character thought that he initially thought that General Li knew tough people. It turned out that he himself is like that. The man put his hand on the main character's shoulder and said that his name is Song Qinggan, and he is an instructor at the training camp. Sun approached the guy and wished him good luck. He said that their training would go smoothly. The main character was left alone among the exhibits in the museum. He looked around. Jiang thought about it. The words about training gave him a bad feeling. The main character looked carefully at the painting next to him. Her red eyes glowed brightly. Jung heard a suspicious noise from the side. He turned to the side, very scared. The guy stood and looked at the picture with the warriors. She scared him very much. Suddenly, the canvas of the painting broke through and a long and green demon flew out of it. Jang ran along the corridor. He was chasing a huge green monster. Jang realized with surprise that he saw a wandering spirit in front of him. He didn't understand how he could end up here. The main character accelerated and headed towards the emergency exit at full speed. Jang rushed down the stairs at full speed. He was chasing the demon and did not understand how he could get inside. The main character ran to the end of the stairs. The wandering spirit continued to descend. Jang remembered that the wandering spirit he killed the first time also had such a clue. He realized that something was wrong. The demon continued to rush down the stairs. The main character was hot on his heels. Jung thought to himself that the increase in the appearance of others in their world must be connected with something. The guy ran out into the corridor and was surprised to notice that there was no one there. The main character looked carefully in front of him. There was silence around and the evil spirit disappeared. Jung looked around. He realized that he was in the basement of the Chuyang company, but there was no one around. Someone on the side told the guy that number 9 had returned and he should come in. Jung stood in the basement and looked around carefully. There was silence around him. The guy thought to himself that he could hide in the shadow layer. He didn't understand what was wrong with this company. A ghost appeared from a black spot on the floor. He said about the pupil of the shadow. The main character slowly moved forward along the corridor. He looked around. Jung stopped in the corridor. He immediately noticed something interesting in front of him. The main character saw huge blue capsules in the dark corridor. There were demonic creatures inside them. The guy looked closely at the capsules. He realized that there were monsters inside them. Jung saw others in the glass capsules. He didn't understand what Chuyang was doing with these monsters. The main character heard a suspicious noise behind him. He came up and took a closer look. The young scientist told the doctor that the cultivation of the wandering spirit is proceeding as expected. In the morning, Mr. Zhao said that he would like to take control of the bloody species. The scientist adjusted his glasses and asked the old man if he had any ideas. The doctor looked to the side and said thoughtfully that some are very difficult to tame. The 3 wandering spirits became a good example. If they forcibly take over the bloody kind, they could lose many. The scientist asked the doctor whether the previous use of flesh and blood to attract the bloody species had borne fruit. The old man replied that one could not rely entirely on this. Jung hid in the floor and listened carefully to the conversation from the side. The old man and his assistant approached the glass capsule and looked inside. The doctor looked inside the capsule. He said they needed to develop a manageable other. He must help the night watch. First, you need to take control of the spirit. The old man looked carefully inside the glass dome at the other inside. Behind the glass partition floated a huge predatory demon. Dr. Wu said judiciously that this spirit ended up in their hands after being rejected by his own. The main character was hiding in the floor. He listened fearfully and attentively to the scientist's conversations. Dr. Wu looked at the monster behind the glass at number 9 and greeted him. The monster inside the capsule came to life. He looked angrily at the people outside. The scientist shouted to the doctor in a frightened voice to be careful. The old man told the guy not to worry and to take notes. The old man tapped on the glass and asked the other, "Does he like the new eyes?" The monster heard the man's voice. He stuck his clawed paw forward to the glass. The demon was knocking with all his might on the glass with his paw and trying to get out. The doctor happily said that the monster's mood was stabilizing. "We need to make more number 9s who could fight with others." The old man strictly demanded from the scientist that he bring several stones and give them to the 9th. The main character rose above the floor. He was frightened and realized that the demon inside the capsule could see him. Jiang realized that the monster was not like the wandering spirit he had encountered before. The creature inside the capsule was not aggressive and was communicating. The main character realized that the demon could have consciousness. The doctor stood near the capsule and looked carefully inside. The young scientist told the doctor that the monster could get out of control and start fighting against them. The old man answered his interlocutor that they must resolve all the problems that had arisen. The guy suggested that the old man conduct further tests. The doctor asked what tests need to be done. The guy looked angrily at the old man and offered to replace the soul of another with a human one. The angry old man grabbed a guy named He Qianming and told him to give up such an idea. The doctor coughed. He asked the scientist for forgiveness and told him not to worry. Suddenly the doctor felt a very strong blow. He started bleeding from his mouth. The old man found himself with a knife in his body. He was very scared because of the wound and looked down. The doctor looked at the guy very angrily. He realized that he had wounded him. The young scientist adjusted his glasses and told the doctor that his research was coming to an end. He took off his glasses. He told the old man in an angry voice that he had come for someone else. He raised his hand up. A pink swirl appeared next to him. The scientist looked angrily to the side. The pink mist continued to swirl around his hand. The guy squeezed his hand forward with all his might. He channeled his energy into the glass bell in front of him. Inside the laboratory, everything flew up above the floor. The guy held his arm outstretched in front of him. Powerful energy from the guy hit the glass cap and it began to crack. The glass dome shattered and the monster suddenly burst out of it to freedom. The system in the laboratory reported that others had escaped from room 35. The threat level has reached red. Another looked at the man angrily. He crouched down and prepared to attack. There were already several dangerous monsters of different colors in the laboratory. The system told the researchers to evacuate as soon as possible. The alarm went off in the laboratory. A bright lantern lit up on the ceiling. There were several scientists standing in the corridor. They looked around in fear. The sound of a siren sounded. One of them shouted that there were dozens of others in the 35th room. The worker shouted to his friends that they needed to quickly run away to a safe place. He stood above on the balcony. He glared angrily at the scientists below him. One of the guys shouted in fear that he couldn't go. He started calling for help. He stood on the balcony. He looked at the people below with a silent and angry gaze. The young scientist looked up. He spread his arms out to the sides and a pink glow appeared around him. He jumped down from the balcony and flew to the floor. He fell and hit his head. The young scientist's standard of living reached 0. After the fall, he died. The main character appeared from the floor. He looked carefully at the body of the young scientist. The ghost was surprised that the student killed the teacher and then committed suicide. The main character looked carefully to the side. He noticed that all the wandering spirits had fled. Someone's scream was heard from the side. The man stuck his hand out from under the rubble. It was an old man. The main character shouted to the scientist not to move. He promised to call a doctor. Dr. Yu said something about the fiery look. The old man, in a dying voice, continued to loudly repeat to himself about the fiery view. The doctor looked up in front of him with an unseeing and dead gaze. The old man closed his eyes exhaustedly and showed no more signs of life. The main character was very surprised. He didn't understand what it all meant. The main character shook the scientist's body. He demanded that he not play these games with him. Jiang turned to the side. He noticed that a monster had appeared next to him. Several human faces glowed on the demon's head. He was heading towards the man. The old man's body lay on the ground. He showed no signs of life. Jiang looked in front of him at the other. He said that all interference must be eliminated first. The main character swung. He told the monster that he would kill him first and then continue the conversation. The main character jumped up and very sharply rushed to attack the monster. Jiang turned around and looked to the side. He noticed 2 demons running towards him. Jiang jumped up very sharply. A green one flew up behind him. The main character kicked the monster and crushed it on the floor with all his might. Jiang watched in surprise as the monster's blood spread across the floor. The main character carefully examined the room in all directions. There were bodies lying everywhere. Jiang said thoughtfully and fearfully to himself that others had gone to the outside world. At the presentation, the girl walked around the room with a bottle. The guests around looked at her with interest. Suddenly, predatory heads and claws of others began to appear in the ceiling. Monsters began to appear from the ceiling above. The worker stood and did not suspect anything. The guests got scared and ran sharply to the exit. The demons rushed after the people. The guy told his friends to stick together. He explained that bloody kind of monsters don't just attack. The guy kept shouting to his friends not to run away. A predatory other was approaching him from behind. Denka ran sharply to the side. A predatory and dangerous other was flying behind him. At this time, someone flew up from the side and hit the other with all his might with his right hand. The main character hit the other with all his might and threw him aside. The guy happily said that he had arrived. The main character answered him so that he could better help people. Denka said in a dissatisfied voice to the main character that it wasn't working out. No one listens to him. Everyone is panicking. The main character looked to the side. He noticed how one monster attacked a fleeing man. The guy was scared. He looked up and saw how a black ghost shot down a flying monster in flight. The main character, accelerating at full speed, threw the green one aside. Jiang angrily shouted at the people not to be fools. If they don't want to die, they have to dodge. He explained that there was no need to give others a chance to capture them. The people around were very happy. They took pictures of the main character with their phone. Jiang looked at the people around him with interest. One of the guys shouted that women and children should go out first. The main character exhaled in a relaxed manner. He decided to go the other way. A group of people stood, and one of them shouted that they needed help because they were in trouble. Jiang thought that he needed to move on. Everything is fine in this place. Jiang jumped up. He shouted to his friend to help people get out. Denka answered obediently for the main character that he would do so. The daughter and her mother were in the burning room. They called for help. Suddenly, someone outside suddenly knocked down the front door to the room. The woman and her daughter looked at the door. The woman called for help in a frightened and hopeful voice. She didn't understand who came to them. The hostess looked closely at the front door. She couldn't understand who was standing there. A huge green monster flew into the room. He prepared to attack the people. The woman was scared. She covered her daughter to protect her from the attack. Suddenly, the demon was surprised. He noticed that someone else had appeared in the room. A very powerful blow was heard from the side, and someone threw the monster far to the side. The main character appeared. He rushed after the demon to finish him off. Jiang pierced the monster's body with a powerful blow to get something from him. The main character said to himself that he pulled out what he needed. The daughter clung to her mother in fear. The monster's body was still next to them. The woman came to her senses. She thanked the main character with tears in her eyes. Jiang was jumping on the spot. He couldn't understand why he was feeling hot. After all, his body was fireproof. The main character burst out at people and said with a smile that he would help them. The girl fearfully hugged her mother and said that the phantom was worse than the monster for her. The woman told her daughter that the guy had come to help them. Jiang wrapped his arms around mother and daughter and shouted at them to hold on. The main character, along with 2 residents, jumped out through a broken window in the house. The main character flew through the air along with a woman and a girl. He noticed firefighters on the ground below. After a short flight, the main character landed on the ground. He was able to save people. Firefighters poured water on the burning floor. The main character carefully lowered the people to the ground. The woman and her daughter thanked the guy. Some passerby from the crowd pointed his finger at the main character and said that he saved the mother and daughter. People stood in the crowd. They all began to chant his name together. The main character jumped up. Someone from the crowd below shouted that he had gone to save people again. Jiang told himself that he needed to speed up. Shadow glasses are used up very quickly. He thought that very soon people from the night watch would come to this place. Then there was a very bright explosion. Everything around lit up. Jiang flew away. The main character looked down carefully. He noticed that people had arrived. Jiang saw people from the night watch on Earth. He thought that everything this time was planned. A fighter from the night watch raised his hand and green flames came out of it. The warrior stood and held a bright green ball above him. Monsters began to approach him from the side. The guy pointed his hand forward and prepared to attack others with the help of the radiance. The fighter attacked the monsters with green lightning and scattered them to the sides. More warriors appeared and they began to fight against various colored others. After the battle, several monster bodies remained on the floor. More others ran up from the side. A new group of monsters dispersed and prepared to attack people. There was a very strong explosion in the building. Fire sparkled in the windows and smoke started pouring out. The main character thought to himself with excitement that for others, the industrial zone of the Chuyang Company is the main target for attack. The guy ran inside the building and looked around. He realized that there were no people from the night watch inside. The main character told himself that he can only rely on himself. He looked out the system window. Inside the building, people greeted the guy. Someone shouted that he was going to help people again. There were several people hanging in the room. They were tied into cocoons. The main character was carrying a woman in his arms. Jiang grabbed the frightened dog. The people in the cocoons rejoiced. They shouted words of encouragement. The main character jumped into the room and carried one guy out on his shoulders. Someone looked at the main character from the side and said that it was the mysterious killer who had appeared. Jiang landed on the ground after his jump. He released the man from his arms. Jiang looked around in fear. Someone ran up to him from the side and asked if he was okay. People crowded around the guy lying on the ground. Someone shouted to call an ambulance. Jiang fell to the ground exhausted. He told himself that it was hard for him to be a hero. He wanted to dress up to look better. Jiang looked very joyfully in front of him. He had some idea. The main character realized that saving people was worth it. He saw joyful residents around him. A woman approached. She asked with tears in her eyes if anyone had seen her granddaughter. People stood around and asked in fear about their missing relatives. The main character listened to the people around him and was surprised to realize that all the missing people were children. Jiang understood his gaze and looked down at the building. Black smoke was coming from there. The main character heard someone screaming from the side. He looked there carefully. A huge pink monster grabbed the girl behind him. She screamed and wanted to free herself. The main character looked in fear at the monsters on the wall of the building. He did not understand why others need children. At this time, the guy's phone was ringing. He frightenedly picked up the phone and looked to see who was calling him. The girl called and asked the guy if he was now in the company of Chuyang. The main character asked his girlfriend, how does she know? The girl ordered him to return. Jiang told the interlocutor on the phone that he would return when she cooked a delicious meal. Main character ran down the street between houses. There were no people around. The girl hung up and thought. She didn't know where her friend had just run. The main character prepared to disappear into the ground. He told himself that he needed to hurry. At this time, a soldier ran up from the side and began speaking into a megaphone. The man turned over the speakerphone to the special one next to him. Armed warriors stood. The commander said threateningly that according to the law, people who are not on the night watch cannot publicly show their abilities. He demanded the guy to stop. The man angrily shouted at the ghost to immediately deactivate his abilities. Jiang looked to the side and noticed that he was at gunpoint. A soldier with a special magnetic gun stood and aimed at the main character. The main character raised his hands up and said that he understood everything. He thought to himself that it was better to leave everything to the night watch. At this time, a woman fell to the ground from the crowd. She still wanted to find her granddaughter Gangan. The main character got angry. He realized that he must now help save people from monsters. The ghost pointed his finger at the soldiers and demanded that they follow him. The commander looked at the guy in surprise. He decided to listen to him. The main character jumped up and rose high up. The soldiers looked after him in surprise. The warriors raised their weapons and aimed their sights after the guy. One of the fighters came up to the captain and asked him what to do. The man calmly looked ahead and told his subordinate that they would watch. Monsters flew over the city between the houses. They took their children with them. The main character saw how evil demons were dragging children along the street. Jiang stood up and watched everything from the ground. He did not understand where the demons were going. The main character was surprised to notice how the monsters were moving towards a black portal in the ground. Others began to descend into the portal. The main character realized that they were all heading to the shadow layer. The main character was sitting on the roof of the building. He looked at the house opposite him. Jiang realized that monsters had killed people before. Now they have started kidnapping them. The main character saw that a group of children were sitting and crying. Green demons stood around in fear. Jiang remembered the Chuyang Company and biological experiments. He realized that he had gotten himself into something terrible. The main character flew down from the roof of the building. He realized that it was very late for him to retreat. The demon looked angrily to the side. He heard some noise. Children sat behind him and cried. The monster looked to the side in fear. He noticed how someone threw a stone at the wall from the side. Another looked around angrily and suspiciously inside the building. He realized that there was someone nearby. The monster looked around with great excitement. He listened carefully. The demon looked carefully to the side and noticed that crying children were sitting there. The demon looked ahead. He heard another stone fall behind him. Others were perplexed. He looked carefully and listened around. Suddenly, the monster heard a suspicious noise from the side. He immediately looked there. The demon looked at the children very carefully. He realized that one child had disappeared somewhere. Pebbles began to fall around in all directions. The monsters looked around in surprise. Another looked sharply to the side. He realized that someone had appeared behind him. The main character quickly ran up and grabbed several children. He decided to take them with him. Jiang fled and took the children with him. He said to himself in fear as he walked that the demons had seen him. The main character stood and held people in his arms. Monsters ran towards him from the side. Suddenly all the demons were caught in a huge blue net. The monsters screamed angrily. They could not escape from the trap into which they had fallen. Jiang slowly and carefully walked down the stairs. He told the frightened children to follow him. The main character picked up the phone. He decided to call the night watch and report the monsters. Suddenly, the device in the guy's hands exploded and shattered into fragments. Jiang covered his face with his hand. He realized that he would no longer be able to contact the night watch. Someone approached the main character from the side. He looked carefully at the stranger. Reptilian man appeared. He said in an angry voice that he wanted to see the man from the night watch. The stranger angrily said that he saw in front of him a celebrity, a brother named A. The main character looked at the stranger evilly and asked who he was. Frightened children stood behind. The stranger angrily answered the guy that he could guess. He prepared to move his hand forward in front of him. The mutant shot at the wall and stones began to fly away from it in all directions. The main character looked to the side very scared. In front of him there was a big hole in the wall. Jiang thought to himself in fear that the monster was reading his thoughts. He could be special too. The main character launched a blue magic rope from his hand into a neighboring house. Jiang grabbed the lifeline and used it to fly into the building opposite. The main character heard a dangerous noise behind him. Metal pins were flying behind him. Jiang very quickly jumped to the side. Metal pins stuck into the ground. The stranger approached the main character and said that he was surprised by his reaction. The fighter looked at the guy and told him that the strength of everything was at the first level. The main character looked angrily at his opponent and asked, "Is he really one of the Chuyans?" The stranger with the head of a reptile angrily asked the guy, "Does he really look like that?" The main character fearfully asked himself, "Is his opponent really a fiery species?" The stranger threw a green ball at the guy. He said angrily that the dead should not know much. The main character quickly jumped to the side. He managed to dodge the green ball in time. Jiang turned his head to the side. The ball flew close to him. There was a very strong explosion next to the guy. He tilted his head back in fear. After the explosion, a huge crater appeared on the ground. The guy was thrown aside. Jiang was lying on the ground. There was a dent on the bottom. He noticed how green balls appeared above him. The stranger stood and looked ahead. A powerful explosion sounded in front of him. The fighter told himself that everything around him was boring, and he thought it would be more fun. The frightened children approached the hole in the wall. They watched the explosion in the street. One of the boys shouted in fear for the main character not to die. The stranger gradually approached the explosion site. He wanted to look at the guy's body. The fighter approached the crater in the ground and was very surprised. He didn't find anyone there. The stranger looked around in fear. He noticed that the guy was nowhere to be found. The reptilian fighter looked around carefully. He was looking for the body of the main character. The stranger looked around, but could not find the guy's body. The main character carefully crawled out of the ground behind him. Jiang rose up above the ground and stopped on the wall of the house. The stranger did not notice him. After that, the main character abruptly jumped from one house to another. The stranger stood and listened carefully. The ghost of the main character flew next to him. Jiang quietly crawled out of the wall from the building. He decided to try to attack his opponent from behind. The main character looked down at his opponent. He prepared to attack him from behind. A green ball appeared above the fighter's hand. He prepared to launch it. The stranger sharply launched the ball and it hit the wall of the building. The main one managed to dodge and go down the wall. The fighter angrily called the main character a rat. Jiang rose above the ground at this time and extended his hand forward. The main character swung his hand and launched a black ball at his opponent. A small explosion was heard above the ground. A bright light appeared. The reptile man stood aside and looked at all this. The fighter was surprised. He looked in front of him in fear and did not understand what he was seeing. The warrior covered his face with his hands. The explosion in the air became brighter and brighter. The fighter covered his body with his hands. Small green bubbles were flying around him. The warrior angrily thought that his opponent was hiding in the shadows and attacking on the sly. A green ball appeared above the stranger's hand. He prepared to attack the guy as soon as he saw him. The fighter swung his hand and prepared to launch a green ball towards the building. Green lightning flew away in the direction of the broken house. A frightened girl stood near the window. The girl looked in fear at the lightning flying at her. She couldn't defend herself. The girl was very scared. She closed her eyes and called the main character. The main character suddenly flew up to the house and wanted to protect the girl with his body. Jiang put his hands in front of him for protection. A green explosion sounded in front of him. Main character felt someone approaching him from behind and preparing to grab him. The fighter angrily grabbed the guy from behind with his arms and shouted to him that he had caught him. The main character felt very strong pain. He could not free himself from his opponent's grip. At this time, the fighter from behind shot green lightning at the main character. The stranger pushed the main character from behind with all his strength. Jiang flew to the side. The main character was wounded. After a powerful blow, he began to cough bloody. Jiang fell to the ground after an attack from his opponent. There was a bright explosion. The main character was lying on the earth. After the fall, bright lightning ran through his body. The fighter clenched his hand into a fist. He told his opponent that he had no chance to hide in the shadows. The reptilian man laughed very loudly. He swung his arms to hit the guy. The fighter swung his fist with a green ring to finish off his opponent. The main character was scared. He didn't understand what was happening. His shadow form began to collapse. He no longer had the opportunity to use the skills. The opponent reached out his hand and grabbed the main character by the head. There was a very powerful explosion. The black coating of the ghost on the guy's body began to collapse. The main character was defenseless. He looked at his opponent in fear. The stranger looked angrily at the main character and said that he wanted to see who he was. The stranger waved the green ball and prepared to launch it. He looked at the guy very angrily. At this time, unexpectedly, large stones fell from above onto the fighter's head. The children threw stones on the fighter's head and demanded that he let the guy go. The monster looked up very angrily. The monster angrily asked the children what they were doing. A green ball glowed on his hand. The main character knelt behind his opponent. The fighter did not notice him. Jiang raised his exhausted gaze to his opponent. He decided to attack him from behind. The main character grabbed the fighter from behind with his arms and shouted that he is his opponent. He silently thanked the children. Jiang activated a combat skill called Shadow Pupil. The main character held his opponent in the air from behind. Blue, glowing eyes appeared above them. They were floating around. The stranger was scared. He decided to try to fight off the guy. Jiang kicked the fighter in the back with all his might. The monster did not have time to defend itself in any way. The mutant turned his gaze to the side and glanced angrily at the main character. The main character extended his hand forward. He prepared to fight further against his opponent. The stranger pointed to the side. He told the main character that he would kill him and the children would no longer help him. Jiang told his opponent that his blood was under control. He asked why he kidnapped children. The fighter explained to the main character in an angry voice that children's souls are much purer. He advised the guy to listen to his family. Jiang thought deeply and remembered about the monsters. He did not understand what it meant to listen. After that, the main character immediately remembered the Chuyang laboratory. The main character did not notice how a whole herd of pink monsters appeared behind him. The monster asked the man angrily if he had satisfied his curiosity. After that, the mutant shouted to the guy that he was going to die. He sent demons at him. A whole crowd of angry monsters suddenly rushed at the man from all sides. The main character stood and looked around in fear. He prepared to fight off the attack. Jiang felt a surge of strength. He shouted to his rivals that he would die only after them. The main character looked angrily in front of him. He felt a surge of strength. Jiang folded both hands in front of him. He prepared to attack the monsters in front of him. The main character loudly thanked him for the gift, and blue lightning bolts flew from his hands in all directions. The monsters around did not have time to dodge. Attacks and lightning hit them. The main character told his rivals in an angry voice that he was returning everything to them. Jiang attacked his opponent with a skill called Chase Mark. The main character finished off one of the demons by decapitation. There was a red explosion. Jiang used a skill called Shadow Bite against his opponent. He got shadow points for it. The demon was very frightened and surprised. He realized that his rival could absorb others. The main character kicked off the ground with his feet and prepared to rush forward. After that, bright and blue swirls appeared over the city street. Jiang activated the Shadow Bite against the demon. His shadow points began to increase sharply. The fighter got angry. He realized that a person could calmly kill monsters. The monster looked ahead angrily. He didn't believe that all this could happen. The mutant swung his hand and tried to hit it in front of him. There was a bright explosion in the sky, and the fighter was then thrown to the side. The mutant was angry and scared. He realized that he would no longer be able to impress the guy with his usual skills. The stranger told himself that all he had to do was use the blood. After that, a huge purple ball appeared over the city street. The fighter stood and looked at him in surprise. The mutant repeated to himself words about growth. He looked up in fascination. Gradually, the purple ball became larger. He began to gradually move. The ball slowly moved along the city's deserted and dark street. The fighter told himself about nurturing. The stranger ran angrily to the side. He glanced fearfully at the ball approaching behind him. The mutant ran and approached the entrance to the house. He told himself that special people are very cunning. The fighter said to himself as he walked that it was the first time he saw how others were absorbed. The mutant ran and silently remembered the terrible appearance of the main character. The fighter fearfully thought to himself that the main character should also be different. The stranger saw something very scary in front of him. He slowed down. The mutant stopped in the middle of the street. He decided not to run any further. The surprised fighter looked up and saw a huge pink portal in the sky in front of him. After that, the black ghost of the protagonist appeared on the city street. Jiang stood at full height on the street and angrily examined the surroundings. The main character took out his huge, sparkling blue blade. Jiang's eyes sparkled. He angrily told the mutant that now it was his turn. The main character stood on a dark city street with a sword in his hand. Opposite him near the house stood a fighter. Jiang completely relaxed and calmed down. He breathed a sigh of relief. The main character stood and looked at his opponent. He thought that he only had the second rank, but he already felt as if he had gotten rid of everything bad. Jiang extended his hand forward. He stood still and concentrated before attacking. Jiang stood on the ground, and lightning spread around him. He thought that heaven and earth were clearly visible, and everything was acquiring new colors. The main character glanced at the mutant. He thought that human fear was very obvious. Jiang smiled evilly to himself. He decided to play a little with his opponent. Suddenly, the main character completely disappeared from the street. His opponent was surprised. The fighter could not understand where the man had disappeared. He decided that the guy dived into the shadows. The mutant sent a whole herd of monsters in front of him. He shouted to the man that he would not allow him to be attacked. At this time, very bright and blue lightning appeared in the air out of nowhere. The mutant noticed with fear that it was as if someone invisible had struck the two monsters in front of him. Suddenly, someone ran up sharply and pierced the fighter from behind with his blade with all his might. The warrior looked at his wound in fear. He realized that he had failed to see the man's attack. He didn't understand how a guy with the second rank could be so strong. Jiang suddenly appeared from behind the ghostly darkness. He realized that his opponent could not see anything. He realized that he could now hide in deeper shadows. The main character hit the mutant several times with powerful blows. The fighter angrily shouted to himself to the main character that he was a bastard. The evil Jiang happily felt to himself that it was as if he had caught his prey. The fighter angrily shouted for the main character so that he would not mock him anymore. The monster angrily shouted at the guy to quickly come to him. Jiang appeared with a sword behind his opponent. He said that he would do as he said. The monster was very scared. He noticed that the blade was right next to his throat. The main character looked angrily at the defeated mutant. His eyes shone. A bright swirl appeared around the guy's body. He was all in green light. The main character looked in front of him in surprise and saw a piece of pink tile. An unfamiliar guy appeared on the side. He asked Shushan in surprise, what was he doing? The stranger looked at the fighter and told him in a sly voice that they had been waiting for him for half a day. Shu came to his senses. He asked Zhao displeasedly, "Did the head really send him here?" Zhao looked at his interlocutor and said that the implementation of the plan begins now. He demanded that he take the children. He will figure everything out himself. Shu suddenly jerked to the side. He told his colleague that he was leaving the guy to him. The main character jumped up to the mutant from the side. He strictly demanded that he not touch the children. The main character launched a huge magic tile at his opponent. Zhao could not move. His body was trapped and bound in a pink ball. The fighter strained his strength and was able to destroy the pink sphere in which he was. The main character rushed at him with 2 swords. Jiang jumped up and prepared to hit the guy from above. Zhao hit the ground with all his might. The main character decided to hide. He sank into the ground to protect himself from the attack. A black portal lit up in the sky. Shu extended his finger to the side and a green glow appeared above him. Jiang felt like he was bound by a green rope. He could not move anywhere to the side. Shu looked at the guy angrily and said that he couldn't just hide. Zhao ran up to the main character from the side and hit him with his hand with all his might. Shu shouted very angrily for the guy to kill the man quickly. At this time, Shu suddenly felt as if someone had cut off his legs and arms with a powerful blow. The mutant was scared. He could not understand who could have unexpectedly attacked him. Shu fell to the ground after the attack. His arms and legs flew off to the sides. The main character sat down on the ground. He noticed how a small golden ring rolled towards him. Zhao looked to the side at the mutant's severed body. He asked the main character if he happened to work on the night watch. Zhao displeasedly asked the guy why he was interfering in their affairs. The main character angrily shouted to the fighter that he was using children to conduct experiments on others. He should have intervened. Jiang slammed his black sword into the ground. He prepared to address the fighter. Jiang said in a calm voice that he himself was not a hero and never wanted to become one. The main character raised his blades in front of him. He shouted irritably that he was sticking to what he thought was right. Zhao laughed evilly. He was surprised by the guy's words about what is right. The fighter explained to the main character that if he saves children, then all of humanity will be destroyed. The main character was very scared and surprised. He asked the fighter angrily, "What is he talking about?" He did not believe that Zhao kidnapped children to save the world. The fighter told his interlocutor that the war between people and others had been going on for hundreds of years. Fire appeared above Zhao's hand. He explained that people are alive only thanks to their efforts. The fighter explained that others are much stronger than them. Human strength is like fire. He cannot illuminate everything around him. Zhao said in a thoughtful voice that they found another way out instead of dying a painful death. Because the darkness is invincible, one must adapt to it. The guy said that you need to bury your hopes deep in your heart and just wait. The main character realistically imagined a huge heart. There was a glow of different colors around him. Zhao, with burning eyes, said that a fire would start that would save all of humanity. The main character grabbed his sword. He told the fighter that he was just justifying his actions. The main character angrily told his rival that if the firekind thinks alike, then he will destroy them all. Zhao looked at the guy with a very dissatisfied look and said that it was useless to talk to him. Zhao told the main character in a threatening voice that he would now see the power of the fiery form. Jiang decided not to waste time. He abruptly took off from his place with a sword in his hand against his opponent. Zhao raised his hand above his head. He repelled the protagonist's attack. After that, the fighter realized his left leg and tried to hit his opponent with all his might. Jiang jumped back very scared. He still held the blade in his hands. The guy was waving his arms in all directions. He tried to fight off the main character's attacks. Zhao clenched his hand into a fist with all his strength and prepared to attack his opponent. The guy swung his hand with all his might and prepared to hit the main character running towards him. There was a very bright and pink explosion. Jun was carried far to the side. The Zhao fighter looked in front of him very scared and very angry. The main character, after a strong blow from his opponent, flew off and hit the wall. Jiang felt the effects of a strong blow on his body. He realized that his opponent was very strong. The main character looked behind his body in fear. He noticed that it was not tightening early. Zhao very leisurely and with a slow step approached his opponent. The fighter explained to the main character that he used a special skill called Flame Strike against him. Jiang repeated to himself the words about the new special one in a frightened voice. Zhao explained to his opponent that he could not defeat him. Under normal circumstances, Jiang found himself helpless in the face of absolute power. The fighter raised his hand above his head. He said that the end had come for the main character. Jiang looked angrily at his opponent and said that he was completely right. The main character, using a special skill, placed a mark on the opponent's body. Zhao was very surprised. He did not understand what was happening to him now. The fighter was surprised. He was startled to notice how blue flying eyes appeared around him. Zhao asked in a frightened voice, "How could this be possible, and how did he end up here?" He didn't want to die. The main character told the rival that he has a fear that he has deep in his heart. Zhang said in a stern voice to his opponent that saving humanity is an excuse. Fear is the real reason for his actions. The main character angrily told the frightened fighter that they were all like that in a fiery form. Zhang raised a huge and shining sword in his hands. He prepared to attack his opponent. The main character stood with a blade in his hands. He shouted to his opponent that he was just a group of thugs. Zhao was very angry. He looked at the main character with great hatred.
The fighter jumped up and rushed at the guy. He shouted at him to shut up.
The main character, with a very deft movement, turned around and pierced his opponent's body with his blade. Zhao received a very strong blow to the body. Dark blood came out of his mouth. The fighter could not attack further. He saw the face of the protagonist in front of him. Zhao fell to the ground very exhausted after being mortally wounded. The fighter realized that his opponent was fearless. He too was once so energetic. Zhao looked at his opponent with a dying gaze. He had his last thoughts before dying. The fighter imagined a pile of human bodies in front of him. He remembered that his ignorance and fearlessness had long since dissipated. Zhang thought to himself that the same fate awaited the main character. You just need to wait. The main character saw something incomprehensible in front of him. He asked who they were. A small pink cloud rose in the sky above the ground. It hung and shone in front of it. The presenter named Shui Shui greeted the audience. She was broadcasting outside the Chuyang building. Rescuers were working around. The presenter told people that a couple of hours ago there was a fire in the building. Several others escaped to freedom. The building was completely charred, and traces of a battle between the special and the others were discovered. The girl on the stretcher said in a frightened voice that her boyfriend saved her. The presenter told viewers that many victims were saved thanks to a streamer named Yu. This guy helped save missing children. Unexpectedly, a guy passing by pointed his finger to the side and shouted with excitement that he was back. The people around were very happy. They were all looking at the right guy. A joyful presenter also stood next to them. The main character appeared. A whole group of happy children stood next to him. The main character carefully sat down and looked at the children next to him. Zhang looked at the frightened guys and told them to go further on their own. He won't follow them. The main character hugged the children. One of the girls hugged him and thanked him. A group of soldiers stood next to the children. One of the girls joyfully ran up to her grandmother. The main character was walking home along the street. The sun was shining brightly and there was no one around. Zhang went up to his apartment. He said in an exhausted voice that he was finally home. The main character entered the room and looked at his girlfriend in surprise. She sat scared on the sofa. The girl was very sad. She sat and silently looked ahead. Zhang turned around and looked carefully at the table. There was very tasty food on plates. The main character looked at his girlfriend in bewilderment. He didn't tell her anything. After a short pause, the guy smiled and took out the broken eggs from his backpack. He told his girlfriend that he stopped at a store on the way. But something happened. That's why he stayed late. Zhang stood and held a package of eggs in his hands. The girl looked at him silently. The girl with tears in her eyes told her friend that he was lying again and wanted to deceive her. The main character asked his girlfriend if she had already decided that he was dead. The girlfriend sat down on her knee and waved her arms. She shouted to the guy that it would be better if he died. Zhang extended his hand in front of him. He managed to grab the girl's fist in time. The girl shouted at the guy in a very dissatisfied voice to let her go. Zhang hugged his girlfriend. He told her that he would not let her go. The lamp under the ceiling shone brightly in the room. The main character below stood in an embrace with his girlfriend. Jiang slyly asked the girl, "Has she really not tried it yet?" He reminded her that they were no longer children. The girlfriend asked the guy in a very shy voice, "What could she not try?" The main character looked at the girl in surprise and said that he hadn't tried it either. Jiang came close to his friend and quietly suggested to her that they could try. The girl looked at the main character and demanded that he speak more clearly. The main character hugged and prepared to kiss his girlfriend. She was very surprised. Zhang kissed the girl. She did not resist and was very surprised. Suddenly, the girl suddenly opened her eyes. She felt very embarrassed. The girlfriend sharply hit the guy with her hand and angrily asked, "What is he doing?" Zhang looked fearfully at his girlfriend and explained that he was just thirsty. The girl looked at the guy with suspicion. She couldn't believe that he was just thirsty. Zhang held plates of food in his hands. He said he wanted to heat up his food. The main character went further into the kitchen. The girl behind him looked at him displeased. The guy opened the door to the microwave. He prepared to put down the plate. The main character breathed a sigh of relief. He told himself that he was on the verge of life and death. The guy thought with pleasure to himself that at first he thought that Yao Yao would kill him during the kiss. Jiang began to jump around the room. He told himself that the kiss was a reward for the battle. Yao Yao carefully looked out from behind the door. She silently watched her friend. The girl thought very dissatisfiedly that the main character was a complete fool. Jiang was sitting at the table with the girl. They silently ate food from the plates. Yao Yao took a piece of food with chopsticks. She studied the guy with an attentive gaze. The main character didn't pay attention to anything. He consumed food with great appetite. The guy activated the system window. He decided to find out how much his abilities had grown after the battle. The main character read to himself the complete information in the system. He thought that continuous killing was also a good skill. But the conditions for implementation are quite harsh. Jiang closed his eyes and fell into thought. He recalled his recent battles. The main character realized that the red color around the fighter symbolizes the enemy. Jiang realized that if there is green around a character, it means that he is an ally. The main character remembered that a white light is always around the passing character. Suddenly, the guy was struck by a thought. He looked ahead with great attention. Yao Yao silently looked at her friend. She didn't understand what he wanted now. The girlfriend angrily told the main character not to do anything strange anymore. Jiang looked at the girl with great attention. He did not understand what the color pink meant. The main character thought slyly. He realized that he now knew what the pink light meant. Jiang thought joyfully to himself that the pink color means that the girl loves him. Yao Yao told her friend that he was very strange. The main character turned around and looked at his girlfriend with great interest. He didn't tell her anything. Yao Yao looked at the main character in surprise. She studied him carefully. The girlfriend got up from her seat and went out onto the balcony with her boyfriend. Jiang stood behind him next to the girl. They looked with interest from the balcony onto the street. There were very bright fireworks on the street. The main character and the girl watched this from the balcony. Jiang stood next to Yao Yao. They looked in fascination at the fireworks on the street. The main character asked the girl what does she know about the fiery form. The girlfriend looked at the guy with interest and asked where he heard about this. Yao Yao explained to the guy that in Dad's information there is a mention of the fiery form. The girl said that others of the fiery type are a group that acts on its own. She only pursues her own goals. Yao Yao reported that such an organization betrayed humanity for the sake of its plans. The girl excitedly told the main character that if he finds a member of the fiery species, then he can go to the Night Watch, and they will give him 500,000 for it. Jiang was very surprised when he heard the sum of 500,000. The friend asked the main character with interest, "What is it?" The guy answered her that it was nothing. Jiang asked the girl if there were any other strange organizations, and what was the reward for them. Yao Yao, I asked the guy, does he really think that there are still such organizations? The main character slyly told his girlfriend that he was thinking about how he could make money. The girl thought deeply. She reflected on her friend's words. Yao Yao said that other organizations also have awards, but not the same as for Enlightenment. The girl said that the Enlightenment is a controversial organization. They seem to be allies, but they are fundamentally different from them. Members of the organization believe that humanity will be defeated and are looking for a way to escape from here. The girl pointed her hand up. She said the organization believes it is possible to travel to another planet. Jiang judiciously explained to the girl that it is impossible to build spaceships for all people. Yao Yao said in response that one cannot rely only on technology in this matter. The girl explained that others live in another world. There is no technology there. Monsters try to bypass all the cracks and get into their world. The girl explained that if the Enlightenment achieves the same results as others, then it will be impossible to stop the spinning wheel. The days passed calmly, flying by one after another. The holidays gradually passed. Some citizens went to work, others went to study. After the main character has risen to the second rank, he can easily kill others of the first level without difficulty. Jiang was able to increase his life expectancy by 3 days in just 1 day. The guy was packing his clothes. For him, all the tests are over, and therefore he can get ready for training camp. Pukliak has already gone there, and he himself is leaving tomorrow. Uncle Lee returned home just the night before he left. The man entered the room. Lee told the main character that his forces had been discovered and recruitment into Night Watch groups was taking place. The chief smiled at the man and asked, "Was he in Beidou?" He asked Lee what happened to his hand. The man answered the guy that this year he has a lot of workload and no time at all. He sat down on the sofa. Lee told his interlocutor that in addition to his golden light, something else had been added. The main character asked the man with interest, what else could he add? Lee answered the guy that they would see it somehow. The man thought to himself that Jiang seemed unusual to him from the very beginning. He even thought that the guy had failed the tests, but he showed himself well and ended up on the 6th level. Lee looked at the guy and noticed that he didn't seem special to him at all. The main character happily told the man that he had seen a man named Sun yesterday. He told him that he had already risen to the rank of general. The fighter looked at the main character with interest and suspicion. He didn't answer him. The tired man sat down on the sofa. He told the guy that it was so. The main character asked his interlocutor with excitement, "Is he really one of the 5 strongest?" The man said thoughtfully that it was all in the past for him. He was about 40 years old when he left the front line. The fighter thoughtfully told the main character that at that time he was full of energy. He fought with a large number of enemies. Lee told the main character that at that time his goals were very simple. He wanted to kill everyone else for everyone's safety. But there were a lot of monsters, and it took more than 20 years. The man told the guy that in the end his wife died from the pollution of others. He had to change his activities. As a result, the invincible general turned into an invalid. Lee explained to the main character that this time very strong others appeared in Beidou. Zhang waved his hand and told the man in a confident voice that he would definitely cope and would not give up. The main character looked at the man and said that he also wants to become a general like him. Lee turned his head to the side. He looked at the main character with interest and said nothing. The general pulled his hand into his pocket. He told the guy that he had been noticed, and therefore there was no way back. Lee held out a token in his hands for the surprised protagonist. He told him to hang it on his body. The main character asked the man with excitement, "What kind of pendant is this?" The general replied that it was a secret thing called yin shadow. When a guy puts this thing on, he will hear a lot more different sounds. The general told the main character that if he wears the medallion for a long time, his willpower will greatly strengthen and will help in training. But negative emotions also intensify. Therefore, the pendant must be worn at intervals of 3 days. The man said that the pendant can be activated when unusual energy is detected. It releases polluted energy. Combat power will increase greatly in a short period of time, but it can only be used once. Zhang was very scared. He realized that the polluted energy comes from the shadow layer. The general told the main character that such forbidden things come from another world. A certain fee is charged for their use. Zhang examined the medallion in his hand. The man pointed his finger at the guy and said that the cost of use would depend on his will and qualifications. If his strength is above the 5th level, then he can wear the token calmly. The general explained in a stern voice that the medallion can recognize people. The main character was very happy. He put the medallion around his neck and decided to try it. The man examined the guy from all sides. He asked with excitement, what did he feel? Zhang answered thoughtfully that there were no sounds. Lee told the guy that his willpower was counteracting the pendant's influence. Now he can be calm. The man promised to come back later. Late in the evening, the main character was lying on his bed and dozing. There was a blue glow around him. Zhang was lying on the pillow. His body glowed a bright blue. The medallion suddenly became very black. A dark aura began to emerge from it. The main character was sleeping. The dark aura grew larger and larger around him. The guy found himself in an unknown dimension. He didn't understand what road he was on. The main character looked closely. He did not understand what he saw in front of him. The guy saw huge pink bubbles in front of him. Inside one of them was the figure of a girl. The stranger was scared. She turned to someone and demanded that they not shout in her ears. The main character looked to the side and noticed how there was a guy's figurine inside one of the bubbles. Zhang saw an incomprehensible ball in front of him. There was an unfamiliar guy inside it, and next to him was a fireball. Inside one pink ball, a fighter screamed in fear that he was in pain and as if something was killing him. The people inside the pink balls screamed in fear that they didn't want this. The main character looked around him in fear. He realized that all these memories came from the pendant. Zhang listened in fear. He felt as if someone had called him and called him master. There were a lot of cars on the city street. There was a lot of traffic. Yao Yao was sitting in the back seat of the car. She was bored and then yawned tiredly. The main character asked his girlfriend if she didn't get enough sleep. Yao Yao replied that she had not slept all night and was beside herself with excitement. Zhang answered for his girlfriend with a smile that he slept peacefully and had wonderful dreams. The main character fearfully thought to himself that he could not remember yesterday's dream. The guy grabbed the pendant. He thought that he seemed to have heard her speak. Zhang put his hand on the girl's shoulder. He said she might be tired. The main character told his girlfriend that she could attract and relax. He promised her that he would not do anything. The main character approached his girlfriend. He wanted to kiss her. The driver coughed displeasedly. The man told the girl that there were a lot of bad people at the training camp. She should act more seriously. Yao Yao answered father that she understood him. The main character became worried when he heard about the bad people. The man told his passengers that when they arrived at the place, they should follow the instructions of the instructor. The father told the girl that if something happened, she should call him. Yao Yao reminded father that he talks about this all the way. The main character happily told the man not to worry. He promised that everything would be fine since he was here. The man told the main character and daughter that they had arrived. They arrived at the entrance to the metro. Yao Yao told father that they were leaving and said goodbye. The man reminded her about the phone. The main character took the girl by the hands and led her along the street. The man was watching them. The father was unhappy. He watched his daughter leave with the main character. The man angrily called the main character a brat. He looked after him for a long time. Yao Yao pushed the guy aside. She angrily reminded him that her father was looking at her. The main character explained to his girlfriend that everything was fine. Her father can't worry.
A lot of people gathered on the subway platform. Someone shouted that the carriage was approaching.
The main character and his girlfriend went inside the carriage together.
The carriage was full of people.
Zhang looked around with interest. Jiang was riding in the carriage and thinking about his own things. He realized that in this carriage they would go straight to the training camp. The doors in the carriage closed. The conductor informed the students via communication that the students would be heading to Beidou for a training camp. The main character was sitting next to his girlfriend on an armchair. He told her that there were a lot of people around. Yao Yao answered the interlocutor that there were people from different gathering points here. Jiang looked around. The girl said that the people in the carriage had quite high test results. They have high levels of willpower or extraordinary abilities. They can deal with others of the first rank. The main character was surprised when he heard that now there is no need to be afraid of the attack of others. To himself, he thought that with his current strength, he could even deal with the second rank. Yao Yao put in her headphones and told her friend not to think about it so carelessly. The training will not be easy. The girl looked at her friend and told him to just wait until they arrived at the camp. He will taste real suffering. Jiang told his girlfriend with a smile that he didn't care. He is confident that there will be no problems. The train and the students rushed forward at very high speed. The carriage was rushing at high speed through the tunnel. The passengers inside began to fall asleep. The girl approached the main character and shook him by the shoulder. She told Zhang Yu to wake up. The main character came to his senses. He asked the girl in a sleepy voice, "What's the matter?" The friend explained in a frightened voice that they had already been driving for 40 minutes. She pointed her finger out the window. Zhang looked out the window in surprise. He said it shouldn't be like this. A guy with a lot of attention threw the window to the street. He noticed that there was thick fog there. Other passengers also looked outside. One of the guys said in fear that it was foggy outside. Student stood in the carriage and pointed his finger towards the street to his friends. The frightened guy pointed his finger out the window. He said that there was something like movement there. The girlfriend looked at the main character in fear. She didn't tell him anything. The students inside the carriage were very scared and alarmed. They didn't know what was happening. Suddenly, the train braked very sharply. The students inside the carriage did not have time to hold on. Due to the sudden braking, all the students could not resist and fell inside the car to the floor. The conductor informed the passengers on the train that they had arrived at a training camp. The doors of the carriages opened. The passengers looked outside and did not understand what had happened. Yao Yao asked the passengers in fear if they were supposed to meet them. Students crowded frightenedly on the platform near the train. The main character stood nearby. Jiang confidently walked out of the carriage onto the platform. The others stood behind him. Yao Yao was very scared. She watched her departing friend with excitement. The girl, scared, asked the main character, what was he up to? She demanded that the guy return. The main character looked around with great excitement. He didn't know what he could say now. Jiang was very scared and worried. He looked ahead with an unblinking gaze. The main character stepped on the platform and noticed how there were traces of blood under his feet. The girl was very scared. She looked ahead at the ground on the platform. Jiang extended his finger in front of him. She carefully touched the platform to the bloody marks. The guy slowly and anxiously looked at the finger and said that there was blood in front of him. One of the students did not understand where the blood could come from here. He said someone was killed at the training camp. The main character, without turning around, told his companions that others were to blame for everything. The students stood very scared. They didn't say anything to the main character. Jiang told his interlocutor that he needed to notify the night watch about everything and needed to go back as soon as possible. The main character looked carefully in front of him. He wondered what he would answer to his girlfriend. After a short pause, the guy turned around and cheerfully told the girl that he would go to the toilet. Yao Yao was very scared. She watched her friend leave and called him. The girl was very scared. She realized that she could not stop the main character. Yao Yao was very angry. She realized that the guy was leaving and she should now follow him. The girl took off. She quickly ran to help her friend. The students were surprised. They didn't understand why the girl ran after the guy. One of the guys told his friends that they needed to go back. He looked at the phone and noticed that there was no signal and messages could not be opened. Students gradually began to emerge as a whole group from the carriage onto the platform. The guests were closely monitored by a security camera on the ceiling. Zhang at this time stepped aside into the booth. He was relaxing there. Zhang stood in the stall near the toilet. He immediately felt lighter. The main character smiled broadly to himself and said that he felt better. The guy suddenly heard some suspicious noise nearby. He realized that someone was there. A huge demonic pink wolf appeared. He looked at the man very predatorily. Suddenly a huge stone flew from the side and hit the monster. The wolf flew into pieces. Zhang was very surprised. The main character saw his girlfriend with a stone nearby. He asked her in surprise, did she also come to the toilet? Yao Yao looked at her friend angrily and said that everything could be very dangerous. Someone else could have gotten to him. Jiang waved his hands to the girl and told her to calm down and listen to him. The girlfriend looked at the guy and asked, "What else can he come up with?" Jiang decided to explain everything to her. Jiang looked at the girl with a smile and told her joyfully that the training had already begun. The girlfriend excitedly asked the guy when the training could start. The interlocutor explained that the training began when they left the carriage. Yao Yao asked her friend thoughtfully, "Does he really think that everything was planned?" The main character pointed to the remains of the monster on the ground and asked the girl what she thought about the other one that had just exploded. The girl looked at the remains of the other and said that he was very weak. Such a weak monster wouldn't have the courage to attack the training camp. Jiang put his hand on his girlfriend's shoulder and said that she was not stupid at all. The girl answered him that they found themselves in a difficult situation. The main character told the girl that if others had carried out a raid, the Night Watch would have immediately found out about everything. They would be notified if something happened. The guy explained that the organizers had extended their time in the carriage to scare them. Then they created an atmosphere of fog to increase the fear. Jiang explained to the girl that under such pressure, the weak and strong stand out very much. The main character extended his hand forward. He wanted to explain to her about himself in such a situation. Jiang smiled at his friend and told her joyfully that he was the strongest. Jiang spoke happily to his girlfriend. At this time, a loud noise was heard from the side. The monster approached people. A whole flock of demonic predators appeared. They were heading towards people. The guy looked at them and got scared. The main character put the girl in front of him and told her to use her abilities. Jiang explained to his surprised girlfriend that if he wants to do anything against the monsters, then others will not have a chance. The girl was thrown forward sharply after the guy pushed her away. Jiang shouted to her that she could show her abilities. Jiang shouted to the girl goodbye that he wished her good luck. Someone watched all this through a video link. There were many monitors on the wall in front of the workers. They watched everything closely. Yao Yao was able to deal with others. The delighted protagonist stood behind her. Jiang clapped his hands and said in a joyful voice that the girl was able to withstand 3. The girlfriend hit her friend and said that he was just standing nearby. The main character explained that this all shows his trust. Jiang extended his hand and grabbed the girl's hand to protect himself from her blows. The main character told his girlfriend not to scold him, but to look away. There was a bright board on the wall with detailed metro routes. The main character told the girl that there was a map in front of them and they could find a way out. The girl, scared, asked the main character, "Do they need to get out of this hole?" Jiang looked carefully at the scoreboard on the wall. He said that output C is directed to the shadow field. Yao Yao told a friend that the shadow field could be an imitation of the shadow layer. This may be the most dangerous place. The main character explained to the girl that a dangerous place is most often called safe. Jiang told the girl to come with him. He promised to protect her. A whole group of frightened students appeared to the side. They ran and asked for help. Jiang extended his hand in front of him. He wanted to stop people and ask what happened. The main character scratched his head in fear. He didn't understand why the elite could be afraid of some others. The girl pointed her finger to the side and told the main character to look back. Jiang looked to the side in fear and saw a huge green demonic snake. The guy jumped up high. He decided to attack the green monster in flight. Jiang didn't understand what was happening. He knew that before him was another of the first rank. If such a monster gets into the camp, it will lead to death. Yao Yao came up from the side and looked at the other. She decided to help the main character. Golden balls began to glow in the girl's hands. She prepared to launch them at the monster. The snake looked at the man carefully. He decided to attack the girl as soon as possible. Another sharply opened its mouth and prepared to rush at the frightened Yao Yao. Jiang jumped up sharply in flight and kicked the kite with all his might. An admiring girlfriend watched him from the side. The main character grabbed the girl's hand and immediately pulled her along with him. Jiang ran with his frightened girlfriend. He shouted for her to follow him. The 3-headed snake rushed over the earth to quickly reach and grab people. The students around were very scared. They saw a green monster in front of them. Jiang pointed his finger to the side. He shouted to the students that there was a way out. The guy was rushing forward at full speed. He wanted to reach the exit as soon as possible. Jiang extended his hand forward to help the girl get out first. He noticed that there was no one around anymore. The main character looked to the side in surprise. He realized that he was standing completely alone. Jiang looked around with great excitement. He noticed that the girl was not nearby. The observers watched the battle between the people and the monster. One of them said that the serpent's combat power was supposed to be suppressed by the crystals. The guy, in a frightened voice, explained to his interlocutor that they had lost control. Another worker replied that he needed to go out and rein in the monster. The commander raised his hand and told his subordinates that they could just wait. The commander looked at the screen. He said in a thoughtful voice that they would leave everything as it was. The observer looked at the main character and said that you need to look at his abilities. Jiang looked ahead in fear and realized that there was a problem with the exit door. The main character told himself that glass is made of a material that allows sunlight to pass through. However, there are a few differences here. Main character went to the door and grabbed the handle. He prepared to open it. Jiang opened the door wide and listened carefully. He told himself that if he opened the door, then perhaps he would meet Yao Yao. The guy saw a huge green snake with several heads appear in front of him. The main character put his hands in front of him. He fought off someone else who attacked him. The main character looked angrily in front of him at the green demon. It was difficult for him to repel the attack. Jiang reached out and grabbed the green snake's body with all his strength. The main character began to hit the green snake with all his might with powerful blows. Jiang found the strength in himself and threw the green monster far back. The main character said in a dissatisfied voice that he had almost lost control of himself. Jiang turned around in fear and realized that a dark shadow had appeared behind him. Very quickly, the main character completely turned into a black phantom. Jiang told himself that he had not activated the shadow form. He didn't understand why this happened, of course. The main character extended his hand in front of him and looked at her. At this time, someone jumped from above to the ground from the side. Jiang was scared. With great excitement, he looked to the side to see who had appeared next to him. The main character was surprised to notice that a green monster was standing next to him. Jiang fearfully decided that the situation was heating up. Next to it was the upper limit of the first rank. Observers watched with great excitement through the monitors the battle of people against the monster. The workers were very surprised. Their commander stood in front of them, very surprised. The commander looked at the monitor with great surprise. He didn't understand what was happening. Glowing eyes began to separate from the monster's body and flew to the side. Another stood and looked angrily at the man. White eyes were flying around him. The green monster pointed his finger to the side. He decided to attack the man. There was a strong explosion and a green light flew in all directions from the demon. Jiang stood at a distance. The main character, with great fear, managed to jump back in time from the demon's attack. The guy jumped high up. He noticed a bright white explosion sound from below him. Jiang felt a very strong blow in his body. He realized that there was great power in front of him. The monster was flying under the ceiling. He swung his arm to reach the man. The main character calmed down and smiled very happily to himself. He prepared to attack the other. Jiang extended his hand forward and grabbed the monster by the throat with all his strength. The main character angrily shouted to the monster, "That idiot won't even let that happen!" The monster looked at the man very scared and angry. Jiang continued to hold him with his hands. The main character pushed the demon back away from himself and he fell to the ground in fear. Jiang used a skill called Shadow Bite to finish off the monster. The guy looked out the system window. He decided to read the details about the snake. The green monster looked at the main character very angrily. The system informed the owner of the details about the snake. The system told the owner that another named Faceless was good at long-range and short-range attacks. The eyes on this monster's body were the descendants of a lower-rank shadow species. The main character excitedly thought to himself that the stalker is hostile to the shadow species. This is why monsters attack. The main character realized that now a dangerous other had been sent against them. He could even kill a person. The main character thought dissatisfied to himself that the instructors had already seen his shadow form. There's no point in hiding now. The main character stood and there were bright swirls around him. He decided to turn off the shadow form. The guy looked at his hand in surprise. He was displeased to see that he was still in the body of a phantom. The main character commanded the system to remove the shadow form from him. Nothing worked for him. The guy heard a noise from the side. It was the cry of a monster that was attacking. Jiang looked up in fear in front of him and noticed how a lot of eyes were descending on him. The main character said angrily that this time he would not be able to get rid of the eye look just like that. The observers were very surprised. They didn't know what was going on as the screen turned off. Someone shouted that we needed to contact the technical department. The commander was silent. He looked ahead thoughtfully and said nothing to his subordinates. The doors suddenly opened and one of the frightened workers ran in. The guy told his friends that all the information systems were out of order. The observer informed his colleagues that contact with instructors Liu and Luo was lost. At this time, from the side, an unexpectedly dissatisfied man hit the floor with his stick with all his might. The leader said angrily that he had no idea that the Yunhai camp would be such a mess. The man looked angrily at his interlocutors and asked, "Do they really consider themselves worthy instructors?" The guy apologized to the head Chen and asked him what they would do now. I got even more angry. He hit the floor with his stick with all his might. The man demanded that Xiao Qin count everyone who entered the shadow field. It was also necessary to send people to maintain order. The head told her subordinates that they needed to select instructors of the second and third ranks. Together with them, you need to head into the shadow field. The subordinates abruptly jumped up and ran forward to follow the instructions of the leader. Chen demanded from the instructor's son to stay next to him. The head told his subordinate to tell him what was hidden in the shadow field of the Yunhai camp. Sun explained to the manager that he had discovered something a long time ago. That's why the head sent out instructors of the second and third ranks. Chen said that after the students entered the shadow field, a strong anomaly arose. The commander said that the shadow field emerged from a forbidden place in Shenzhou. After the other moved into this world, he began to change it according to his own rules. He applied a translucent veil. Song said that under normal circumstances, the other would only bring lower species. They will not be higher than the first rank. It happens that someone suppresses his true strength. This makes it harder to fight. I asked the commander very much what the other's rank is now. The guy replied that the other had been in a viable state for about half a month. Sun said thoughtfully that only a fourth-rank person could compare with the monster. The commander explained to the man that even if a person below the third rank gets into the shadow field, nothing will happen. Song said that if a person of the fourth rank gets hit, there will be chaos. Others will continue to develop and mutate. The man asked the guy if there were any special fourth-rank students among the students. Sun replied that the probability is low, but it is possible. The guy said in a thoughtful voice that regardless of rank, something influenced others. Sun told the head that this would be the end for the main character. Jiang at this time tried to run away from the monsters. The main character jumped up. He tried to hit the monster with a powerful blow. Jiang waved his arms. He tried to knock down the green monster on the path in front of him. The main character realized that he could not just escape. He turned around and started running to the side. The man was running at full speed. He shouted to others as he walked that they would not be able to catch up with him. The main character, at full speed, sharply pushed off from the ground and jumped high into the air. Jiang turned around and shouted as he walked to the monsters behind him that they themselves had chosen death. Two green demons decided to attack a person using streams of telepathic energy. Jiang ran at full speed. He felt a strong blow on his back. From a powerful blow from behind, the man fell to the ground at full speed. Jiang lay on the ground in a cloud of smoke. He stood up and began to gradually walk into himself. The main character said in a dissatisfied voice that monsters are capable of such things. They used a ranged attack against him. One of the green demons jumped above the ground. He flew forward to attack the man. The man saw a whole bunch of dangerous demons in front of him. He said that there were others of second rank in front of him. The main character angrily shouted to the demons that he would now show them the power of the second rank. He activated his shadow blade. The guy, very frightened, realized to himself that nothing was happening around him. Jiang looked at his hands. He realized with excitement that the shadow blade was not activating. Long green tentacles of a monster appeared next to the man. He realized that his skill was sealed. The demons looked at the man. They were talking about something among themselves. The main character stood and looked at the monsters in fear. He decided that he had sealed them with his power. A blue glow appeared around the main character. Others stood next to him and did not dare to attack. Suddenly, a bright pink light appeared from the side. Another monster has appeared. A huge pink other approached the man and extended his long tongue towards him. The chief fearfully realized to himself that he was seeing another third rank. The main character was scared. A huge pink demonic blade flew next to him. Jiang jumped to the side with a very sharp and quick movement. The monster continued to attack him. There was a very strong and powerful explosion. The main character was sharply thrown back. The guy flew very far after the explosion and hit his back into a building while accelerating. The main character cleared his throat. He realized that everything was out of order. He could no longer use the double blade. The guy looked at the monsters. He realized that in his condition, even with the second rank, he could not fight. The main character pointed two fingers at the monsters and launched blue lightning at them. Lightning from a man's hand wrapped around the huge demon on all sides. He thought that he had no chance of winning. Jiang turned around and ran to the side and thought that this was the best plan for him. The monster got angry. He tore the blue lightning on his body and screamed menacingly. The demon rushed after the man at full speed. The main character was scared and thought that the monster was very fast. The demon jumped up sharply as he walked. He decided to attack the man. Jiang reacted in a very timely manner. He jumped to the side to avoid the attack. The monster slammed his pink blade into the ground with all his might and cracks appeared. The main character jumped up and attacked the pink demon in front of him with all his might. Jiang thought to himself, happy that the continuous blows were harming his opponent. Unexpectedly, the pink one turned around and hit the main character in the face with his fist. After a very powerful and strong blow, the guy flew far to the side. The main character flew away and crashed into the wall of the building with his back. The demon decided not to stop the attack. He attacked the man from above with a blade. Another suddenly saw something very frightening. He began to stop the attack. The demon slammed its feet onto the ground to stop. The guy was very surprised. He realized that for some reason the other one had stopped in front of him. The main character looked at the monster in fear. He didn't understand why he didn't move. Another stood opposite a man with a blade in his hands. Jiang turned around sharply and looked carefully to the side. He decided that there was something nearby. The main character looked carefully at the ruins of the building. He looked closely. Jiang thought to himself, he was unhappy that something similar to the shadow force was happening now. Bright blue lightning appeared on the street. The guy thought to himself that this place frightens him even more than the shadow layer.
The demon suddenly activated. He rushed forward to attack the man.
The demon slammed his blade onto the ground with all his might. The main character ran away from him to save himself. The main character ran and was out of breath. He tried his best to save himself. The guy, as he walked, suddenly noticed that the lane in front of him turned out to be very long. He thought that his eyesight was failing him. The guy felt as if he was in an unknown place. He looked to the side in fear. Jiang felt how an unknown force rose from the ground and carried him upwards somewhere. The guy was in an incomprehensible blue fog. He did not understand what kind of place this was. The main character suddenly felt as if one of his hands was being stretched forward. Jiang felt himself being pulled into the sky. He realized that his body was out of control and someone was controlling him. The main character angrily shouted in his mind to an invisible enemy that he himself was the owner of his body. The main character suddenly felt as if everything around him had stopped. He stopped flying to who knows where. Jiang looked ahead in fear and noticed a mysterious blue ball flying towards him. The main character was scared. He noticed that the ball was gradually approaching him. Jiang closed his eyes in fear. He realized it was as if something had entered his body. Black threads began to spread throughout the man's body. They grabbed him from all sides. The main character felt that he could not move. He remained wrapped in black threads. Jiang opened his eyes. He heard it as if someone said that he would wait for the Lord of the Shadow. The main character looked around with great surprise. He was in an incomprehensible reality and was walking on a mirrored floor. Someone told the guy that he was on the border between the ordinary world and Shenzhou. The main character looked around in fear. He asked who was speaking to him. The stranger told the man to dive deeper into the shadows. Jiang stood and listened in fear. The main character turned to the side with great attention. He couldn't figure out who he was talking to. Suddenly, someone's pink hand appeared from the side. She reached out to the main character. The stranger was pink, and his body was similar to the body of the main character. He said that he and Jiang were of the same origin. The main character sharply extended his hand in front of him and hit the wall with all his strength. The stranger asked the man in fear what he was doing. Jiang answered him that he was eliminating someone else. The stranger told the protagonist that he had missed key points of his skills. Jiang answered his interlocutor to say whatever he wanted as quickly as possible. He himself wanted to get out of here to save his girlfriend. The interlocutor answered for the main character that he could look for himself. Jiang thought about it. He looked ahead with great attention and was silent. A huge, unfamiliar eye looked from above at the man with great attention. The main character looked around. He saw strange pink images next to him. Jiang said with excitement that the eye had previously blocked some of his powers. The interlocutor replied to the guy that the sparkling view is one of the forbidden objects of Shenzhou. The stranger told the protagonist that the sparkling species had chosen him as its target. He wants to fence himself in and block his techniques. The interlocutor told the guy in an angry voice that he was already dead. Jiang asked his interlocutor why he saved him last time. The stranger explained that he had been waiting for the main character for a very long time. The stranger looked at the guy and said that he was waiting for a man as strong as himself. The interlocutor said that he used to be a high-ranking person in Shenzhou. The stranger said that he was powerful and responsible. He was even the head of the group. As a result of an accident, the guy's body broke up into countless fragments and fell into this world. The sparkling appearance took and preserved the remnants of his soul. A huge pink eye looked attentively at the guy from above. The stranger said that the entity was capricious and therefore she turned away from him. The entity used its powers to its advantage. She strengthened her power. The stranger told the main character that this is why he was waiting for the appearance of the shadow. The interlocutor extended his hand to the guy and told him to help him finish it completely. The stranger told the main character that he could become his master. He promised to obey him in everything. The main character swung his hand and hit his surprised opponent in the face with it. Jiang slammed the pink stranger onto the ground with great force. The interlocutor fearfully reminded the main character that he had agreed to help him figure out the appearance of his eyes. Jiang asked the guy when he gave his consent to this. Jiang angrily told his interlocutor that he was left without the last of his pants and had no right to set conditions for him. The main character pointed his finger at the interlocutor and asked, "Will he obey him?" The pink guy looked angrily at his interlocutor and said that he still wouldn't be able to escape. The main character fell silent. He looked at his interlocutor with great excitement. The stranger looked at the man and said in an angry voice that it should be a great honor for him to become its bearer. The main character sharply extended his hand forward and hit the stranger with all his might. The main character stood and looked ahead. In front of him was broken glass and the shadow of a stranger. Jiang said in a dissatisfied voice to his opponent that now he does not look strong at all. Most of his power lies in the hands of the eye species. The stranger said angrily that he was a rank 6 shadow species. Therefore, the protagonist's continued existence in Shenzhou seems impossible. The main character lifted his opponent by the throat with his hand. The stranger could not understand how an ordinary person of the 2nd rank could get the better of him. Jiang silently and calmly looked ahead. He noticed shards of falling glass. There was a very loud scream. The stranger felt his body being dissolved in all directions. The main character stood as bright white lightning and pink swirls appeared around him. Suddenly, a very bright pink eye appeared right in front of the guy. A small pink lightning flew up to the main character's body and disappeared inside him. Jiang calmly looked ahead. His eyes glowed with a bright light. The main character said to himself in a low voice about the types of shadows and fragments. He thought that this was his lost position. Flying green eyes appeared in the sky above the city. The frightened soldiers stood in a whole group. One shouted that the instructor was being guarded outside and the students were going inside. Yao Yao was very scared. She didn't understand where the main character had gone. A lot of flying green demonic eyes appeared next to the girl. Green eyes intertwined into a huge lump. He was flying over the city. The frightened girl stood in the middle of the street. Green monsters rushed at her from the side. Yao Yao prepared to defend herself. She looked angrily at the others and her hands glowed with fire. The girl launched a fireball at one of the attacking demons. The fighter stood and very concentratedly attacked the monster with punches. The guy asked the girl in fear, "Can she still hold out?" Yao Yao replied that she was fine. The guy shouted to his friends that they all needed to get together and get out of here. A flying green eye appeared behind him. The eye flew close to the man and prepared to attack him. The fighter felt as if his entire body could not move at all. After that, the guy fell to the ground dead. The girl stood nearby and was very scared. Yao Yao looked up and noticed how more green eyes appeared there. The girl was very scared. She didn't know what she could do now. The commander suddenly appeared from the side. He struck another with powerful blows. Sun looked at the monster's body. He realized that in front of him was another of the 3rd rank. The situation turned out to be worse than they thought. The commander told his subordinates that they should have been more vigilant. They were almost hit by Tishka. One of the fighters asked Sun for forgiveness. The commander glanced at the girls. He thought that only the students were attacked by another 3rd rank. The commander told the students that it was time for them to move forward. The girl shouted to her friends to wait. Yao Yao said with great excitement that she was with John, but now he is not here next to her. The commander was surprised when he heard the name of the main character. He was deep in thought. A huge pink monster appeared in the sky. Sun thought that if the girl came with the main character, it means that they have a close relationship. The commander heard a suspicious noise from the side. He realized that someone was approaching from behind. Sun pointed his hand forward and attacked the attacker with green lightning. After a powerful strike of green lightning, another flew far back. Sun thought to himself with excitement that the girl next to him also came under the attention of the species. The commander rushed forward. He shouted to 2 colleagues to accompany the students. The pink monster looked at the man very angrily and displeasedly. A bright green spot appeared on the commander's hand. He prepared to attack. Sun decided to attack his opponent with a green beam of energy. He ran close to him. The commander launched a special magical technique against the other. It was the Eye of the Wind. Another shouted angrily and displeasedly. He did not understand what the man had already used against him. The monster looked angrily at his opponent. He decided to try to fight him off or hide. Another jumped up sharply and flew far into the sky. He swung his blade. Sun was very angry that his opponent wanted to run away from him. The guy looked next to him in surprise and noticed huge steel chains nearby. Sun felt his hand going numb. He realized that his strength was disappearing. The commander heard a loud roar from the side. He turned around and saw a monster near the people. A huge demon in the form of an eye was approaching a crowd of people. He was flying through the air. The monster carefully examined the crowd of people from above. Next to him was another flying eye. A pink round monster hung over the street. A crowd of frightened people stood on the ground. Commander felt himself being attacked with pink energy. He couldn't move. The exhausted guy fell to the ground. He showed no signs of life. Other people were also shackled by the pink energy. They could not move and began to fall. The girl was scared. She realized that her body was not moving and her consciousness was clouded. Yao Yao put her hands forward in front of her. She saw the eye move in front of her. The girl thought that she felt powerless when faced with others. Bright lightning appeared above the girl's head. She closed one eye in fear. At the last moment, the girl said goodbye to her friend and wished him to live. Yao Yao's consciousness began to cloud over. She saw a pink light in front of her. At this time, the main character appeared on the side. He carried a blade in his hands and came to the aid of his girlfriend. Zhang caught the girl with his hand from the side in time to prevent her from falling. The main character looked at his surprised girlfriend and said that he was next to her. The main character picked up the girl in his arms and carefully laid her on the ground. She was unconscious. Jiang stood and looked at his unconscious girlfriend on Earth. He was silent. A very bright pink eye appeared in the sky. The guy felt something else approaching. Jiang stood surrounded by blue lightning. Others rushed sharply at him from the side. The man looked at the monsters angrily and said that this territory belongs to the species of eyes. The main character jumped above the ground. He told the monsters that the sight of shadows was dominant here. The guy raised his hand up. A bright white glow came from it. The main character stood, and a bright white light went from his hand into the heavens. The light from the guy's hand was so bright that it pierced the darkness above the night sky. The purple monster growled angrily. A green demon stood next to him. There was a dark aura around them. Surprised others stood on the ground. The main character in flight angrily shouted at them that they had come to his territory. A very bright white explosion was heard in the sky, and a large black ball appeared. The demons screamed in fear. Their heads began to glow and explode. The main character landed on the ground. A bright glow appeared around his foot. The main character heard a very strong explosion behind him. A pillar of fire appeared. The guy did not look around for the explosions behind him. He walked forward towards the monster. The pink demon looked at the man very angrily. The main character reminded him that he used to chase him all over the street. Jiang took out a huge blade. He told the other that now it was his turn to attack him. The main character quickly jumped up and swung his sword. He walked forward towards the monster. The pink one got scared and worried. He looked at the man in fear. The main character hit his opponent with a powerful blow. The remains of the pink demon scattered in all directions. A huge pink ball hung above the street. On its surface were green eyes. Jiang swung his sword and stabbed it right into the center of his eye with all his might. The main character activated the chase combat skill. He continued to finish off the monster. The guy used the activation to cause more damage to the huge eye after the blow. The main character took a closer look and noticed that the eye's standard of living had reached 0. The guy swung his blade and used decapitation against the demon. The main character was left alone on the street. He held the sword in his hands and looked ahead. The main character looked in surprise and noticed how bright red radiation appeared in the sky above him. Jiang stood on the street, and next to him were the body of a monster. He realized that before him was the power of the sight of shadows. The main character put his foot on the monster's body. He said in a joyful voice that the sight of the eyes was completely suppressed by the sight of the shadows. All his abilities also disappeared. The guy said joyfully that with his second rank he could kill another third rank in a matter of seconds. Therefore the eyesight mainly operates in groups. The main character launched claws from his body against the monster's body. He cheerfully told him that he wanted to thank him for the vivid emotions. Running warriors with weapons appeared from the side. The guy said with excitement that the signal is interrupted here. The main character looked up. He saw warriors flying from one building to another. Jiang looked displeased at the flying fighters. He thought they were just at the wrong time. A bright green whirlwind appeared from the sky and descended to the ground. Soldiers were running to the side. The commander strictly ordered his subordinates to quickly remove the wounded. The girl asked her companions if any of them took anti-pollution drugs. People were dying around them. The guy excitedly shouted to the girl that she needed several people to block the view of the eyes. Inside the hospital, one of the guys was lying on the couch, bandaged. Nurses stood next to him. The fighter said that the monster rushed straight at him, and he twisted him in 2 moves. The main character was sitting under IVs. He told his interlocutor in a cheerful voice that a crow flew up to him and exploded like an airplane. Jiang told how another man approached him from the side, but he managed to react. At this time, a girl hit him in the face from the side. The girlfriend sternly asked the guy, "Is he still bragging after such wounds?" Yao Yao looked at the main character angrily and told him to hurry up. Jiang looked slyly at his girlfriend and told her to do everything herself. The girl looked at her friend and began to open the box with the product. Yao Yao began to pour the product from the box directly onto the protagonist's hand. The main character felt pain. He tried to restrain himself so as not to scream loudly. Jiang felt unbearable pain and jumped up from his seat. He screamed loudly. The main character asked the girl displeasedly, "Did she really want him to die?" The interlocutor told him that he himself said so. The guy slyly asked his girlfriend, "Is she really angry?" The girl, without turning around, told him with displeasure that he had disappeared and made her worry. The main character became worried. He began to ask for forgiveness from his girlfriend. Yao Yao grabbed the main character's face with her hands and told him not to apologize. The girl covered the wound on the protagonist's face. He looked at her silently. The girlfriend looked at the guy and asked him not to do that again. Yao Yao straightened the clothes on the guy's body. He told her that he would do so. The girl looked at her friend with great interest. She studied him with her eyes. The girl told the interlocutor that she fainted when she was attacked by someone else. She woke up safe and sound. The main character explained to his interlocutor that the instructor saved her. The girlfriend angrily explained to the surprised protagonist that she was saved by him. The main character told the girl with surprise that there was no way he could get into the training camp. The girl was sitting on a chair. She told the main character in a confident voice that it was he who saved her. The girl said thoughtfully that he saved her so quickly, and she felt as if they had known each other all their lives. Yao Yao looked at the main character with excitement. Zhang asked his girlfriend if she doubted him. The girl looked at her friend and imagined as if there was a dark ghost behind him. The girlfriend said in a dissatisfied voice that he was as unfinished as he was. The girl sat closer to the main character. She wanted to ask him something. Girlfriend. In a sly voice, she asked her interlocutor if he could study with them. The guy answered her that he couldn't study. The main character in a sly voice told the girl that he was very handsome and had a sense of justice. An ordinary student could not be like that. The girl asked the guy, "How does he know that he is handsome?" Zhang said in an instructive voice that there was no way he could have ended up in the middle of the training camp. Yao Yao said to her interlocutor in a dissatisfied voice that it could all be like this. An instructor appeared from the side and called the main character. Zhang turned around and said that they had met again. The girl asked Suna what happened to his injury. The commander explained that the injury was minor and everything would be fine. Yao Yao explained that thanks to the instructors, they are all alive now. The son told the girl that everything happened because of their negligence. Therefore, they were obliged to resolve the situation. The instructor asked the guy, "Did he really get out alone?" Zhang told the commander that he himself broke through. The instructor looked at the guy and said that he would wait for his next exit. He thought to himself that it would be very difficult for John to get out on his own. There was a large influx of others. The commander took out a small device. He told the guy and the girl that he would check them for infection. Sun pointed the device at the students and checked them. He said that there is no pollution, and therefore they can take medicine and return. The instructor waved to the students and said that he would go check on other people. The girl wished the commander a safe journey. Sun stepped aside. He looked at the device in his hands with great attention. The instructor looked attentively into the device. He was very interested in the testimony. The commander saw that the main character had second rank. He realized that the guy was hiding his true strength. The instructor realized that for the main character, his level would not be enough to withstand the sight of the eyes. The commander could not understand how the main character's pollution index could be 0. The guy asked the girl whose name she was pronouncing. The interlocutor replied that she was pronouncing her father's name. The instructor thought to himself that the main character has a lot of secrets. 2 cheerful students were standing on the street. Yunhan University has a training camp and a full-fledged educational environment. The main character stood and held the bag in his hands. He looked at the girl with great excitement. The girlfriend was unhappy. She abruptly stepped aside with her bag. The guy ran after her. The girlfriend told the guy in a dissatisfied voice that she would go to the hostel. Zhang explained to the girl that he wanted to take her on a tour. Yao Yao said suspiciously to her friend that he wanted to go to the girls' dormitory to look at the other girls. The main character asked his interlocutor, how did she understand everything?
The girlfriend hit the guy on the head with all her might. She shouted at him not to talk to her anymore and walked away.
A fat guy with a bag of food approached from the side. He asked the main character, has he really angered his girlfriend again? The main character was amazed when he saw how much fat his friend Lu Yao had gained. The fat man poured food into his mouth. The main character happily said that he understood everything. The guy calmly explained to his friend that the more he eats, the stronger he becomes. The student raised the large bag with his hand. He explained that at first his abilities were not suitable for Yunhai University. Then he lowered the bar and was able to pass. Lu asked his friend where he was going. The main character replied that he was going to the first building. The fat man told his surprised friend that they had arrived in the first building of the hostel. Zhang looked ahead with great admiration. He said it all looked like a hotel. The main character and his friend entered the building. The fat man explained that the dormitory was for the best students of the training camp. Convenience at the highest level and good environment. Zhang looked around with great admiration and saw large, clean corridors. The fat man told his friend that there was a small garden, a gym, and a library. Lu told the main character that everything around was created for comfort. The main character and his friend approached the door. Lu told him that this was his room. He was surprised because the door was open. The room must be single. Lu opened the door and looked inside the room in surprise. There were several people there. There were several students in the room. One of them said that they were sophomores and should not be interested in freshmen. The guy looked to the side and told his friend that someone had come to them. The student looked angrily at the main character and said that he had the wrong building. The stranger looked at the guest and said that this was his place. These are the rules of the Yunhai training camp.
The fat man displeasedly pointed his finger to the side at the student and said that there are no such rules. The student asked the fat man, is there really something that doesn't suit him?
Lu answered his interlocutor that this was a dormitory for freshmen and he should leave. One of the guys laughed evilly. He decided to call for help now. The student opened the front door. He shouted that a freshman had come here and said that the hostel belonged to him. There was a buzz in the dormitory. The students heard the words of their colleague and prepared to leave. There was the clatter of many feet. A group of students descended from the upper floor to the lower one. A whole group of guys gathered near the entrance to one of the rooms. They looked displeasedly at the main character. The student told the main character that beginners don't understand the rules at all. He reminded the guests that they were the best students, and therefore he should think carefully about everything. The fat man displeasedly told his friend that the second-year students had taken over the entire floor. The main character told Liu to forget about everything. The main character explained to his friend that the second year is senior and cannot spoil the first impression. The fat man explained to his friend that they would not get into a fight and suggested leaving. Zhang looked at the students and said in a dissatisfied voice that they were taking on a lot. The fat man was surprised. He looked at his friend with great interest. The students got angry. They all prepared to rush at the main character together. Zhang stood calmly and looked at the students. Blue radiation appeared around him. The students prepared to rush at the main character from all sides. They surrounded him on all sides. The students were very scared. They noticed that one fighter appeared next to Jian. The fighter had burning eyes. He silently and displeasedly looked at the main character. The student stopped. He silently studied the guest with his burning gaze. Jiang turned to the side. He realized that the student had an ability called the pupil. The student approached the main character and asked what his name was. Jiang responded by saying his name. The fighter looked angrily at the main character and said that he should not have performed today. He explained that the guy had to fight for a room in the arena. Jiang extended his hand forward and said that one fight would not be enough. The main character pointed his hand at the angry students and said that they should all take part. The guy excitedly told his friends that in the special training camp, there was a man who spoke out against the senior students. Someone said that Shimu likes to bully people. A student with a backpack told his friends that someone had decided to help them retake their dorm. A whole student crowd approached the stadium. They gradually converged and converged. The students gathered and sat in a circle on the podium. They were waiting for the battle in the center of the arena. A girl with green hair was marking something in a notepad. She told the participants that they could choose their equipment and weapons. The main character stood silently with the fat man. There were various weapons hanging on the wall on the side. One of the students looked at the main character and said that they could sympathize with the newcomer. The fat man told his friend in a frightened voice that they had better leave. Jiang took a small blade in his hand. He told his friend not to worry. Jiang went to the wall and picked up a huge sword. He said that such a blade was not particularly suitable. The fat man advised him to choose something bigger for his friend. The main character looked carefully at the weapon stand. He didn't know what was best to choose for himself. One of the guys pointed a spear at the main character and told him to come to him if he is not afraid. The main character stood confidently on the ground. He replied that he was not afraid at all. Jiang picked up a metal club. He said with a smile that he needed time to find a suitable weapon. The student asked his opponent why he didn't choose defense for himself. Did he really decide that he could do it anyway? Jiang replied with a smile that that was exactly what he thought. The fighter ran forward with a spear. He shouted to the main character that he would smear him in a second. Jiang looked joyfully at his opponent and realized that he was also the owner of the shadow. The students cheerfully expressed support for their friend Chen. The fat man shouted for the main character to run and not stand still. The main character stood calmly in place. A student with a spear ran up to him from behind. The student jumped up. He decided to hit his opponent in flight. There was a very bright blue explosion. A very dark aura shone around. There were clouds of dust and smoke at the scene of the explosion. The students looked ahead with excitement. The fat man was very worried. He did not know what had just happened to his friend. The students stood around and watched silently. They did not know how the duel ended. The boys and girls were very surprised. They realized that the main character was able to survive. The body of a student lay on the ground. The main character cheerfully said that the next one could approach him. The main character pulled out a metal baton with traces of blood from the student's body. Jiang stood and waved his club. He asked, would anyone else dare to attack him? The main character angrily shouted to the students that they could all attack him together. The guys got very angry. One of the students angrily asked the main character how he dared to injure a third-year student. The main character stood and prepared to repel the attack. The students were around him. The fighters took various weapons in their hands. They headed towards the main character. One of the warriors with a blade in his hand looked ahead and said that they were also in action. The main character said to himself that the long-awaited moment had come for him. He used his attribute called Shadow. The main character turned into a dark ghost. He could no longer be detected. The system informed the guy that when his identity is revealed, the effect of this ability is greatly reduced. The main character thought that he had already used his stalker ability while killing the eye species. But in this world, he cannot activate this feature. Jiang imagined himself surrounded by fire. The system informed the owner that thanks to numerous battles, he can sometimes gain the opportunity to acquire new abilities or strengthen existing ones. The main character prepared to fight back. There were fighters around him. Jiang told himself that if the battle was intense, his abilities would improve at a faster rate. Jiang scattered students with weapons around him with very powerful and strong blows. The fat man told the girl that a whole group of students were attacking one person. The interlocutor replied that Jiang himself challenged everyone. The student looked to the side and told the fat man not to worry. The main character looked at the bodies of the fighters who surrounded him and were lying on the earth. Jiang looked around in surprise and said dissatisfied that he didn't even sweat. A student appeared from the side. He calmly took a bite of the apple and began to chew it. The student was holding a huge sword in his hands. He said that he did not expect the student to have a high level of physical fitness. The fighter threw the apple in front of him. He said that the outcome of the battle depends not only on this. The student, with very fast movements, caught the apple with his blade many times. The fighter looked carefully in front of him. He held the sword in his hands. The student raised the apple on the edge of his ball and tossed it. The fighter said that everything very much depends on technology. He was able to cut a beautiful flower from an ordinary apple with the help of sword blows. Shimu stood in the center of the arena with a large sword. Opposite him was the main character with a metal baton. Friends shouted angrily that the schoolboy should not give in to Shima. Someone reminded the fighter that he was one of the top 3 at his age. The main character looked with surprise at the carved apple. He thought that his opponent was a fencing master. Jiang happily thought to himself that his past opponents were weak. As a result, he was unable to accumulate much experience. The main character accelerated with a metal baton and prepared to hit his opponent. Shimu stood calm. The student was absolutely calm. He looked at the running Jun in front of him. The main character was rushing surrounded by a dark aura. He had almost reached his opponent. Shimu looked at his opponent and said that he had inherited the power of an ancient demon. The student joyfully told the main character that now his movements no longer seem very frisky to him. Shimu raised his blade upward. He realized that he could dodge his opponent's attacks, but also watch his every move. The student swung his sword towards the main character. Jiang didn't notice the attack. The sword came almost close to the main character's head. Jiang felt afraid. Suddenly there was a very powerful explosion. Shimu seemed to have disappeared somewhere from the arena. The main character covered himself with his hand. He looked fearfully at his opponent. Shimu told the guy in a joyful voice that he had a good reaction, but he himself was just training for now. The fighter looked angrily at his opponent and shouted that it was time to act seriously. Shimu swung his blade to hit the guy. The main character leaned back. The system informed its owner that it had launched numerous wars. The enemy's actions were analyzed. The system told the owner that it was better for him to move to the right and not repel the attack. After this, you can make a counterattack. The enemy's weak point is in the area of the shoulder blades. Shimu hit the ground with his sword from above with all his might. Jiang managed to jump back. The main character swung his baton and managed to hit the student in the back from behind. The blow with the baton was delivered very accurately between the shoulder blades. Shimu jumped aside. The student screamed loudly and frightenedly. He turned around and looked at his opponent. Shimu released the sword from his hands. He remembered that now it was his turn to attack. Jiang stood and held the baton in his hands in surprise. Shimu thought that his technique didn't work at the last moment. The student looked at the main character with great excitement. He studied him with his eyes. Jiang stood. A dark aura rose above him. The student realized that his opponent was a shadow type. The main character stood calmly in the center of the arena with his baton. Shimu thought to himself that the influence of his species was not so strong. The student was holding a sword in his hands. He thought that if his opponent activated his abilities, he would have a hard time. The main character looked angrily at the student and asked, was he really scared? Shimu was very angry when he heard the words that he was scared. The student very abruptly jumped up and ran forward with his sword. The main character stood calmly and held a large metal baton in his hands. The system informed the owner that the opponent would try to cheat. You can't let yourself be deceived. Jiang jumped up along with the sword. The system told him that he should strike when his shoulders were tense. Shimu fearfully noticed a metal baton in front of him. She hit him in the face. The main character swung his baton in all directions. The student blocked his blows. Shimu looked angrily at his opponent and realized that his fencing art had also improved. The main character lunged forward with his baton. Shimu put out a blade against him. The fighter stood and held his sword in his hands. He prepared to repel the attack. The main character smiled calmly to himself. He decided to abandon the attack at this point. Jiang put his club on his shoulder and calmly stepped aside. His opponent looked at him in surprise. The main character turned around and cheerfully told the student that he could use all his tricks. Shimu became very angry. He wanted to teach his rival a lesson. A fire flared up near him from below. Shimu abruptly prepared to take off. He shouted to the main character that he was going to die. Jiang stood calmly. He looked at his opponent with a searching gaze. The main character put his baton in front of him. A student with a sword came at him from above. The main character swung his baton in all directions. Shimu swung his sword from above him. The fighter swung his sword from top to bottom and tried to cut the main character's body. The student realized with fright that he had not just been able to hit his opponent with his sword. The main character managed to get behind the fighter and swung his baton with all his might. Jiang, with all his might, managed to hit his opponent from behind with his baton. The baton entered very strongly from behind to the shim. The main character used the wilting of the chrysanthemum. The student felt very severe pain. He screamed loudly and light appeared from his eyes. The main character bowed to his opponent and thanked him for the lesson. Shimu was lying in the arena with a baton behind him. The system informed the owner that he had received new abilities. He gained intuitive protection and the ability to detect danger. The main character looked at the podium. He angrily told the students to call everyone here. Jiang told the surprised spectators that he was challenging everyone from Yunhai University to a fight. The main character was in the hospital, all bandaged up. He said his head didn't feel very good. The girlfriend was sitting on a chair near the bed and peeling an apple. She asked the guy how he was able to challenge all the students. Lee said with admiration to the girl that the main character was majestic when he challenged everyone. Jiang said in a satisfied voice that more than 100 people attacked him. To himself, he thought that he was unable to activate the shadow form. The girl handed the apple to the patient on the bed. She said he would have been disabled if the instructor hadn't taken him. Jiang took a bite of the apple and asked the girl if the senior students were occupying her dormitory. Yao Yao replied that they do not. The main character explained to his girlfriend that he was very sorry. The girl did not understand what he was talking about. Jiang told the girl that if she had no place to live, he would take her in with him. They would live happily and carefree. The main character daydreamed joyfully and cheerfully. He looked up in front of him with great pleasure. The girlfriend was very angry. She hit the guy with her fists and said that she would rather live on the street than with him. The fat man told his friends that they could act more calmly. At this time, the instructor entered the room. He told the fighters that they did not lose heart. Sun raised his hand and told the main character that he would get better soon. The students greeted the instructor. The main character stood up on the bed. He asked the instructor when they would start training. The girl said with suspicion that the guy lied to her when he said that everything hurt him. The man sat down on a chair. He told the main character that his training would be different from others. Jiang asked why his training would be different. Sun looked at the guy and said that he had already reached the second rank of special. The main character was very scared. He couldn't understand how the instructor knew his level. The fat man told his friend that he already had the second rank. The girl asked her friend how he managed to reach the second rank. Sun told the guy that he would have the same knowledge base as the others. But to gain practical skills, Jiang will have to take classes with second-year students. The main character happily asked the instructor, "Will he really fight with the second-year students?" Sun answered the guy that this would be a training battle. Jiang happily thought to himself that he would be able to use the techniques of numerous wars and gain a lot of experience. The instructor told the main character that he was challenging strong opponents. Sun, without turning around, told the main character that he would accompany him to training when the time came. A few days later, many people gathered at Yunhai University. They were all standing near the entrance. The bell rang and the students went inside the classroom. The teacher stood near a large globe in the floor. Students sat at tables. Next to the main character was Fatty. He ate food. The girlfriend told the main character that he should be more serious. Jiang ate the meat and looked at the girl. Yao Yao told the main character that if he fails the exam, he will not be able to enter his specialty. The guy was surprised when he heard about the exam. The main character, along with the rest of the students, looked at the scene with interest. On the stage, the teacher shone a map of the world from a blue globe onto the wall. The blue globe glowed very brightly and hovered above the hood above the stage. Jiang thought to himself with excitement that all this was similar to the image he saw in Uncle Lu's room. The teacher told the students that his name was Su Jianyan. He will teach students the history of the special. Su said that the history of the special is a course that describes the main events before the disaster and until now. This item is important for 3 species, but others don't need to despair either. The teacher on a special remote control changed the parameters for displaying the world map and globe. A very bright light came from the globe in the audience. All the students looked fascinated. The bright light from the globe began to be projected onto the wall. Everything around was in blue. The main character watched and listened with interest. The teacher said that when others arrived, the world began to suffer from aggression. At first, no one understood where the others came from and their goals. They were assessed as an unknown species. The students listened attentively. The teacher told the students how others broke into the world and began to destroy it. Others of the second rank came out of the second dimension and began to kill civilians. The strength of others was small. Their bodies were torn apart by bullets and artillery fire. The military were able to kill all the others. In the bodies of others, pollution formed every time after killing a monster. Some civilians died. The price for killing low-level others was limited in scope. Therefore, the soldiers struck from a long distance. The result was temporary stability. As the number of cracks increased, the world began to go through changes. The wildlife was no longer safe. On the first day of the second year of the new Beidou era, the creation of large gathering places and plans for the mass relocation of civilians were announced. In the fifth year of the new era, others began to massively attack the gathering places. To find a method of dealing with others, people began to conduct tests. The mortality rate reached 97%. The teacher told the students that people have learned a lot since then. Su told the audience at the end that humanity has finally entered a new era of the special. The teacher told the students that research into the power of the special had advanced, but they still remain only at the initial stage. They can't compete with Shenzhou yet. Su pointed his tablet at the blue globe. He said that very soon after this, prohibited items were discovered. The new wave began in Danzhou. The teacher said that some people began to develop new ranks of power. They founded the Dawn organization and made significant contributions to the fight against the others. The main character remembered to himself about the organization Dawn. His girlfriend once talked about her. Su told the students that in the 10th year of the new era, they found a way to advance to the second rank using more legal methods from now on. The soldiers were able to fight on an equal basis with others. The teacher informed the students that full-fledged gathering places in Beidou and Nando were established that same year. Then there were 8 other gathering places. The student asked the teacher, how could they find so many places to gather? The other guy answered his friend that all this is different from what he heard before. Su looked at the students and told them that he was only stating the facts. The teacher said that in the 20th year of the new era, another of the third rank suddenly appeared. It could no longer be dealt with conventional artillery fire. Nando's gathering place handled everything, but it came at a great price. In the 30th year of the new era, the first type of special appeared. He was superior in strength to all the previous ones. The special one brought an army of others. It laid siege to an entire city, and it was impossible to use nuclear weapons from a distance. The students were very surprised. They listened carefully to the teacher. One guy asked the teacher what happened next. Su fell silent. He was deep in thought and did not answer the students. After a short pause, the teacher said that Maya was destroyed and there were no survivors. The students sat in the audience and watched the teacher near the stage with great attention. A man wearing headphones stood silently near a blue image on the wall. Yao Yao thought about it. She looked away and didn't say anything. The main character sat silently with his friend. They listened to the teacher with interest. The teacher said that in the 40th year of the new era, others of the 4th rank appeared. A mutation occurred during the explosion of a nuclear weapon. Others came out of the flames, and the Atai gathering place was destroyed. In the 50th year of the new era, Tangfu and its surrounding gathering areas encountered cracks in the abyss and threats from others. All this led to the first Great Migration. Su told the students that in the 60th year of the new era, a number of regions of Dazhou had completely turned into abandoned areas. In the 70th year, others headed north. The teacher told the students that the second Great Migration of peoples had occurred. This time it was special. 100,000 young people gave their lives so that another part of the population could move safely. Su looked at the students sternly and said, that year the north and south were cut off. The teacher told the students that Nando had become a lonely town. A group of students stood on the street near the entrance to the university. There was a huge monument in the shape of a sword in the courtyard. A group of students stood on the street. They pondered among themselves the lecture they had heard. The main character slowly went out into the street with his girlfriend. He recalled with her the lecture he had heard. Yao Yao told her friend that she never expected the reality to be harsher. Zhang told her that with his current strength they had nothing to worry about. The girl said thoughtfully that Nando was in distress. Now, it is not clear how long Yunhai can hold out. The main character said very thoughtfully that the city will definitely survive the year. The guy stopped. He saw his girlfriend standing thoughtfully. The main character came close to his girlfriend. He decided to calm her down. Zhang silently hugged the girl to himself. He decided to calm her down and reassure her. The main character looked at the girl and said that he would protect her, even if the end came. The friend was very emotional. She said her friend's name with tears in her eyes. The guy wanted to kiss the girl. He told her that she needed to take the first steps before they were captured by others. Yao Yao shouted to her friend not to come near. The teacher appeared from the side. He told the students that they were not at all desperate. Su told the main character that he has the best mentality among all the students. The main character asked the teacher in surprise, "Does he really know him?" The teacher explained to the guy that his name very quickly spread throughout the university. The main character asked the man why he told them sad facts in the first lesson. The teacher did not answer the student. He silently looked away. A group of students was walking in the park. They were having fun and feeling happy. The teacher told the guy that it is best if everyone learns the truth as early as possible. The teacher said in a thoughtful voice that despair is also good. The teacher looked to the side and said that spring had come after the harsh winter. Only plum blossoms were able to survive. The teacher explained that a person can only survive if he is in despair. Sue told the guy that he was no longer so special, although he had the second rank. The main character asked the teacher in surprise why he didn't consider him special. Sue looked at the guy and said that having the power of someone special doesn't make him special. The main character was surprised. He thought about his teacher's words. The man excitedly told the guy that having rank 1 skills was the initial stage on the path to madness. The second rank is considered the most dangerous. Sue told his interlocutor about blocking the body and acquiring a non-human appearance. The employer told the guy that it would feel as if he was sinking to the bottom. The teacher told the main character that he would feel as if he were standing on the edge of an abyss. The man asked the guy if he felt any of the above. The teacher looked sternly at the guy and asked if he had seen the abyss. The main character was silent. The teacher told him that he was not yet ready to become special in his current state. The teacher stood with his back to the guy. He said that the last question was about what he said in class. The teacher asked the students, "Can everything in history be considered true?" The main character is deep in thought. He put his hand to his chest and looked ahead. Girlfriend asked the guy, "What does he think?" The main character answered her that he would go get ready for the next lesson. The teacher was telling material for students during the lesson about basic knowledge about special ones. The main character was dozing. The teacher said that a person can hunt and kill others, but the cost of killing them will be reflected in their body. A person can also absorb the power of others and add it to his own powers. The instructor in a physical training class was yelling at the students to concentrate the energy in their body and release it. The students were studying very energetically and persistently in the center of the stadium. They released different energies from the body. The woman in the dining room served the main character a dish and said with a smile that they were having stewed pork today. The stadium is empty. A whole group of students stood near the entrance of the university. The main character and his friends were in practical classes. He did not understand why his girlfriend was assigned to the third group. Jung thought that the girl's father tried to deliberately distance her from him. The instructor told the students that from today onwards they would be taught by special instructors. The results of the fight and all skills will be taken into account during the entrance exams. A group of professional instructors appeared. They approached the students. The instructors lined up and told the students to go to their classrooms and start preparing. Students stood on the field in sports uniforms. The instructor approached them. The main character took a closer look, and the instructor seemed very thin to him. The teacher looked menacingly at the students and shouted loudly for them to pay attention to him. The main character, together with his friends, stood at attention. They all looked at the teacher. Jung thought joyfully and with surprise to himself that the instructor was shouting impressively. The teacher looked sternly at the students and said that they would stand like that. The main character was amazed. He didn't understand why they all needed to just stand there. Jang felt a very strong energy pass through his body. He couldn't move anywhere. The main character felt that his body was bound by murderous energy. He couldn't move. The frightened students stood still. None of them could move. The main character looked at the instructor in fear and realized that it was him who was emanating murderous energy. One of the guys could not stand it and fell to the ground. He no longer had the strength to stand. The main character looked at the fallen guy. He realized that the instructor wanted to evaluate their abilities. Jung told himself that those who survive among them will be considered the best. 15 minutes later, the exhausted students were lying on the ground. The main character stood calmly. The main character concentrated with all his might. He tried to stay in place and not fall. The instructor looked calmly at the students and said that they could now rest. Jung fell to the ground. He had the opportunity to rest after standing for a long time. The teacher approached the main character and said that he was very assertive. The instructor extended his hand to the guy. He told him to get up and follow him. Jung asked the teacher dissatisfied, "Will he really have to train with second-year students?" The teacher replied that there were special conditions for the guy in the training camp. The teacher told the student that he would train here. The main character looked around and said that there was nothing around. The teacher looked at the main character and said that there would be pair training. The student stood and looked at the main character. He studied individually with instructor Sun. The main character told the teacher that they could go to another place for training. Many people were looking at them around them. The teacher asked the guy, "Is he really afraid of the public?" Jung replied that he was a little afraid. The instructor remembered the general's order. He demanded that personal training be arranged for the main character. The teacher told the main character with a smile that Mr. Lee asked to conduct personal training with him. The main character was unhappy because Lee manipulated him a lot. The instructor moved his hand to the side, and a green glow began to spread around him. Teacher stood in a fighting stance. He told the guy that they could already start. The main character said in a calm voice that he has a lot of strength. The teacher told him that the guy could give his best. Jiang was very happy when he heard the teacher's words. He decided to attack him. The main character accelerated and jumped up. He prepared to hit the instructor in flight. The teacher put up a block to try to defend against a kick from a student. Spectators watched the fight with great interest. Someone said that the guy overwhelmed the instructor in one fell swoop. One of the students said in a reasonable voice that it was a mistake. The teacher said that the main character first decided to do a kick. This was not a very good decision. The guy is easy to catch and counterattack. The teacher grabbed the main character by the leg. He told the student that he had good stamina. The instructor shouted to the guy that it was very easy to predict his train of thought. He threw him aside by his leg. The main character flew back through the air after being thrown by the instructor. After a powerful throw, Jiang flew back and landed on the lawn. The guy suddenly jumped up and ran forward for the next attack. Sun blocked all the blows of his opponent with very powerful and fast blows. The teacher thought excitedly to himself that the student was superior in skills to the beginners. The instructor continued to fight with the guy. He noted that the student's blows became more powerful and faster. At one point, the main character swung his hand and almost hit the instructor on the head with it. The main character, after a powerful swing, stopped his fist near the instructor's head. The guy waved his hand. He looked angrily at the teacher and said that he showed him. Sun looked at the student with interest and grabbed his fist with his hand. The instructor grabbed the main character by the side with all his might and prepared to throw him. Jiang was very scared. He realized that he could not defend against the throw now. The instructor swung very hard and prepared to throw his student. The teacher held the main character's hand with all his might and threw him to the side. The main character was lying on the earth on his back after a very strong blow. The students were very amazed. One of them shouted that the teacher left the guy in a matter of seconds. The main character was lying on the earth. The teacher stood nearby and looked angrily to the side. One of the guys said joyfully that he thought he would beat Jiang. He didn't expect it to end like this. One of the teachers said thoughtfully that Instructor Song had been deliberately giving in from the very beginning. The instructor said in a stern voice that in wrestling, the main thing is not only the body and skills, but also the brain. The main character got up on the ground and sat down. He felt severe pain behind him. The guy asked Uncle Suna if he had used his abilities. The instructor told the guy that he also tries to keep his body in shape. He explained that he won due to his extensive combat experience. The teacher said that a strong body and training form the basis for an ideal battle. The instructor said that simply studying would not be enough. The situation on the battlefield is changing rapidly. Therefore, getting used to what is happening is not the best solution. The teacher caught the protagonist's hand and said calmly that you just need to adapt. It takes a lot of time to develop fighting instincts. The instructor held the student's hand. He looked at the guy and asked if he thought so. The main character frees himself and sharply stretches out his hand to grab the teacher's hand. The instructor was very scared and surprised. He looked at the guy with excitement. Jiang prepared to throw the teacher onto the lawn. He said that cunning is also very important. The teacher fell to the ground after the throw. He didn't have time to defend himself. All the students jumped up joyfully. One of the teachers told them that the rest was over and they had to return. The students stood at attention. The teacher told them that the first 2 days would be aimed at their adaptation. From the third day, classes will be divided. The instructor shouted to the students that if they stood in a combat position for less than an hour, they would fly out. The rules are the same for everyone. The students stood in a whole group. They felt a strong aura from the instructor. The girl told herself that she needed to hold on. She couldn't afford to lose heart. Yao Yao understood that the main character could very well begin to mock her. She absolutely had to get into the first group. The girl looked at the stadium with excitement. She was worried that her friend would be fine. She hoped the battle would not be fierce. The main character, after a very powerful throw, fell onto the lawn with a big swing. Jiang jumped to his feet and rubbed his hand over his face. He still felt strong. The girlfriend was very scared. She said that this was all some kind of deadly training. The instructor looked at the guy and told him displeasedly that he was very stubborn. The teacher thought to himself that he could not defeat the student easily. I had to use my abilities. The instructor thought that the main character had abilities like his uncle in the old days. The main character waved his hand and said that he wanted to attack again. The instructor extended his hand forward. He said that's enough for today. The teacher thought to himself that the guy's speed had slowed down. It looked like he was at his breaking point. The main character swung his hand very quickly and with a deft movement and pointed his hand forward at the teacher. The instructor was very surprised. He didn't expect the protagonist's attack. Jiang managed to very quickly rush to the teacher and hit him in the stomach with a powerful blow. The instructor had no time to defend himself. After being hit by the student, he flew to the side. Sun stood and looked at his body. He received a very strong blow. The main character looked joyfully in front of him. He was able to defeat his instructor. Tired, Jung fell to the ground. He happily said that he had finally succeeded. The instructor looked at the lying student. He no longer had any doubts that the guy was special. The main character called the instructor while lying down. The teacher looked at him with interest. Jung told his instructor to get money from Uncle Lee to repair the broken training ground. Sun replied that they would restore everything later. The main character was in the hospital. He was sitting on the couch. The nurse asked the guy, "Has he really come again?" The main character asked her what her name was. The doctor turned around sharply and put her hand on the bed next to the patient. The girl told the main character that he could call her sister. She came here for an internship. She reminded him that this was the third time he had asked about her name. Jung looked at the girl and thought deeply. He began to remember something little by little. The main character was amazed to remember that he had already texted a girl on the phone. She had a pseudonym of 36 days. The nurse headed towards the exit. The main character shouted at her not to leave. He was afraid to be alone. The instructor asked the guy how he was feeling. The main character greeted Sun. Jung looked at the small vial in his hand. He asked the instructor if he continued the training. The teacher told the guy that he was a hand-to-hand combat teacher, and it was okay if he was absent for a while. The main character opened the bottle and drank its contents. He thanked the instructor. The main character very suddenly felt a great surge of strength. His eyes shone brightly. The guy shouted that he was full of strength and could train all day. Sun told the guy that they would continue training when he felt better. The main character told the man that he felt his unstable condition, but cannot explain in detail. Sun told the guy that they would continue individual training, but would make adjustments. Sun told the student that he would go on an internship with the sophomores. The main character told the teacher with surprise that he might not be able to cope. Sun stood near the door. He told the guy that he had sent him information about the skills by email. The guy looked at the phone with interest. Jiang pressed the button on the phone with his finger and opened the mail. He was getting ready to look through it. The main character saw in front of him an image of a person. He looked at him carefully. The stranger said that his name was Xiang Yang. He prepared to explain to the guy the basics of the special skill. First, you need to familiarize yourself with the content. The system provided the main character with a lot of information about the special ones. Xiang tapped his fingers and a small weapon appeared in his hands. The guy stood with a blade in his hand. He told the main character that he could give him an example. After that, the instructor ran and hit the metal target with all his strength with his sword. Xiang told the guy that the target was made of a heat-resistant alloy. It is considered very strong and durable. The target can withstand the physical damage of a special second rank. The instructor looked at his hand. He told the guy that now he would use about 500 units of force. This is equivalent to third rank. There was a very strong explosion. The targets fell to the sides. The main character noted to himself that the targets were not damaged. Xiang explained to the guy that he would now use the same 500 units, but in a special manner. The main character looked carefully at his opponent. He became very worried. Jiang saw the instructor in front of him. He had a bright glow in his hands. The main character thought to himself that the special one combined physical strength and energy. They are combined into one whole. After that, the instructor launched a bright fire forward from his hands. A pillar of fire from the instructor's hands flew forward and hit the barrier with all its might. There was a very strong explosion and it affected the mannequin standing on the earth. There were flashes of explosions all around. Xiang told the guy that great willpower can even move mountains. The main character looked to the side and saw a very deep hole in the ground after the explosion. Destroyed cars and houses stood around. There was a bright glow in the sky. The main character saw the instructor standing in the middle of a destroyed street. He realized that the skill of the special was an unstoppable trend. The main character covered himself with his hands. He was surprised when he realized that all this was part of the special skills. Xiang told the guy that this technique is considered a special skill called 100 cracks. He wished the student good luck in his training. With the help of special skills, you can deliver a powerful blow to others. Jiang looked at the phone. He said that some problems are already beginning. The main character said that the world of the special is full of many unknowns. Main character received a message on the phone. The system reported that these special skills are only techniques for rank 3 specials. The system told the guy that he had to pay attention to detail. He must control his body. The system told the guy to mobilize all muscle groups. This will help push your endurance limits. The main character learned that the mind should be as calm as water. The system informed that a person at an early stage should not rush to play with the transition from quantity to quality. Jiang told himself that this is all very difficult. The main character looked into the system window and read information about himself. Jiang said that it would be strange if he said that at a young age he had special skills and demanded a reward for himself. The next day, the main character walked with the instructor. He asked him to share the details with him. Sun answered the student that he would run with the sophomores. The guy stood with the instructor near the stadium. The teacher commanded the student to run as fast as he could. The teacher will not help him unless the guy receives a fatal injury. The main character said with surprise that all this would be very difficult for him. The teacher looked to the side and asked the main character if he was ready to take a risk. The main character angrily said that he could not retreat back, and nothing can happen to him. The instructor told the guy that if necessary, he would order a special substance. It will help the guy get better.
Jiang calmly walked through the stadium with his teacher. There was no one around.
The guy stopped. He said in a dissatisfied voice that the room looked like a prison. The main character asked the teacher what is the name of this place. The instructor explained to him that they were at the Jiaolong Stadium. Students call it an escape site. The main character turned away. He told the teacher what he wanted to think about. The instructor swung and kicked the guy to the side. He demanded that he go forward. The main character was dissatisfied with this attitude of the instructor. Sun stood near the wall and held the phone in his hands. The instructor called the commander and said that he had seated the guy and everything was fine. Jiang shouted in fear from the room that there was another one next to him. He wanted to be released. Sun told the commander that the guy was making noise. The main character fought off the monster inside the room. The teacher listened carefully. The instructor held the phone in his hands and communicated with the commander, whether he wanted to tell him something. The teacher told the interlocutor that the guy was hopeless. The main character sat scared inside the room. There were a lot of monsters around him. The main character heard a suspicious noise from the side. He looked with interest and saw that the door to the room had opened. The guy was very surprised. He could not understand why the door opened. Jiang told himself that he was ready to go out the door and see what was there. The main character suddenly broke down and ran forward as quickly as possible to the exit. Behind him were several more small monsters. The guy looked in front of him and noticed that there were small demonic frogs in front of him. They wanted to detain him. The main character continued to command himself as he walked that he only needed to run forward. The guy accelerated at full speed and ran out of the room into the corridor. Jiang looked around with interest. He could not understand where he had ended up now. The main character realized that the danger was now behind him. He listened carefully from side to side. The main character was surprised to notice how a frightened student ran past him. Monsters were flying after him. The stranger shouted to the main character as he walked that the two of them should run away. Jiang followed him. The student asked the main character what group he was from. Jiang replied that he was from the special training camp in the first group. The stranger asked the main character with surprise, "How could he end up here?" Jiang slyly replied that he was very good. The stranger looked at his companion and decided that the guy had become friends with the daughter of the chief instructor. The main character, while walking, asked his interlocutor what was going on here. The stranger told the guy that he must run with all his might and use his willpower and resist others. Suddenly, the student rushed forward. He wished the main character good luck. The main character caught up with his new acquaintance and asked, "How can one get out of here?" The student answered the guy as he walked that he should run as hard as he could. The exit will appear on its own. Some run for months. The main character noticed how a large group of students appeared on their way. They were all running somewhere. At this time, a small monster flew up from behind the main character and wanted to grab him. The main character sharply extended his hand and managed to grab the demonic frog by the paw. Jiang swung very sharply and threw the frog aside into the wall. The main character asked his companion, "Is it really impossible to kill this creature?" The student answered him that he just needed to run. "If you start killing monsters, people will become very lethargic." The main character, as he walked, fearfully noticed how holes in the floor began to appear under him. Jiang ran at full speed. At one of the sites, slabs from the ceiling began to fall on students. The main character noticed how in one place in the corridor there was a pile of garbage. The girl ran at full speed. She did not notice that there was a large hole in the floor in front of her. The student got scared at the very last moment. She began to fall and did not have time to scream. The stranger began to fall to the very bottom of the pit. Her long scream echoed. The main character sharply extended his hand and managed to grab the girl falling into the pit. Jiang pulled his girlfriend towards him and was able to protect her from falling into the depths of the pit. The girl asked the guy why he decided to help her. The main character explained to his interlocutor that he could not do otherwise. The girl looked in front of her and told the guy that she had to repay him for saving him. Jiang was surprised that there were so many rules in this place. At this time, a green glow and demonic bones appeared behind the main character. The main character thought that sharp intuition was very important for him now. He was frightened to notice that the bone had broken through the wall after the flight. Jiang was surprised to notice that two bone others appeared in front of him. They looked at the man angrily. The girl was scared. She immediately noticed two others of second rank in front of her. The main character threw a bone at the demons and shouted that he was giving it back to them. The green monsters were very scared. They did not expect their bones to fly back at them. The main character ran and held his girlfriend's hand. The girl thought with surprise that this was the first time she had seen such a brave man. The monster flew up and chased people. He wanted to hit them with his blade. The main character pushed the girl forward and said that she could go first. Zhang jumped high up. He used a shadow attack against the bone monster. The main character swung his leg from above. He prepared to strike the green demon. Zhang kicked the demon from above and said that he could taste his ankle. The main character thought to himself that intuition was helping again. He heard a suspicious noise from the side. Zhang turned around and with great fear noticed how a sharp spear was flying at him. The main character very quickly jumped to the side. He managed to duck away from the flying object. The main character jumped high above the ground. Something flew around him. Zhang said happily to himself that the abilities really help him. The main character activated the combat skill of hiding to defend himself. A huge metal object crashed into the ground at full speed. Zhang didn't understand why the training camp was so dangerous. He hoped that the instructor would help if he found himself in mortal danger. If it weren't for the guy's intuition, he would have been left without a heart. At this time, a cry for help was heard from the side. The main character looked there with excitement. Zhang looked and noticed that there was a tied-up girl in front of him. He recognized her. At this time, the claw of a pink demon appeared in front of the stranger. She hit the wall with all her might. The girl was tied up and could not move. It was as if something had pressed her against the wall. The stranger felt her strength disappear. She fell unconscious to the ground. The main character was scared. He silently and nervously looked at the girl. The main character thought with surprise and fear that within 10 minutes the first person was eliminated. It's time for him to cheer up. Suddenly, green demonic tentacles appeared from the side and crawled towards the man. The guy looked in front of him and noticed that in front of him was a cannibal flower. The demonic flower had sharp stakes in its hands. He pointed them at the man. The main character realized that the flower in front of him was not from a low level either. Zhang stood and prepared to fight back. He thought to himself that the monster's standard of living was only 20%. The main character swung his hand with all his might. Suddenly, the monster in front of him disappeared. The guy was surprised to realize that the flower had become invisible. He did not understand where so many strange others appeared next to him. The main character very deftly dodged the attacks of the green tentacles. He reminded himself that he could not get tired. The main character fearfully noticed how green tentacles appeared next to him. He thought that he should calculate the trajectory of the flower's attacks. The guy activated the shadow pupil inside himself. It would help him find the monster. Zhang looked around with excitement. He noticed the demonic flower in front of him. The main character rushed at the monster and shouted that he was using stealth. Zhang swung his stick and rushed forward. He shouted to the monster that he was going to die. The main character jabbed a wooden stick straight into the flower. Bloody stains appeared on the monster's body. His standard of living was falling. The demonic flower fell to the ground. The main character stood nearby and watched him closely. Zhang kicked the monster and angrily demanded that he get out. The main character thought to himself that demonic flowers should not pose any direct harm to life. Zhang thought dissatisfied that the pollution was affecting him very much. The main character felt bad. He felt dizzy, as if he had been drinking. At that time, something flew from the side and hit the guy in the shoulder at full speed. The main character grabbed his shoulder and noticed that a metal blade was sticking out there. The main character grabbed the blade. He told himself with a laugh that he was in pain. The guy looked carefully in front of him. He noticed a reddish fog around him. A huge pink monster appeared. He had a fireball over his hand. The main character realized that in front of him was a demon of the second rank. The monster descended to the ground on its clawed paws. There was a reddish glow around him. The main character fearfully noticed that in front of him was a whole herd of multicolored others. The main character thought that they had released him from one of the others with 70% of his life. He told himself that the people from the training camp were real beasts. The guy very unexpectedly noticed something interesting in front of him. He took a closer look. Zhang saw a huge crowd of colorful demons in front of him. Behind them, there was some strange door. The main character noticed with surprise that the door was located on the left side, and not on the right. The huge pink monster threw stones and metal spears away from itself. The main character ran forward. He decided to himself that it was worth a try for him. The guy ran as fast as he could across the room. He needed to get through the door quickly before his strength ran out. The main character covered himself with his hands. He decided that he now had to give it his all. Zhang ran close to the pink monster. The demon jumped back a little. The main character tried with all his strength to hit the monster opposite him with his hand. A very bright explosion was heard on the demon's body after being hit by a man. After a powerful and bright explosion, the demon turned in the direction of the man. The main character felt weak. He looked at the monster with a tired look. The guy thought to himself that if his opponent continued in the same spirit, he would not be able to withstand. The main character landed sharply after a jump. He decided to try to attack. Jiang looked at the huge monster and decided that now he just needed to speed up. The main character was frightened to see how the demon attacked him with his hand. The guy decided that he should take the initiative into his own hands. Jiang extended his hands and quickly used them to grab the hand of the monster in front of him. The man angrily shouted to the demon that he would not allow him to attack again. He threw it aside. The demon's standard of living dropped sharply. He looked at the man angrily. Another whole group of multicolored demons appeared on the side near the guy. The system told the guy that he should take half a step forward. A blow is coming from behind. Jiang said to himself that he could see the direction of the monster's attacks. The main character felt very light and began to gradually move forward. The guy grabbed a huge blade in his hands. He told himself about sophistication. The main character ran with all his might. A huge crowd of monsters was chasing him from behind. Suddenly, the guy noticed pink demons in front of him. He remembered that he had defeated them before. Monsters surrounded the man on all sides and prepared to attack him. The main character jumped up on his hands on the floor. He said training camp has gone crazy. Jiang carefully ran to the side. He told himself that he would quietly hide from the demons. The main character saw a bright portal in front of him. He decided to quickly hide in it. Unexpectedly, the guy saw new others in front of him. He suddenly slowed down. Jiang stood in front of the monster. He decided that he could not cope with the entire crowd given his physical strength. The main character thought. He realized that he wasn't going to lose either. The guy looked ahead. He remembered the instructions for fighting monsters. He could hit someone else, but in doing so, he would injure his palm. A green demon appeared behind the man. The main character remembered that he must lean back 40 degrees and the vine will penetrate the other. The guy told himself that meticulousness in such a matter would not hurt him. He did not understand where such brilliant solutions came from in his mind. The main character jumped up in the direction of the monsters. He decided to take action. One of the demons looked at the man with displeasure and screamed very loudly. The main character looked at the demonic flower and shouted to the monsters that they were idiots. A green claw appeared above the man. The guy thought that his strength would run out, and he made it in time. At this time, the green claw hit the guy in the back with all its strength, and he flew forward. The main character, after a powerful blow from behind, flew straight into the portal. The demonic flower looked ahead angrily. He realized that the man was running away. The main character happily smiled at the monsters from the portal and said goodbye to them. Another at the last moment extended his claws forward to try to grab the man. The main character looked in front of him and saw a blue portal, and then behind it there were doors. The guy thought excitedly to himself that there had to be a way out in front of him. The main character began waving his arms in all directions and demanding to be let out.
At this time, a huge pink demon stepped from the side towards the man.
Jiang looked at the second-rank monster. He said displeased that the training camp wanted to kill him. The man, frightened, began to tell the demon not to come near him. The monster swung angrily and hit the guy on the head with all his might. The main character, after a powerful blow from the demon, flew far to the side. Jiang was lying on the floor after a very strong blow. He didn't have the strength to get up. The main character opened his eyes. He said angrily that he would get to his instructors. The main character looked around in surprise and could not understand what kind of place was next to him. The guy was lying on the bed in bandages. He thought that the other one was still able to reach him. The main character looked down carefully. He realized that there was someone next to him. A nurse was sitting on the bed. She pulled back the blanket and asked the guy if he was awake. Jiang couldn't understand what the girl could have forgotten here in his clothes. The nurse slyly told the guy that if he woke up on his own, he could undress himself. The main character, shyly and scared, told the girl that there are people around here. The nurse was holding a small bottle in her hands. She told the patient that he needed to give an injection. The main character turned around on the bed. The nurse said that her name is Yang Qi. She demanded that the guy not ask her anything else. The guy asked the nurse how much the injection would help him. Yang swung her arm and hit the patient from behind with all her might. The main character was lying on the couch and screaming that he was in pain. The girl stepped aside and said that the patient should take the medicine for a couple of days. Then everything should be fine. Yang told the guy goodbye that he could press the button next to the bed if something was wrong. The main character looked after the leaving nurse. He thought that her blow was very pleasant for him. The guy remembered that after his escape, someone helped him cope with something else. He didn't understand why such high-ranking monsters were released. Jiang closed his eyes. He decided that there must be some secret hidden behind all this. The guy thought that he would rest. The main character fell asleep. The clock on the wall showed 7 o'clock in the evening. The main character came to his senses and opened his eyes. A friend nearby was glad that Jiang woke up. The fat man was standing with a bag of food. He asked his friend if he had fought with sophomores. Zhang explained to the interlocutor that he was passing through a special room in the camp. After that, the guy asked where the others were. Lu picked up the package. He said that Instructor Song was on the main platform. The main character asked his friend if the students were still training. The fat man said that the girl came here, but then returned. The main character jumped to his feet. The fat man fearfully reminded him that he was wounded. Zhang explained that he didn't want to hang around here anymore. The main character looked at his reflection in the mirror. He realized that his body had never recovered. He needed refreshment. A girl entered the room from the side. She looked at the main character in surprise. The girlfriend asked the guy where he was going. Zhang answered her that he wanted to return to the dormitory. Yao Yao explained to her friend that if anything happened to him, they would be held responsible. The main character smiled evilly at his girlfriend and said that he himself would be responsible. The girl turned to the side with displeasure. She thought that no one needed her friend. The main character stood with a friend near the gate. The fat man told him that he would be responsible for everything himself. Zhang could not understand what his friend had just told him. Lu looked at his friend and told him to go to Yao Yao. He himself could not go to the first zone. So I decided to wait here. The main character replied that he would go to the girl and pretend to have a few phrases with her. The main character entered the stadium. He noticed an instructor sitting in one of the stands. Sun asked the student why he hadn't rested for a couple of days yet. The main character replied that there was no need to worry. Zhang asked the teacher when he could train again. The instructor told the guy that he could train next week. The main character said in a dissatisfied voice that you need to wait for a very long time. The instructor explained to the guy that he should not overdo it. Zhang joyfully extended his hands up and said that for him, this was nothing. Sun asked the guy if he had passed his sophomore final exam. The main character thought. He realized that he needed to earn points in the exam. The guy very intently recalled to himself the passage of the trap and the other students. Zhang cautiously asked the instructor about cooperation. The teacher explained that the final exam tests students' ability to cooperate with each other. The main character realized that the task was testing the possibility that the students would work as a team to face adversity together. The main character asked the instructor about Teacher Su. He said that the teacher on the first assignment almost killed everyone with his statements. The instructor very thoughtfully repeated the name of the teacher Su Jianyan to himself. Sun told the guy that it was the first time he learned the truth about the real world. The result was panic, despair, and anger. The instructor turned to the guy and asked why he asked such a question. Zhang said thoughtfully that Teacher Su was very passionate about his subject. The instructor told the guy that Su classes were very useful. They give people the foundation to take them to the next level. The teacher advised the guy not to be too heroic and not to brag. It won't lead to anything good. The main character asked the teacher what rank he was at. Sun answered his interlocutor that he was at the second rank. At that time, there was a group of students standing at the stadium. The main character imagined himself realistically, as if he were sitting in a meditative pose. There was fire on his hand. Zhang said thoughtfully that the path to the special is not as easy as he thought. At first he thought that in order to become strong, he needed to meditate and absorb energy. The instructor looked at the guy and said that if everything was that simple, they wouldn't be here. The main character told the teacher not to be a pessimist. Song answered his interlocutor that the special one should not fall into despair and pessimism. At this time, a girl ran up from the side. She waved her hand at the main character and called him. Yao Yao waved her hand to her friend and suggested that he come with her. Next to her stood Fat Man with a bag of food. Zhang looked at the girl happily and told her to wait. He prepared to go. At this time, the flag was raised over the stadium. The main character turned around and looked at him. Sun looked at the flag. He remembered that the lightning bolt and 4 stars on the flag are very important. The guy knew that lightning and stars united many people. Reality is not as good as it is in novels and stories. The main character told himself that the path is very dangerous and difficult, but you can't give up. Instructor put his hand on the guy's shoulder. He asked why he was staring at the flag. Zhang answered the teacher that he was just thinking about the origin of the stars. The instructor glanced up at the flag. He told the guy that he didn't understand why the name Night Watch was chosen. Zhang replied to his interlocutor that many bad creatures appear at night. The teacher turned to the guy and said that he didn't know. The student replied that the teacher should not tell him much. The instructor suddenly became very angry. He asked the guy what kind of nonsense he was talking about. Zhang walked down the stairs. He shouted as he walked that he would not tell anyone anything. The main character asked the girl, "Where did the fat man go?" Yao Yao replied that the fat man was taking seats in the dining room. The girl pulled her friend's clothes and asked if he was tired of living. Zhang told his girlfriend in a crying voice that everything was fine with him. He asked her, "What is the problem?" Yao Yao told the guy that she was very scared when they brought him on a stretcher. The main character very carefully extended his hand to the girlfriend. She looked away. Tears appeared in the girl's eyes. One of them dropped onto the main character's hand. The main character slyly put his finger in his mouth. He decided to try what tears taste like. Jung told the surprised girl in an innocent voice that tears are very salty. Yao Yao angrily, I asked my friend why he decided to try tears. The main character seriously answered the girl that he wanted to taste the taste of tears. The guy grabbed the girl by the shoulders and said that in difficult times he would remember the bitterness of her tears and would not give up. Yao Yao told the main character that he must keep his word, otherwise her uncle and dad will smear it. The main character noticed a large bruise on the girl's leg. He asked if she'd gone to the doctor. The girl thought. She remembered hearing from the two guys that Zhang was brought in on a stretcher. The girlfriend was scared and worried. She rushed to help the main character. The girl ran at full speed and fell down the stairs. She hit her knee. The girlfriend pushed the guy aside. She told him that she hurt herself during training. The girl pulled her friend along with her. She very strictly demanded that he follow her. The guy and his girlfriend ran towards a large building. Yao Yao that she wants to eat chicken and cola. Half an hour later, the main character was racing on the training field after the monster. He angrily asked the other, why was he in such a hurry? Zhang asked the monster in a sly voice. Did he really decide that he could hide? The monster continued to run away in fear. The main character activated the tag. The guy jumped up with great acceleration. He decided to try to hit the monster from above. Zhang flew from above and prepared to hit the pink demon on the head from behind. There were a lot of people in the training field inside the large control room. The commander told his subordinates that the guy wanted to kill someone else. I needed to finish my workout. Sun opened the door and entered the room. He told the main character that he was making great progress. He can handle almost all other second ranks on the field. The commander told the guy that some military inclinations predominated in him. Zhang smiled at the instructor and said that anything can happen. The commander asked the guy how he felt about the mission. He invited the main character to try his luck. Zhang knew that he could not expose himself and his abilities now. He could not absorb anyone else. Out loud, he told the teacher that he would not go anywhere because he did not want to waste time. The teacher told the surprised guy that if he successfully completed the mission, he would receive a certificate. After this, the student will no longer be in the training camp. The main character became very interested when he heard such words. He placed the bottle on the table with a flourish. The main character happily answered his instructor that he agreed to the task. A group of students were traveling in a subway car for a test. The main character was with the instructor. Zhang looked around and asked the teacher in surprise, "What is this?" Sun explained to the interlocutor that he would complete the assignments together with the students. The main character looked to the side and said that the girl in the baseball cap looked familiar. The girl took off her cap and reminded the guy that her name was Yang Qi. He asked her about this for the 5th time. The main character told the interlocutor that she looks great even without a nurse's uniform. The commander told the guy to sit down. They had a lot to discuss. Song told the fighters that recently traces of blood type activity had been discovered in the shadow layer of Yunhai. Victims were seen. Their task is to clear the territory of others. The students responded that they understood. Half an hour later, the metro train began to approach the station. There was no one on the platform. Yang was sitting on the sofa. Next to her was the sleeping main character. The girl was unhappy. She didn't understand what the guy was doing yesterday. The main character was sleeping very deeply. Saliva from his mouth dripped onto the girl's chest and flowed down. The commander told his subordinates that they had arrived and it was time to get ready. The main character woke up abruptly. The guy looked away at his companion. He didn't understand where there could be drool on her clothes. The main character extended the handkerchief to the girl. He told her that he would help her dry her clothes. Yang was silent. She closed her eyes and waited to see what the guy would do. The girl grabbed the phone. She told the main character not to move. She threatened to tell Yao Yao everything. The main character was very surprised because the girl threatened him that she would call Yao Yao. The guy told the interlocutor that he just wanted to wipe the drool on her clothes. The commander shouted to the guy and the girl to get out. Sung told the students that the sight of blood is not that far away, so we can't separate. Some people here are very dangerous. Yang told the guy that when others catch prey here, they first play with it for a long time. The girl told her companion that she wanted to check his details. He should not remain on the sidelines. The main character looked around carefully. He did not know where the sight of blood was hiding. The commander looked at the guy and realized that he was excited. For the main character, this was the first such mission. After a little thought, the instructor realized that the main character was already in the shadow layer. Sun thought to himself that it is rare to meet a 17-year-old teenager of the 2nd rank. The instructor looked after the guy. He wondered if he could succeed in his business. The main character pointed his companions aside and said that they need to go there. In front of them was a green monster. The instructor glanced at the monster. He thought that another of the 1st rank had already been found. The 2nd one must be somewhere nearby. The main character threw himself on top of the demon and shouted loudly that he had caught him. The pink monster screamed angrily and prepared to rush at the guy from behind. The main character swung sharply and with a powerful blow knocked the monster away from him far to the side. Jiang swung in all directions and fought off the attacks of others around him.
The commander shouted to the soldiers to leave another second rank to him. They themselves must do it first. The commander shouted to the girl that she was a doctor and should not engage in battle.
Yang heard a very loud scream from behind. It was the green other who was running up to her. The girl turned around and very quickly put her hand in front of her. She stopped the monster. The girl held the green monster and did not allow it to attack. Tentacles appeared from her hand. The green one looked angrily at the girl. His body was engulfed in red tentacles. Yang looked at the green demon absolutely calmly. She strangled him with her hand. The green one fell unconscious to the ground. The tentacles gradually turned back into the girl's hand. Yang took a small tube. She poured red liquid from her hand into it. The main character looked at the girl in surprise. He realized that she was no longer such a nice nurse. The girl asked her friend what was the matter. Jiang asked her, has she really absorbed someone else? Yang replied that she could still absorb. The main character asked the girl what kind of ability she had. The interlocutor replied that she was an eater. The main character asked the surprised girl, can she really release her tentacles at anyone? Jiang was delighted. He thought cheerfully that he did not expect this from the girl. The girl threatened the main character that she would report harassment on his part. The main character remembered his uncle. Yang explained to her interlocutor that his uncle was a retired general. The protagonist's father-in-law is the current leader. The guy can't put pressure on her in any way. The main character told the girl that she need not be angry and he was just joking. He could not understand how she knew about all this. At this time, the girl's hand turned red. The main character looked at her in fear. The girl had red tentacles in her hand. She demanded that the guy remember her name. Yang looked at the guy very angrily and said that it was time for them to start. The main character looked at the tentacles and said that he saw a cute one in front of him. The girl was surprised. She remembered that all people were afraid of her abilities. Jiang was the first to think she was cute. The main character extended his hand forward and told the girl that he was very attracted to her tentacles. The girl jumped back sharply. She demanded that the guy not approach her. The main character with a smile told the girl that he was not talking about her at all. Jiang felt that he had a great desire to enter the shadow form. It was strange for him. The main character looked at the girl. He did not know if there were any contradictions between their species. An instructor approached from the side and held out the bodies of others. He demanded from one student to take care of everything. The instructor asked the main character why he still kept it with him. Jiang explained that it was better to hand over the monster while still alive. The demon had 4% life. The instructor asked the guy, where did he get the idea that the monster had 4% of his life left? Sun looked at the green other's body. He said species like this aren't usually around. The instructor walked away. He said that the monster was clearly in trouble. The main character looked to the side with great attention. He noticed something interesting. Jiang thought to himself that someone else could be watching. He decided that there was someone nearby, 100 meters away. The instructor told the students that some people are simply jealous of the strength of others. Then people take the wrong path and disappear. A purple monster landed on the street. He looked at the green other on Earth. The monster growled pitifully. He knelt down and leaned towards the body of the other. The monster extended his finger. Blood began to drip from it into the green demon's throat. The green demon came to his senses a little. He opened his eyes and growled softly. At this time, the main character ran up to the demon and grabbed him tightly with his hands. Jiang shouted that he had caught the monster. He held him tightly with both hands. The main character stood and held the monster with his hands. Another shouted displeasedly. Jiang decided that this was a demonic woman. She gave half of her blood to her comrade. These were most likely spouses. The main character noticed how the monster extended his hand to grab him. He managed to dodge. The guy looked at the body of the green other on Earth. He realized that he could not leave these monsters alive. The main character jumped sharply to the side. He prepared to attack the monsters. Jiang swung his hand from above and hit the other with all his strength. He flew to the side. The pink demon was lying on the ground. The main character realized that the next blow for the monster would be the last. Jiang stood and looked at the other's body on the ground. He decided to try to finish him off. The main character swung his fist. He looked down at the monster and wished him a safe journey. The dying demon opened his eyes. He began to growl something pitifully for the man. The main character felt that when the monster extended his hand to him, a trembling ran through his body. The main character told himself that he was killing someone else, not a former person. Jiang looked thoughtfully at his hands. He didn't understand what was right after all. The commander approached from the side. He told the main character that in front of him was someone else. This process is irreversible. Jiang thought that the instructor was right. The teacher directed golden energy into the monster's body. He said that one should not feel sorry for others. The main character thought what to do if in the future the uncle or the girl become different. The guy looked down in front of him at the ground. He realized that he would have to kill his loved ones again. The main character and the teacher walked along the steps near the building. The instructor told the guy that he had to get a license to become a full member of the Night Watch. The guy asked his interlocutor if his uncle knew about his part-time job. Sun explained to his interlocutor that the general had decided this issue himself. He found how to keep Jian busy. The main character slyly thought to himself that this is why he was allowed to hunt others. It will also be a good opportunity for additional training. The guy and his companion entered the system room. There were workers standing near the computers. The main character was standing near the computer. The instructor told him to write down his name. General Lee required that the main character complete at least 3 missions per week. Jiang replied that 3 missions would be a lot. The teacher asked the guy, "Doesn't he really want to come here?" The instructor told the main character that he must attend classes at the camp. Then he can already carry out tasks. If the main character meets someone else who is not on the list, he may try to kill him. This will be considered mission accomplished. Sun waved his hand at the guy and said that he had something to do, and so he would return to camp. The main character said goodbye to the teacher. Jiang didn't understand why he needed a license. He thought that Sun had used it on purpose so that he could later record the merits of the first mission for himself. The main character stood on the street and listened to a telephone conversation. The guy asked the doctor about his health. The fighter said on the phone that he had already left and exchanged his glasses for medicine. The main character realized that his friend Denka was standing next to him. He hadn't seen him for more than a month. The main character realized that his friend was in trouble. He decided to follow him.